All right, good morning and welcome to the Federal Way City Council annual City Council retreat. It's great to have everybody here. Would you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, well, once again, welcome. I'm Jim Farrell, Mayor. Great to see everybody here. If you haven't already had breakfast, please do so. In fact, let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much for a great breakfast. Obviously this is a great opportunity for us to get untethered to the regular City Council agendas and the order of the day on the first and third Tuesdays of the month. Obviously we're going to be talking about a lot of things. We just want to make sure that we've got a real welcoming atmosphere for ideas, some out of the box, some visionary, and some perhaps cautionary. So we want to make sure that we've got everybody feeling like they can really express themselves, and at the conclusion of this session, obviously, I think the most important thing is to come together as a council, as a community, as a city government, about which direction we're going in, and really think about some visionary things and where we'd like to see the city. With that, I'll turn it over for introduction by the council president, and then we'll have the council members introduce themselves. Council President?
Thank you very much. Thank you for getting up this early and being here with us this morning. Appreciate it. So we're going to talk about the future of the city. And even though there's not a public comment period, it would be really good when we break during the break or break for lunch, please let us know what you think about some of the topics we'll be discussing this morning. And there are agendas in the front. If you don't have one, be sure to pick one up. Those of you who woke up at 4 a.m. with the earthquake, I understand Scott Pelley tells me it was a small one. So thank you all for being here this morning.
All right. Okay, with that, Councilmember Seth Dawson, should we start with you?
Is this on?
No, I think they're all on.
Okay. Good morning, Lydia Sefa Dawson, Council Member, Position 1.
Good morning, Paul McDaniel, Position 2.
Susan Honda, Council Member, Position 3. And if we have time, it would be great to have public comment, because sometimes we go through this agenda much faster than we anticipate.
Yeah, great, of course. We work for them, so they're the boss. All right. Councilor Walsh.
Jack Walsh, Position 5.
Jack Dovey, Position 7.
And who do we have here?
Brian Davis, City Administrator.
All right, thank you. Ryan, were you going to say something?
Yeah, Mayor, this is a special meeting of council. We cannot amend the agenda. So we'll need to stick with the agenda.
Okay. All right, well, it's good. Councilor Honda.
Could we explain how the mics work?
I think the mics are hot.
Yes, I know, but is there anything special we need to know? Like, can we turn them off at all?
Thomas? No. It's on. So actually, I did this. I think I almost accidentally turned my microphone. I mean, I think I almost disconnected it. If you want to say something to your neighbor, or if you have to cough or whatever, you can just move the microphone kind of away from me, I guess.
They are pretty hot. We have to keep them that way. That's why there's such an interesting noise floor with the feedback. So you might still get hot. This might still get picked up. So just be careful.
Very good. I'd also like to thank, in addition to our city administrator, Brian, I'd also thank all the directors and staff members that are here. Very much appreciate, giving up, your time on a Saturday. These are always very productive. It's a good thing I'm not sitting on that side, because I'd spend all my time looking out the window, and it's a beautiful view. This is really one of the most beautiful locations in our entire community. Now, Thomas, we're recording this, obviously.
Yes, Dave is recording on all the cameras to have a production made with integrated PowerPoint presentations and everything for YouTube. But we're also streaming live to Zoom, so if anybody needs to remotely attend and watch, they can on Zoom meeting as well.
Okay. David, how long do you think when we just so give people kind of, we're not going to air the entire, this is not C-SPAN, so when we kind of condense it all together, how long do you think a program would be that we'd put on 21?
Condensed version, maybe 20 minutes, 30, something like that.
Okay. So talk quickly. No, I'm kidding. I'm teasing.
And clearly.
But I want to give people a reasonable expectation. We're not going to film, we're not going to show the whole thing. Some highlights and some, we've got some presentations and all that. So this will be showed on our YouTube channel and on Channel 21. We'll put it out on social media as well.
And Mayor, what we have done in the past is we've taken the full-length version and we kind of bookmarked it so people can jump ahead if they want to different topics like the debt capacity topic and so on and so forth.
Very good. Well, that's why, Council President, did you say something? Oh, okay. Okay, well, let's just jump right into it. So we are, and I guess actually in line with Councilmember Honda's comment, if we had extra time, we could always break and we can always, we're going to have time for lunch. For those in the audience, we'll have, sandwiches and, refreshments and that kind of thing. So we can always have a break and hear from the folks that are here. Okay, with that, we're going to hear an update, obviously, update on the city's financial position. We'll talk about debt capacity, reinvestment plans for capital facilities, and current wait list. We'll have a presentation from Steve Groom, our finance director, and then an opportunity for discussion. I thought that, I'd like to also thank the council for your collaboration and Council President about working on this agenda to make sure that we have a fruitful discussion. It seemed to me the place to start in communicating with the Council President and the council members. We got to figure out how much gas is in the car before we figure out how far we're going to go or where we're going to go. So
Know how much money is in the bank before we get the gas.
that's right, what you said, yes. Okay. Better analogy, thank you very much. All right, with that, Steve?
Thank you, Mayor. I know debt capacity just isn't the fun team-building exercise that a lot of city councils start their retreats with, but I expect to set the bar for the highlight reel. I've got 20 slides I can get through in about 15 minutes. In order to contemplate future facilities and projects, we do need to start with where we're at. So I want to help us prepare for a financial future, even though we feel like we're in a downturn. Now's a good time to be doing some planning. Let's talk about the city's debt capacity. We just issued debt in August for Public Works Maintenance Facility, and we had 4 existing debt issues, which we all discussed when we adopted the budget in November. So the slides will look familiar to some of you, but for people that are new, I think it's important to start with our foundation. So the question I need to answer first is, what is our capacity to issue additional debt were we to want to? Let me start with a building block, because I know that one of our questions hinges on future debt. What you see on the screen is a standard amortization table if we were to want to issue debt for $1 million. If we needed another $1 million, the payment table at 5% at 25 years shows that annual payments would be $71,000 per year. Total payments of $1.8 million. And down there at the bottom, you see the total interest, and it's a little bit disconcerting to see that just to issue a debt for $1 million, we would add $773,000 in interest. My little Post-it note there that I had added, what if rates were not 5%, if rates were 3%? Well, the payment would be $57,000, but we would still be adding $435,000 in interest expense. So what that means is using debt, we add from 1.5 to 2 times just the amount of whatever the thing is that we're financing. So we need to be realistic about that. And the reason I start with this is because later, if you wanted to contemplate $3 million, $5 million, $10 million, I can just multiply this, and we can all do that. Our existing debt, this graph shows the current total debt balance. The city's current debt is $68 million, and it decreases over time. The red is the Performing Arts Center debt to be paid off in 2029. Yellow is the HUD loan on the Performing Arts Center. That'll be paid off in 2035. Orange is the Community Center, paid off in 2033. Green is the SCORE jail debt, paid off in 2038. And blue is the maintenance shop debt that'll be paid off in 2049. I have a separate slide for each of these, and they'll go quickly. It's basic. There are 2 debt issues for the Performing Arts Center, the city's general obligation debt and a separate HUD loan. The total balance is $4.3 million, and it'll be fully paid off in 2035. The interest rates are both below 3.5%, but neither one of them is callable. We can't pay them off early. The community center debt balance is $6.5 million. The last payment is in 2033. The rate is 2.7%, and this one is callable anytime. But there's two reasons that we don't pay it down early. The first reason that we think of, obviously, is that we're earning more on our investments. But the real reason is we don't have a reserve of REIT available to make a pay down. Our annual inflow of REIT is what we rely on to cover our annual payments for all of our debt. And that has to cover both debt and our public works and parks projects, which we put in every year's budget. The SCORE jail debt is $8.9 million. It'll be paid off in 2038. The interest is 4.25%, and it's callable in 2030. But the same thing applies. Since we rely on REIT inflow for payments, it's unlikely that we'll have a reserve to pay it down. The maintenance facility is the one that we just issued in August. We received $53 million, but we only have to pay $47 million back. That magic was because we issued at a discount, because we happened to issue our debt at the absolute lowest date in 2024 that rates hit their lowest. That really worked in our favor. But to fund such a large project, we pledged to the payments from the other debt issues as they're paid off. My next slide shows what our total payments for the whole entire city look like over time. This chart shows the total debt payments through 2049. The light blue is interest and the dark blue is principal. The payments don't decrease much until the very end. There's a little decrease in 2038. There's a significant drop when the SCORE debt is paid off. So all of this to get to what is our debt capacity. Our legal debt capacity is technically 1.5% of the city's assessed value, minus our outstanding debt. I have a little, I'm sorry. I thought I had a table there. Our legal debt capacity is 1.5% of assessed value. This number increases a little bit each year because assessed value goes up. I thought I had a table that would come on the screen, but what it would show you is that theoretically we can issue up to $200 million in debt, except we all know that would have a negative impact on our budget. And historically, we have relied on REIT to budget. Until 2024, REIT grew reliably. But recent fluctuations, we realized that REIT can be unpredictable. And remember, using debt can double the cost of projects by adding interest expense. So let me give you one thing that we can actually do, and we can do it every year. In our private lives, if we get a little extra money, we can apply it to our mortgage. And I think I've heard all of you ask about that, and I talked about callability. But we have to come at it in a different way. Consider any time we get a little extra money, we can work down our wait list. Now, how does that help? We get a lot of requests to spend money in different ways. But just because we can't pay down our mortgage doesn't mean we can't reduce our need for debt. We don't think $50,000 here or there is significant, but it is. Paying cash for anything helps us avoid debt. And the cheapest mortgage that we have is the one that we can avoid. That's the cheapest way to go. The alternative to debt is called pay-as-we-go. You might hear it called pay-go, same thing. And this is how you avoid doubling the cost of a project by adding interest expense. And we actually already do this a few ways. Because we have more than 7 police patrol cars. They each last 7 years. All we have to do is buy 1/7 of the fleet every year, and we can pay cash. Same thing with our parks playgrounds. We replace 1/20 of our 20 playgrounds because we do 1 per year, and they each last about 20 years. That's how we avoid using financing costs. So the only trick is how do we fit what we want to do into a balanced budget? This is what we do in our personal lives. We avoid credit card interest by paying cash for a TV one year, washer and dryer the next, replace the fridge another year. It's the same concept. But a city doesn't have a choice sometimes. We don't have an unlimited budget. We get requests after the budget is already adopted. It's balanced, and if we didn't anticipate big things, we could end up using debt. So if we can find $50,000 here or there that wasn't in the budget, that means we have a choice to consider capital as well. That would help increase our debt capacity. Some capital project, one more thing, the bottom bullet point on the slide. Some capital projects add operational costs. When we add a new project, I want to remind you that new things might impact our ongoing budget. If we had a new building, it would add janitorial and maintenance, electricity, insurance, maybe some staffing, IT support. And that's just a difference between a replacement project and a new project, just something to keep in mind. And then also, when we do every budget, when we adopt every budget, we have to split all of the resources of the city between operations and maintenance. So we don't want to neglect operations. So that's debt capacity. If debt capacity depends on budget, let's talk about budget. And I've got that, the wait list and potential future funding. We adopted our 25-26 budget in November. Every penny of revenue was spoken for. So authorizing spending either for capital or operations across all departments. We do capital and debt planning. When we do get capital and debt planning, we do multiple years, and if we're doing it right, then the very next year of that long-term plan should fall right into our budget. If it doesn't, we've done something wrong, or there's been a surprise that we didn't anticipate. Of our biggest accomplishments in this year's budget was fitting in a very large amount of debt payments. Our debt service on the M&O facility is $3 million. Jail cost increased, we have a financial system replacement, we added to our police force, and other costs go up every year, and these are the most significant ones on the screen. But while we were able to absorb these big ticket items, we know that we have some we couldn't accommodate. The wait list. The biggest financial challenges are the ones that remain on the wait list. I keep reminding everybody because unless we direct savings when we have the chance, we lose flexibility and we increase the odds that we'll have to resort to using debt. These are the biggest problems on our list. Our 4 facilities, City Hall's at the top and the other 3 are at the bottom. Our 4 facilities are City Hall, the Performing Arts Center, our Community Center, and here at Dumas Bay. They all have expensive components that could surprise us. And EJ gets inadequate budget to perpetually fund transportation, capital, and fleet. John Hutton is far too shy to remind us that we've gotten behind on restoring spending for parks capital on a year-over-year basis. And these can come back to bite us, and it shouldn't be a surprise if we already know about them on the wait list and we've prioritized them and we know they're next. So this is why I always have a strong bias to not green light anything that's new, even if it's cheap or quick. I'm very hesitant. If there's one thing you might quote me after I'm gone, you know, sometimes you think of past finance directors. What I would love for you to remember me is for reminding us all to take care of existing obligations before we add new things. Money will fix every problem in the city. There's not enough money, so blame finance, right? And I actually agree with that. But we don't want to rely on debt for an emergency. We want to be planful. So as we plan for the future, we make the best decisions when we make sure that we prioritize as big of a picture as we can. Oh, yep, there's my little reminder to mention EJ and John. Future years, we need to make sure we're taking care of parks capital, transportation capital, and fleet. So how do we plan for future capital projects? The first thing is, in my opinion, always add it to the wait list. It's important to capture things, not forget about them, even if they're 10 years out. We may not know the full scope or costs initially, but prioritizing annually every time we do our budget, that's how we budget, and if we do it right, the next year of the long-term plan falls right in. I'd also like to edify EJ and John on one other thing. The best case is shovel-ready, but that's not always possible, and it's kind of a disservice to ask them to provide us. It makes no sense to ask staff to go through a whole time-consuming process of an RFP process just to get bids that we may or may not be able to use, and then they become obsolete. So what I've learned is that in order to do the best budgets we possibly can when it's time for the next biennium, we just need to have a realistic long-term plan that anticipates all the things that we want and the probable surprises that we shouldn't be too surprised about. When EJ mentions signalized intersections, I was happier not knowing about them, but I'm foolish to forget about them. Same thing with our parks and those 4 buildings that have big-ticket capital repairs in our future. So the potential funding sources, we focus a lot on sales tax and REIT. REIT is restricted for parks and public works capital projects. Sales tax can be spent on anything, and that's what gives us flexibility. When the citizens thrive, when local businesses prosper, it's usually the favorable sales tax coming in that really saves us. It pays for unexpected problems that weren't in the budget. So conservative budgeting really can bail us out sometimes. To wrap up, I've got 2 slides, one on levy lid lift and one on tax increment. But I had an animation. I don't think I've got the most current slide deck. But anyway, what's not on this list is grants. What about grants? outside of transportation and parks grants that those guys already know about and they utilize heavily, grants can certainly take pressure off the wait list. However, we usually can't count on them. It's rare that we can use them for an existing replacement. And because grants are a one-time revenue, that means that they can take care of an initial purchase, but that creates, for me, a future obligation for replacement. That hits us in a future budget in a different way. So I just really hesitate to include grants in capital planning. Not denying that they can help, but we want to be careful with them. My last two things are levy lid lift, and I bring this every year when we do our rate ordinance. Before November of '24, these two graphs show the history of our property tax levy rate. Before November of '24, our maximum property tax was $1.60. That's the top of the graph on the left. It generated about $12 million. It currently generates about $12 million per year. Our actual tax rate was less than half of the maximum, which meant that our taxpayers had the potential to raise an additional $15 million. Well, the graph on the right, because voters approved South King Fire's request for a fire benefit charge this last November, an additional 50 cents is available, raising the ceiling for the potential of property tax, an additional $23.8 million every year. This is theoretical, it's hypothetical. It would require our voters to be thriving and prospering sufficiently for them to approve. And by the way, this is why I believe that everything that we do, fighting crime, maintaining streets and parks, ends up being reflected in our property and our sales tax. When we take care of the city, it'll take care of us. When our citizens thrive, our budgets do too. Tax increment revenue. This is a new funding source and it will grow. You approved a tax increment area last year, and then the King County assessor did their math and did the levy. This chart is the forecast. Our TIF consultants assessed value and tax increment revenue forecast that they did back when we were contemplating this in the first place. And in 2025, we expect to collect, now we know, a levy of $21,800. And they had forecasted, I can't quite read it, $34,000. It's in the neighborhood. This can only be spent for infrastructure inside that tax increment area. So capital projects in the future that are in this geographic area could be eligible. I believe parking for PAC and the bridge over the dip is on that list. The TIF consultant forecasted $34,000 and reality came close, but I think it takes 2 or 3 years to really get a trend line to see the trajectory of where this revenue is going, but we expect it to grow significantly. So this can be included in our planning. So that brings me to my recap. What I covered, the current year's budget allocated every penny, leaving no room for additional payments right now. But as you know, we're closely monitoring sales tax and REIT so that we can course correct whether we have to defer budgeted items or whether we see an increase that we can use wisely. We update our tracking every single month at FedRAC. I think these two revenues are the engine that funds our future, and I hope that they rebound in a big way. We know our city. We think they will. Every budget is a balancing act between operations and capital, and by keeping capital expenditures in mind, every time we have small opportunities, we could nibble away at the wait list and reduce our reliance on debt. Thank you all for continuing to feed that wait list so that we can all have a clearer picture when we make decisions. I don't think any of us really needed reminding that we have to take care of City Hall, Dumas Bay, the community center, and the PAC. And if you ask my opinion, the best alternative to debt is paying as we go. Whenever possible, I always recommend sweeping savings and extra revenue into taking care of the top priorities. Remember that pay as we go is an important tool. And throughout all this, I want you to feel like we are on offense, not defense. With that, I hope you can start evaluating how to fit ideas for the future with an ability to pay for them. Thank you.
All right, Council, any questions for Steve? Yes, Councilman Billy.
So Steve, I understand exactly what you're saying, pay as you go. But there are projects, if you think like a business, that you're going to get revenue from instead of always paying. How would you evaluate that? Let's say somebody came to us and said, we want to build a senior building on a TOD downtown because we have an area. And we'll pay you X to do that if the city financed it. How do you consider that? Is that even an option in budgeting in the state and the city?
Would that be an one-time income or a stream?
No,
of income?
streaming, you know,
Stream of income,
you
yeah.
got 200 rooms and they rent them for $1,500 a month to
Sure, that's like-
somebody and the revenue comes in. Have you done much that way? Looked at that?
Sure, that's the kind of a pro forma that you would do for a performing arts center or a community center. There is
Well, no,
some.
those aren't revenue generating as much. I'm talking about somebody comes in with a great idea and says, we want to develop the TOD with, you know, all this retail and all this stuff, and we need help financing, and the cash flow is going to be $1 million a month.
Yeah.
And you can have the money.
Yeah.
Can the cities do that kind of thing?
I think they can. I would be skeptical because for my job, I always worry about collectability and the reasonableness of projections. But sure, cities can do that. Generally, nothing government does makes money, because if it did, the private sector would do it.
Well, but we have probably the lowest finance ability of anybody as a
Yeah.
city or a government.
Yeah.
You get better rates than somebody else who's going to build something.
Yeah.
And the cash flow difference between 5% and 9% is huge. And if somebody has a performer that they actually make money and it pays for our indebtedness, is that something you can do in this state?
It sure is. And what you're speaking of is kind of like what we did for tax increment finance. We have a future revenue stream that we have calculated, and if we wanted to, we could bond against that. We could do some capital projects. We could issue debt, hoping that comes through. And that's exactly what you're talking about, I think.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilor Rondon?
On the sales tax and REIT, which we know is down and has been down, is there, do you have any kind of idea of when that might start going up again, as you talk to other finance directors around the state, especially in King County?
No. I've been asking why everybody thinks it's down. We thought it was, there was some political uncertainty before the November election nationally, which would also impact interest rates and the economy. We think that actually inflation is kind of the driver why people's credit card balances are going up, their savings are going down, and their ability to spend in our economy is decreased. That's what most people think, but there's differing opinions. And so that's a crystal ball question, and I don't. That's why we look at it every single month.
Are there any potential bills moving through Olympia that will affect REIT? And I know there were some, I don't know where they're at now.
I can't think of any. There's a lot of bills that we've been looking at. There's a lot. I can't think of any.
There was one that had something to do with REIT and housing, using REIT for different
I
purposes.
could be mistaken, but I think it's an option for cities to use a portion of REIT to fund affordable housing projects, but it's not to increase REIT. It's giving the cities options to
Do you know where
different ways
that's
of
at?
spending. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of bills that could potentially impact our budget in other ways.
Brian, will you check in with our lobbyist crew about that bill and what the status is and whether there are others that would affect REIT?
There's a bill that contemplates raising the 1% cap on property tax to 3%. There is a bill proposed that would require us to give half of our red light camera revenue back to the state. There's a few things that could impact our budget.
Now, we saw that recently about the half. My understanding is, Ryan, could you explain what the situation is with the bill that would give half of red light camera revenue back to the state and what that, we were just talking about that. When I first saw that, I sent it to the chief and sent it to Steve Groom and Brian, and I should have reached out to Ryan, right? Can you talk about what that legality is?
So I don't know about a pending bill. There's existing law already passed that's on the books that says basically they changed the approved use of new expanded photo enforcement programs. So the cities are grandfathered in. So those of us that already have existing photo enforcement programs, nothing changes. But if we decide to expand the program beyond 10% or one camera, I think is what the statute says, then the state gets half of that. It also dramatically changes the approved uses for money generated through those programs. It's mostly for public works, safety programs, things like that.
I think there's one bill, when I was down in Olympia the last couple of days, that there is one bill that would be, I doubt if it'll pass, hopefully not, but would require one half of it to go to the state, and it would be retroactive, even if we had a
That's what they're
previous
talking
program.
about.
Yeah, but even if we had a previous program, it would go back to it, but, so.
Let's go back to Susan, and then we'll go to
So
Jack.
my last question is on the tax increment revenue forecast. So this year, it's down from what the forecast was. Does that make the entire forecast questionable? Or do you think that these numbers that are in the graph here will be accurate in the future?
What I would say is the first year, there's really very little development that has a true impact on our forecasts. We're talking about 5 figures when our forecast is in the 8 figures kind of numbers. So the first couple of years, you could be right, but I think really when the development comes through is where we're going to see how close we are.
Well, I hope I'm not right.
I'm sorry?
I hope I'm not right.
Yeah, but I think the big numbers are really where the difference is made.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
That's exactly right, and what I would also add to that is our assessed value has been stable. It went up this last year. The total city assessed value went up 4%, so the development pace is one factor, and then our assessed value stability is another.
Okay, thanks.
All right, great.
Yeah,
Jack.
I have 2 questions. Your list of, that said roof and all these different things, could we get that with a dollar amount instead of just the words? Because I know the roof is, what, $1 million or whatever the numbers are. It'd be nice to, 5 million, okay, whatever. But go through that again so we have that in front of us instead of just a list, so we know the impact.
Sure.
And then, Brian, you talk about the development and Reed. What development are you looking at in the next year or 2 years that's going to actually really affect that? That has to do with permits that are in?
Yeah, I don't know about the next year or two, but what we're forecasting is major redevelopment of both TC3 and the Sound Transit parcels that then have an impact on the rest, and the mall, including the mall. All of those together have a sort of a building effect on not just those properties, but surrounding properties that then would generate the potential returns that we're seeing. So early, it's really, and we suspected this in the first few years, it's not really that's where we're going to see income. It's just to prepare for the larger development that happens.
So that's probably dependent on interest rates in the U.S. and what happens, because nobody's going to, well, we already see it, they're not starting T3 because they don't have any money to go borrow the money to do it. And so that's long-term, but it's not anything short-term, right? I wouldn't think.
Right. What I would suggest everybody go ahead.
Yeah, just a few questions. One of the things is you said restore the vehicle replacement thing. So you talked about how we have a 7-year replacement cycle. So we're delayed on that then, and how much delayed are we?
In order to balance this current budget, we scaled back 500,000 over 25 and 26 in both public works and in police, and that was what we would have budgeted normally. So we're behind $500,000 a year right now, I think.
Okay, so is that putting it like on an 8-year schedule?
Sure, anytime we defer, that's exactly what it does.
And then I am thinking that you're talking about grants, and we also have this wait list, wish list. I mean, it seems as though, as you say, we definitely can't rely on grants, but can we kind of tie some of the wait list items on potential for receiving grants that could help realize those?
That would be ideal.
And
Yeah.
so, and tie things specifically that, hey, this may be
Sure.
grant eligible, and how that would impact things and make it so that we...
Sure, grant requirements are often very narrow, but we can be optimistic.
And then one just final question on sales tax. Do we know yet if the Pompey-Kenworth plant across the freeway, will sales be coming out of there? Do we know yet that will help with sales?
It will
tax?
generate.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, I didn't know whether that would be the point of sale where we'd get the tax, or whether it's really not the point of sale.
Well, that's actually an interesting point, because, obviously they've got the showroom, but then that's a very interesting point, because maybe they pick the model out, but then it's, they're not buying it off the showroom floor like what, people used to be able to do.
Yeah, but where does the fulfillment take
Isn't it
place that it actually
point of
collect the tax?
Well, let's.
I'm sorry.
Isn't it where the vehicles delivered? Because we've tried to get our cars delivered to our address so Federal Way can get the tax, and hasn't happened.
Yeah, that's a tricky question. Will they be doing repairs and maintenance there?
Yes, that's one of
Because
those.
because I've been in cities that have auto dealers, and the repairs generate a lot of.
Yeah, they do.
Sometimes more than the actual sale of the vehicles.
Well, I can attest to that personally.
We've all been there.
Exactly. Fife's got a lot of my money. All right. Okay, Council President.
Mr. Pope?
Oh, sorry, yes.
A couple questions. First one, you said debt capacity is 1.5%. Is it 1.5% of what?
Of the total city's assessed value.
Okay.
The total city's assessed value is 1.7 billion, and I think when you subtract our outstanding debt, our legal debt capacity is another 200 million in debt, which would far exceed our budget.
Gotcha. And then just to reaffirm, $1 million at 5%, $71,000 annual payment, and about $1.7 million full repayment?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right.
And then do we have numbers yet for, I know we're going to talk on Tuesday about it, do we have numbers yet for REIT and sales tax for January? Were they up or down, I guess would be the easiest thing to ask.
It's in the FedRec packet I just put out, and I can't think of what it said.
Okay. The next one is the tax increment area. Is that based off of assessed value, or is it sales tax in that area?
No, that's assessed value.
Assessed value, okay. And then I have another set of questions. I'm a little bit more pessimistic on budgeting than other people are. So when we did our original budget for 25-26, we did start with a $3 million deficit. And then I have the paperwork. We did investment money and lodging taxes as a way to alleviate some of that. The vehicles that he was talking about, a lot of ARPA savings, and then fund balances of existing carryovers. So we just pushed stuff off for next year. Now, in that estimate for the revenue, we used $4 million of interest money. The average is about $200,000 if I look at historically based stuff. That's a $3.8 million difference that will not be there in, 4 to 5 years, theoretically?
Right.
Everything's theoretical. And then on top of that, we have a $3 million shortfall on REIT and sales tax for last year. So I'm looking at this more of a theoretical $9 million potential deficit that we're playing with. So when we look at this stuff today, I will be referring back to that concept to make sure that as we think about this, okay, we might not have a deficit per se, but realistically, there is a strong chance, and there's cities around us who have some really tough decisions to make. I prefer not to be one of those cities. So thank you for the information. I found this to be actually pretty interesting. Thanks.
Got our blood rolling, right? This is the kickoff.
Lydia?
Yeah, at the end you ended up with debt alternatives. Can you give me some example of what those would look like?
Instead of issuing debt for vehicles, what we do is we buy vehicles paying cash every single year, and we do the same with Parks Playground. Instead of issuing debt for, because those are capital assets, they have useful lives of 7 years or 20 years, but but because we have a lot of playgrounds, because we have a lot of vehicles, we can just buy some every single year paying cash, and that's the idea of how we avoid interest expense.
Thank you.
All right. Did you have a?
I just have a question.
That's right.
Steve, I was just looking at the agenda for our FedRec meeting, and am I reading this right, that sales tax, I guess it's for the year we were down $1,054,000?
It was down every single month, yes.
Yeah.
Over the prior year, same month, yes.
Okay, but this, I guess I didn't see the monthly one.
Yeah.
Remind me the percentage per month?
5%.
Yeah, yeah. Which I continue to just be, I find that remarkable, because in 4% inflation, you'd expect us to be 4% up. If the volume was the same, the prices would would bring our revenue in higher, and it didn't. It actually brought us down, so I think it's an additive effect, exactly.
Okay. Council President?
Thank you, Mayor. So would you, Steve, mind explaining the bill that's in Olympia right now that's talking about raising the property tax levy lid lift from 1% to 3%, how that would affect us? Sure.
Every year when we set our property tax rate, the county assessor does the assessed value, and actually the rate is just a math function. We have to request how much we request for our budget, and we're capped at 1%. The bill that's in Olympia would allow us to increase by 3% instead of 1%. How much was that? The increase was, I think, 150,000, so that would triple our increase. It would make it more like 400,000.
Sure, but when you, okay, so, but the property tax levy, we're a portion of that. So when people think we're going to triple their property taxes, that's not quite accurate.
There's a big difference between tripling your property tax or saying that your property tax increases 1% and it's now going to go up 3%. That's what the difference is. The bill would contemplate raising it 3% instead of 1%.
But the city wouldn't receive all of that money. Part of it goes to library, fire.
The state would receive 1%, the county would receive, or, I'm sorry, each taxing agency's allocation would go up.
But wouldn't each agency have to vote in favor of accepting that increase?
Yes, yes, every agency has to request up to 1%
Okay.
for their budget.
That's been a discussion in the community, what that would really mean. People think their property taxes are going to triple, which isn't.
Yeah.
You have to have a vote by the agencies. First, the bill has to pass, and you have to have a vote by the agencies, and then our portion would not be that much. Go ahead.
I think, isn't it, that you could go, we get 1%, we can assess 1% every year. You could go to 3%. So if we're getting 150,000 a year, you would get
450.
More than
Our
that.
portion.
But no, that's our total. We get 150, last in our budget, we got 150,000 round numbers, and if you go from 1% to 3, we'd probably get about 450.
Let me tie it back to a slide that I said. I said that our current property tax is 12 million. So a 1% increase would go up 120,000.
Yes.
By tripling the increase, it would go up by 360,000.
But
It'd be 12 million and plus 360,000.
But of the dollar for the entire levy, we only get a portion of that.
Well, I'm only looking at our portion, because you're right, the school district gets much more than we do, and the county gets much
But we
more than
would
we
get
do.
the 3%.
Yeah.
We'd have to vote on it to do it, not saying we
No,
should.
I know that, but people think.
Everybody's taxes on everything would go up 3% if the fire did it, and the library did
Right.
it, and the city did it.
But they would all have to vote
It's a
for
big
it.
number.
But they would all have to vote for it before it
Right,
would go
but
into
one
effect.
could and 3 couldn't, I mean,
Okay.
so, but it's still a big number.
So on 12 million right now, the most we can increase every year is 120,000.
Okay.
If they were to pass that bill, our increase would be 360,000.
Then well, other than the roof, which at City Hall is concerning, so are we waiting until the money's available or until the roof fails? Which comes first?
Well, we got a plan.
We got a plan,
We're
okay.
going to talk, Brian's going to talk about that.
Okay. So,
We have an app for that.
Which comes first, the rain or the falling?
No, we have a plan.
Well, I think the rain already came.
Yeah, but then it all comes through.
So this is Jim's favorite, House Bill 1380. So that's the one where homeless folks can sue the cities to be able to tent. And then, I'm not sure what else they get out of that, but there's other, how's that going to affect us if that passes? Financially?
How do you mean, like,
Well,
just?
if they sue the city,
Yeah, I mean, the lawsuit's going to be very expensive, but after that, we'll be, depending on the result, will be beholden to that result.
And we were actually estimating, that's a great question, what's the potential financial impact of litigation to the city? And we are in a conference call with Representative Mia Gregerson from the 33rd District just yesterday. And
Yeah.
we actually had representatives from many of the South King County cities, as you have seen that letter. What were they estimating?
There were some cities that were saying it was, going to be $500,000 to.
Just for the litigation, but
Right.
I'm wondering, isn't within that bill other things that these people would then also get, not just being able to tent on public property?
Well, it creates a special cause of action to test the constitutionality. It perhaps could also grant attorney's fees, and those attorney's fees right now in the bill are only to the plaintiffs if they proceed, not if to the defense, that if we
Yeah, so if we
prevail.
If we got sued or we sued, either one, and then lost, then we would not recoup any kind of fees that we'd have to pay, potentially, if we were to lose and they were to come after us for attorney's fees, or, we couldn't recoup anything on our end, so that's why the number is potentially higher.
When we met with Senator Wilson, we were discussing this because we had a letter from the mayors and saying, please don't pass this bill. So we were discussing, where the people are coming from, because her opinion is that this city should build shelters for all homeless, wherever they come from. And I said, well, she said, even if they come from Seattle, well, that's it. But what if they come from other states? Because there are people who, I just think that somewhere we should be doing a survey to see where the people are coming from. If they're not even from our state, I just think we need to have that information available.
Okay, so that brings up a point I want to bring up. Are we going to say something?
Mine's going to follow up on a comment I have about, well, not a comment, but a question I have about, if we do, since we're talking about revenue streams like that, if we do have a conversation about additional revenue streams, is that a FedRAC conversation, or where would be the proper spot to have those kind of conversations?
I think FedRAC would be the perfect location.
Okay.
Yeah. And also, you're always welcome to send, Steve, Brian, myself, an email, include the council president and just say, hey, what about XYZ? Maybe we can get it agended, include the city clerk, we can get it on the agenda.
Okay.
Include the chair of the committee,
I'll take the one I sent to the chair and re-forward it.
Exactly, yeah. Hey, a couple of things. During the course of the retreat, I'll, for issues that require follow-up, where there's been a question, we've already had one, so far about legislation. What I'm going to do is delegate Brian with a follow-up report for this, and then working with the individual department directors. So whether it's legality of something, or police issue, or a public works issue, we'll have that director. I need the directors to have their ears go up and make sure you get the information to Brian, but Brian's going to be accumulating a report as a follow-up to this. Also, just in regard to the, because I want to make sure I answer everybody's questions. One of the things I saw that at some of these regional meetings we go to is if you put your nameplate up like that, then I know, hey, you want to ask a question. And because I'm looking around, I want to make sure that everybody gets to be heard. So as soon as you've got a question and you want to be called on, just put your nameplate up. We'll make sure we get there. Okay. Anything else on that? Okay, any other questions for Steve before we change topics?
See you Tuesday.
Yep. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Okay, now we're going to move on to the future of Dumas Bay Center, where we're at now. We'll have a discussion about a report on the vision for the future, possibilities and restrictions, staff assessment for the facility. We'll have David Clemens, the Dumas Bay manager, and Brian Davis, city administrator, and then obviously the council discussion. With that, David, welcome, and Brian, obviously. David, how are those? I've been meaning to ask you those. Remember when we had the retreat? Was it a year or two ago? Was it last year or the year before?
It was last year.
How are those kitties doing?
They're doing great. They're grown. They're little hellions, but they're adorable. So
yeah,
they're awesome. Yeah.
So you guys, last year on the way to the retreat for this thing, exactly last year, I don't know if you remember, but David manages the facility, and as he was taking the corner, he saw a box right before he came into the parking lot to get here for the retreat. And then as he was driving by, he sees these paws at the top of the box, and he sees it's two kittens. And so he pulls over, and what does David do? He takes the kittens, brings them here. I was hoping we were going to do something like Alderbrook. Has anybody ever been to Alderbrook? Where they've got the two cats, one named Alder, one named Brooke. And I think they've probably on 4 generations now. And I thought it'd be kind of fun to have them here, but the cats will probably get out and get into the woods. And anyway, so Brian actually adopted, what's that? David, excuse me. You're Brian. He's David. I'm okay. David actually adopted those cats. And what'd you name them?
Titus and Remy.
Awesome. All right. Well, maybe you got to bring them in sometime next year's retreat.
They were here yesterday. I would have brought them today, but we have a full building today, so yes.
Do you ever let them just run around?
I do. They have caught a couple birds in our courtyards. They're great, yes, and they do like to make special appearances here. As a matter of fact, we have several groups that have a very strong affinity and make special requests for them. So, yeah, cool.
That's nice. Including me. Yeah,
as far as getting names mixed up, that's all right, Jack.
All right. Exactly. All right. Well, with that, David, let's start.
I'm going to do a brief intro, and that was a perfect segue to indicate that this particular part of the agenda, the Dumas Bay report, is this is going to be a positive thing. David and his team run an excellent facility here. The city is very fortunate to have this site, this facility, and there's a lot of good things happening here, and it's something that we want to take care of. But it's operationally, things could be going not much better than they are right now. So, David, do you want to start off?
Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for allowing me a quick opportunity to speak about Dumas Bay. Since I started here just over 2 years ago now, my biggest priority has been to earn revenue here at Dumas Bay. And my second biggest priority has been to focus on improving every area of the center that I can. I try to funnel all of our available resources and energy back into the center as much as is possible. So basically, the building's biggest challenge is its age and its associated infrastructure. When I started here, I'd kind of relate it to a fire hydrant that was just gushing water as far as the amount of maintenance, et cetera, that was needed. Right now, I would say it's down to a very dull roar. And we are operating very well and very smoothly. However, there are lots of things that happen and very often here. This weekend is a great example. We've had a dry winter so far, which has really worked in our favor. But on weekends like this with heavy rains, our roofs are flat. We get a lot of standing water. Our drainage systems are constantly full of pine needles and junk and just old crowded pipes. So there are definitely inherent issues. It hasn't been uncommon for sections of the ceiling to need some repair and to have actually fallen in here and there. So I just wanted to highlight that because of what's currently going on with the weather. But again, thank you for having a drier season has really helped to alleviate that. In addition to that, I would say my biggest concern is the heating in the building. We currently have 3 different heating systems. There is a boiler system which has no redundancy, and that is responsible for heating our guest quarters primarily. We have mini split systems which are responsible for heating our conference areas as well as the admin area. By the way, the boiler system, it is, I would say, pretty steadfast, and I don't have much concern about the operation of that itself, but it's the pipework throughout the building that struggles. And we do have pretty constant issues with that during the winter. Back to the mini split units, one in this very room is currently inoperational. These pose huge issues for me to be able to rent the building and be able to earn revenue on our most valuable spaces. As an FYI, the mini split unit, the cost of repair for the parts with the service is approximately $6,500, whereas the cost to replace the unit altogether is approximately $7,000. As an FYI, we have about 10 of those outdoor units. They're all the same age, and although the others are currently operational, I can't say for how long. The third heating element in the building is what takes care of the temperature in the Knudsen Family Theater. It's a HVAC system, and I'm glad to report there's no current issues with that, at least. My own personal thought about where the building could use a lot of improvement outside of that one factor is our overnight rooms. Many of them are, I should say, a percentage of them are sink-only rooms, and so the desirability to stay in them is less than the rooms that do have toilets. Outside of our one suite, none of the rooms have showers. The other area that I would love to see is just the meeting spaces themselves. The EQ room is a great example of our most beautiful space. It also has a very, very awkward layout. It's long and thin, and it can be very difficult to have different types of activities due to the layout of this room itself. I would like to say that despite the uphill nature of the maintenance needs here, Dumas Bay is successful and we're thriving. 2024 is our highest grossing revenue in rentals to date, by quite a bit, I should say. We're on track in 2025 to continue that success. We have a steady stream of inquiries. We have a lot of returning customers, and we have a lot of exciting new customers that we're bringing on board. Today, as an example, I mentioned that the building is full, and I'd like to highlight what that actually means. We have overnight guests in the building as we speak. All three of our main conference rooms are in use. The theater will be in use today as well with the production, and our kitchen currently is open serving breakfast. It will also be serving lunch and dinner today. That's it for me. I'm going to keep it to a mum from this point, but I would like to hand things over to Brian, and as a heads up, the following information that he's going to go over with you, the first slide has some values. They are best guesstimates. The second slide is information on the Knudsen Family Theater, and those are actual quotes of value.
All right, thank you, David. Appreciate the work that you're doing here. It's very encouraging to hear that this entire facility is full and in use as we speak, and we're a part of that, and so it's an indication of just how valuable this asset is. So as David mentioned, this next slide is, this is not a consultant estimate. This is just this was in preparation for this very presentation. It's just our staff's best guess on what these amounts could be. And so before we have more serious discussion about this, we would probably get them fully reviewed and assessed by a contractor to go through here and refine these numbers. We've also affixed again, a very rough priority scale to these. One being probably needs some attention soon. 3 meaning that they are more longer term or lower priority needs. So as you can see, the water, sewer, the heating system, and as Dave mentioned, it'd be great to have more restrooms and showers other than in the suite, and the electrical lighting, just an aging facility that needs attention. As he said, it's a did you say a slow or a low dull, is that what you said?
Dull roar.
Dull roar, yes. So it means we're getting by. It's not an indication that people are not renting here, as again, we're at full capacity right now. But it's something as an aging facility that we're gonna need some future attention to it. We've done a great job with looking at the community center. We've got a brand new performing arts and events center. We're bonding for a new maintenance facility, and so this is just an ongoing attention that we're putting towards all our facilities, and this is kind of where we're at with Dumas Bay. Happy to go through any of these in more detail, but as David said, these are rough estimates, whereas the Knutson Theater, there's some improvements that need to be made there that are actual estimates from a contractor, not nearly as high as some of the other numbers that you saw earlier, but that is it. Happy to have further discussion. Thank you.
All right, Councilor McDaniel?
Yeah, so I'm going to start with, you able to go back on?
Yeah, sure.
If you can go back to
the list?
the long list, yeah.
Yep, okay.
So looking at this one, the main ones are going to be the water, obviously it's going to be plumbing, electrical, and HVAC. Those seem to be the three #1 items on here. If you had to pick one of those, which one is either going to benefit money-wise or benefit with, just overall structure, keeping it up to make sure it's not falling apart? What are those three items? Which one do you think would be the most important at the moment?
Our heating.
Heating?
Our ability to heat and cool the building, yes.
Is that the plumbing for the boiler then?
Technically, that would be the
or the piping stuff?
Yeah, exactly, yes. That as well as the usable water for the guests.
Okay. And do you know, I know we haven't gone out for bids or anything like that, do you know if the boiler, since we've had the boiler worked on a couple times, I believe this year, does the boiler have to be replaced in order to do that, or does the boiler have some longevity left into its, century-long life?
The boiler was made in a time where,
Quality.
Exactly, which is why the company, I believe, went out of business, because they put themselves out of business because they made such great products. When we've had service repairmen come, the general sentiment about the boiler is that it's in great condition for as old as it is, and there isn't typically a lot of concern with the boiler itself. It's the plumbing and pipe work from it throughout the building that really struggles.
So I know if we replace the boiler, that doesn't come out easily. What about the plumbing or the piping that would be replaced that we're talking about? Is that something that's easier for them to mitigate, or is that something where we're tearing into walls and ripping apart structure?
I'm going to need to defer to probably Jason a bit on this one and John, but yes, you're essentially going to be diving into the structure of the building to access all of the pipe work, replacing it, etc. And I mean, just to throw a quick couple numbers outside of these main conference rooms, which really don't even feed from the boiler anymore, it's our guest quarters that are primarily heated from that system. We have 68 of them on a first and second floor, so it would be quite detailed and pretty invasive.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And then my follow-up on that one is, so the showers, what kind of feedback do you get on the showers? Is it a big deal, or is it kind of a minor inconvenience for people?
The showers, I think, more than anything, are shock value, just because it's such a different system than what people are currently used to, of having that complete privacy in your bedroom, in your overnight room. The showers are actually all private. There are several shower facilities within the building that are multi-stalls, but even though they're multi-stalls, they're all still private within a singular room. We have been working on improving the look and experience of the shower facilities, just to make them more inviting to
It's got more of a
in.
boarding house kind of design for it, and okay.
Very much.
And then my last one's going to be on the theater. So we're looking at a total of $373 for total cost for everything, for your estimates and stuff like that. Do they all need to be done? Can some of them be done? And then will it bring in increased revenue, or just provide the level of quality that we need to for what we're doing right now?
Yeah, I think that really is the crux of it. So let me say that everything in the theater is essentially original to the theater, which was 1998. And so it's very, very outdated, it's not very functional in many regards. Outside of bringing it into the modern era and having a much more workable and desirable theater, I am one to say that I don't know that a theater is ever a profitable business.
Gotcha. And would you do the lighting and the AV over seating, or would you do seating over AV?
I would definitely focus on the AV sound and lighting. It is the most important thing to replace in that theater.
Thank you.
Okay, so the order that I saw the signs go up, we'll have Jack Walsh, Jack Dovey, Susan, and then Lydia. So, Jack.
All right, a few things. Going back to the maintenance list, the needs list, it seems to me as though some of those are needs to maintain revenue and others are needs to be able to increase revenue. Would that be correct?
Yes.
And
yes.
I think that we kind of need to differentiate them out. And it seems to me the water, sewer, well, those first two are really needs to maintain revenue. If they go out, hey, the revenue's gone.
Yes.
Where the restroom and showers, that's something that could increase revenue. We'd be able to charge more if those. And so I think that with all of these, we need to take a look at which it is, whether to maintain revenue, that's top priority, and then to be able to increase revenue off of it, which is important as well. But with some of that renovation, with the heat to the rooms, if that is done, is that something that can it be done a piece at a time, or will the whole thing need to be shut down? For
that I really don't know, Councilmember Walsh. Jason, could I call on you to give me a hand on that?
Just call a friend.
So I think it truly depends on our approach and what kind of funding you want to allocate towards those. In my mind, going after it all in one fell swoop is much better. You have one impact, one downtime, and you get your system back up. But there are multiple approaches we can take. It's all funding based.
Okay, all right. I think that should be explored a little bit on what the different options are, and if the place is shut down, I mean, what is the cost of the loss of revenue during that time period as well, and evaluate that. You said 2024 was the best revenue year that we've had. What was the revenue for 2024?
Just in rentals alone, we brought in $539,000.
Okay.
That does not include the food and beverage and other amenities.
And if we added those, what would?
Food and beverage or catering alone was roughly $230,000, and then I believe our other amenities was approximately 50 to 60.
Okay, so we're talking 800-ish, something like that. And what is the general overhead of the center?
Is practically the same. Yeah, we are essentially breaking even.
Okay, I mean that's good that we're. I mean, a city facility. We're really not. I mean, it's a asset to the community, and so we're not really expecting to make money. I mean, it's great to make money off of it, but I mean that's not the goal. But to make it so that it breaks even and tax dollars don't go into it, and ideally make it so that some of these other needs can be taken care of out of the revenue generated rather than other things. Question, I know that there's a limit on outdoor events, and I think it's been explained to me before. I mean, normally the Fusion Gala is the only outdoor event each year, and there's reasons for that. But what are those reasons for that, and can that be anyway made it, hey, if we can do more outdoor events, that would increase revenue tremendously, outdoor weddings, things like that. What's keeping us from that?
The biggest, I wouldn't say that it's a hurdle, because in my opinion, it's not a hurdle. Part of what makes this place beautiful and attractive to so many of our customers is that the park is a passive usage park. And so gatherings of 10 or more are not allowed in the park grounds. We make an exception for ceremonies, so specifically weddings. I would disagree with you in one regard, is that Dumas Bay is able to make more revenue on multi-day retreats than it is on single-day usage of any nature. Weddings are always welcomed here, and we have our fair share of them. However, I firmly believe that those are not where our focus should lie.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I think that answers my questions.
All right, thank you, Jack.
How many rooms do we have here that we rent?
For overnight rooms?
Yeah.
We have 68 regular overnight rooms. We have one full suite.
Okay, and the 539, does that include the rent from Center Stage for the theater? Or is that just the revenue we get from the room rental?
That includes all sources of rental revenue, yes.
Okay. And what's Center Stage? Are they around 100K a year or 80 or what? You know,
as far as what they pay us?
Yeah.
10,000.
That's all?
Yes.
Okay, so they're a small part of it. So, okay, and then that list you had was about 30 million when I counted it all up.
29.
Anyway.
To be exact.
And it would seem to me that, you know, our revenue per room wouldn't justify doing most of those things because I doubt you'll be able to double your revenue. But the things that are keep it open are probably crucial to figure out how to do. And are we renting this out for the World Cup, or have you put a package together for people that are going to be coming to the World Cup and making this a 68-room special soccer place?
I'm absolutely open to that, and yes, we'll rent any available rooms to those who need it.
I mean, you could put a bus to go to the transit center and get 68 people from Ireland here, or whatever it is, and this could be the soccer center. Anyway.
Well, that's a great idea. That's a really good idea. You know I added up the 30. I think before.
And maybe it's 29, I don't know, but it's a big number up there.
Susan next, but I just want to say, and I want to bookmark something, and we're going to come back to it, is that just like any car or a major investment, at some point you have to figure out, would we dump 30 million into this facility, or on a cost benefit analysis, does that make sense versus what would it cost to build a new facility and maybe even do public-private? I think that's the discussion I actually intended to tee up. Councilmember Honda?
So that wasn't part of what I was going to talk about, but I think this building is worth saving. We have very little history in buildings in Federal Way. Things are torn down and new things are built, and then they fall apart because they're not maintained and they're torn down. So if at all possible, I think that this building is worth saving and worth putting the money into. I mean, I went to Stadium High School. It could have been torn down years ago because it was, I mean, the inside wasn't great. The outside's beautiful. The inside was never that great. That wasn't the choice that Tacoma Schools and the public made, and it's great. It's great for the history of the region. People come from all over to see that building. So I realize that it would probably be way more to fix this building up than it could possibly be to rebuild it, but I think it's worth investigating both ways. So my questions. The roof. Haven't we repaired parts of this roof in the last 10 years? 10, 15 years? I know parts have failed.
You only get one phone friend.
He might need more than one.
Yes, we made repairs, but that was in the 2010 timeframe, and it was just repairs. They were not complete tear-offs and re-roofs.
So the whole roof needs to be redone?
Roofs have issues, and predominantly it's because of the drainage is built into the roofs, and so most of those drain, like discussions, and then the pipes go down through the walls, and so that's where kind of a re-roof, and then redoing that drainage from the roof that's going through your infrastructure.
Okay, and then the kitchen, Haven't we replaced parts of the kitchen, like,
We have replaced some appliances and
Right.
we've made some electrical upgrades, but it wasn't like we did a wholesale upgrade to it. One of the major things that needs to be done in the kitchen is the hood, which is generally the most expensive of any commercial kitchen. And so we did enough to get by, but by no means is it what I would consider a modern, efficient commercial kitchen.
so then the recommendation would be to get the kitchen and redo the whole thing?
In a perfect world, in money no option, absolutely.
Okay. Windows, you might as well just stand there. Windows, so I know some of the windows are still original, if they are, if they're still there, they're still original, but some have been replaced. If the windows were all replaced with energy, whatever you call it, energy efficient windows, that would help with the HVAC system, correct? No?
So, you're talking kind of two things here. So let me just initially, we have replaced windows that have broken, but any wholesale replacement of windows has not occurred. We did do, this I want to say is probably in the 2014 timeframe. The windows and that sit within the sills, mostly on the guest rooms and that, were completely failing. And so essentially what we did is in-house, we recaulked those windows so you didn't have panes of glass that were just paddling, moving inside the frames, and that provided some reduction in the draftiness of said windows. But there had been no wholesale replacement of windows. The payback period is generally pretty large and not super conducive. But the other factor you have is with this 70-year-old building, we have no R factor left in our insulation. And so not only the windows, but insulating this building properly to get it to even come close to current energy efficiency standards and improve your heat loss is a significant investment that needs to be made.
Okay. Is there a time of the year that it's better to do repairs here that would not impact business?
If you did a November, December timeframe, tends to be a little bit of a slower time of year. And so if you could do that, you could maybe minimize the impacts to revenue. But all of those kind of systems and improvements, in my mind, are going to take much longer than 2 months. And so you would time it around that, so you're minimizing it. But we're talking major systems, and you're getting into the skeleton of this building, and that kind of work takes time.
Okay. So I think that's all I have that you might be able to answer, but thank you so much. Safety, I noticed the blue light was out there. How is the parking lot these days? And I know we had talked at one time putting fences or gates at the entrance and the exit, because to me there's an entrance and an exit. So how I've always done it, but I don't see gates there. So have there been issues with safety in the parking lot?
Nothing that has been recent. The blue light was added right before this show with Center Stage opened and will remain here through the end of its run. I will say that I really enjoy having it in our parking lot. I think it brings an absolute awareness to the fact that the parking lot is being monitored, and to me that's very preventative and helpful in so many respects. So it's something I actually wouldn't mind seeing here more often, very much. And I was actually going to talk to the gentleman who brought it over to see if we could use it longer, as a matter of fact. In regards to gates, I love the idea of them, but I do think it would be very impractical for how the center operates, because we have people coming and going all the time at all hours of the day and night, and I think that it would end up being more problematic than it would be helpful, unfortunately.
I mean, just a couple more questions. The rental rates, I believe that a study was done at some point to see where those rental rates were in comparison to other facilities like this. Are they too low, too high, are they just right? Or do you know where they fall?
They were absolutely too low. I've been working on increasing them. What I've wanted to avoid is to give all of our existing customers a severe case of sticker shock. So it's been a steady and slow increase. We are much more in line with where we should be, and I'm much more comfortable with our current rate system. Yes, we do have other businesses that somewhat function like us. However, the way that we structure our rates is very different from what I can tell of how other locations charge. Yeah.
Does a suite rent out for more than a single room?
Yes, it's essentially double of what an individual would pay for one of the basic overnight rooms.
May I just, what's the difference in square footage between the suite?
Oh, an overnight room is roughly 10 by 10, and the suite, I don't know the exact square footage of, but it's at least 3 times the size.
And it has a bathroom?
Yeah.
What's the rates?
Right now, the overnight room, the basic is $108 per night, and then the suite is currently renting for $180.
Does that include meals?
That includes breakfast for the following morning. It does not include meals outside of breakfast.
Okay. 2 more questions. On Knudsen Family Theater, my daughter danced there quite often. We were here a lot. At one time, I believe the curtain was replaced because one of the user groups damaged it. But that was probably at least 15 years ago. Okay. So I don't think that curtain's original. And the seating, I would love to see the seating reconfigured. I think I've talked to someone about this, but my problem with the theater is you walk in, and if you're late, you have to walk in front of everyone, right next to the stage, and go up the stairs to get your seat. I would love to see an area where, as you're coming in, the wall could be open and you could go be seated there, especially if you're late, and so you don't interrupt people. If we come to that point, I think it would be worthwhile to do that. And I think the Knudsen Family Theater is a gem in Federal Way. I don't think that we market it enough. But I don't know what the usage is either, because we don't get reports on how many people are using it. But I do think it's certainly worthy of being repaired as soon as we have the funding to do that. And then my last statement is, I would love to see additional parking for handicap people out there. I think there's only 2 spots, and I would suggest maybe 2 more. Just an idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, let's put this in the order. I'm going to call the parking lot or the delegated items for Brian. Number 1, we need to make sure, David, can you work with Brian to make sure, go through your chain of command with John and Jason to get to Brian in regard to attendance at Knudsen Family Theater, the theater. And what we should provide, maybe semi-annual or quarterly reports of how we're doing with the theater. And secondly, actually, would you, John, Jason, David, would you work on adding those 2 more handicap spots? And then make sure you've got that in the follow-up report about what the status and plan on that is. Brian, thank you. Okay, so here's the list of what I've got. So we're going to start with Lydia for the next comment. So Lydia, and then Jack, and then back over to Paul. All right, so Lydia.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll start out by saying that next weekend we have a retreat here with the communities of COO. opportunity, so I'll be here. But I've chosen not to stay here because the rooms are not going to work for me, right? So I think that's something to consider, and I'm glad this conversation is happening. I would have loved to stay here, but I don't think it's going to work for me. Unfortunately, I live close enough to go home after the retreat, but we'll be here. And I'm glad they picked this place. There are other options and actually other areas, and so I'm happy that we're going to be here and take care of, or take advantage of what Federal Way has to offer. At what point are we going to decide to rebuild? What would that look like? Because we're, right now, just for this, we're talking $28.9 million. You know, if we were to do all these upgrades and build and fixes. So what would that look like, or what would it take?
And in conjunction with that answer, what's the useful life of this building without the upgrade? That's the question, because we all have had this situation. We've all had cars. We've all had cars that had a transmission issue, needed new brake. It's like, at some point you make a decision. It's like, am I gonna put, am I gonna pay,
$5,000 or
yeah, $5,000, which is more than the value of the car. At what point do you put more money into something, or do you say that on a cost-benefit analysis doesn't make sense?
Right.
So I think, I guess the question is, David, has there been any discussion about what the useful life is, what the anticipated, how long it would take before we'd have a major failure, a structural failure, with probably the heater that you talked about, the boiler. Has there been any discussion on this, or any anticipation of at what point would there be a necessity for either a go, no-go on repairs versus replacement?
I mean, we've discussed definitely doing an envelope study on the building. As far as, if the boiler went offline, it would be detrimental to our operation, 100%. It would be incredibly hard to service any customers at that point. So I don't know that I can answer your question fully, other than to say, it's not really much of a conversation that I've initiated, at least.
Jason?
Because even in that situation, if the boiler goes down, how long are we going to shut down this facility? Because now it's going to be months to get parts and to do whatever. I don't know, but it's still going to be, we're losing money in the meantime. So, sorry. Okay, go ahead, Jason.
Jason, let's explore this issue a bit. That's what I wanted to tee up about what, obviously there are big structural needs here versus this, I've set the issue up. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's what keeps us up awake at night, is we are doing everything to keep this building operational and functional. But again, that's what wakes me up in a cold tear, is we're going to lose the heating system. We're going to have a problem with the water system, and it's not going to be for a lack of trying. But at some point, we as a city need to find the resources and make investments into this building. A good analogy that I hear Parks Director Hutton say all the time is, you can drive your car and you absolutely do not have to change the oil, but you certainly are going to be replacing the engine a lot sooner if you're not replacing that oil in the engine. And so, with that being said, we're down here all the time. Our maintenance division, small facilities maintenance division of 4 people, are down here making the minor repairs as necessary to keep this running. But those are minor repairs. We're talking, we need major investment in the significant infrastructure systems in this building. And so, again, that's something that scares us on a regular basis, is what happens if something fails, because if it's a catastrophic failure of a major system, our ability to overcome that is all dependent on the investments we start to plan to make, or you're going to make on an emergency situation because you have that catastrophic failure of whichever system that is. And so we are on borrowed time in this building, and at some point I'm afraid myself or Director Hutton is going to have to make that statement to you, that a system has failed. And it's not because we want that system to fail. It's we just don't have the ability, and we haven't put enough into replacing, upgrading, whatever those decisions of this council would be.
One thing I'd like to add, just for clarity, this building is 75 years old this year, so built in 1950. Typical lifespan of galvanized pipe is 50 years. We're 75. So that one is what Jason's talking about that wakes you up at night. And that is what heats the building. That's what services all the domestic water needs of the building, from showers to drinking water. That's the one that makes us think. So just that'll be a repair that needs to be made, for sure. And that one is invasive, as Councilmember McDaniel said. You're going to be tearing into walls. It's going to be a shutdown. So it's coming at some point. We don't know. We've done a great job. David and his crew does a great job. They know all the tricks. There's lots of little tricks you know with a building to keep it running. And he's got all the tricks down. I mean, literally, you develop a sense of smell. And he can tell if there's a water leak in the first 2 minutes in the building. And he alerts us to that, and it's fixed. So it happens, but we're working on it on a daily basis. So.
Thank you. And I think my concern also is when it comes down to it, where we have to do something, if we don't have the funds, what if a private developer can come in and take over because we don't have the money to do whatever it takes, and that would be
Or a public-private.
shame. Yeah.
Public-private partnership.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
that might be okay. Okay.
What, did you have another?
No, I do have another not question, but another statement is, as we also consider either building, renovating, whatever, one thing Federal Way lacks is large gathering space in terms of conference rooms or space like that. And we don't have it here in Federal Way. And I'm involved in organizing 2 soccer tournaments here in Federal Way, and we cannot find a large enough space. And so I think when we start thinking about rebuilding, whatever, I think that would be something we should really think about. And thank you, Susan, for bringing up additional handicap parking, because there's hardly any.
We just decided today we're going to double
Right.
it.
So I'm glad it's happening. Yeah, I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jack?
All right. First off, just very quickly, then a longer one, but very quickly, just on if for the Parks Committee, with our meetings, if a quarterly report, including the Knudsen Family Theater, what the usage is of it, everything, that would be great. Back to the big picture here. Susan mentioned that this is, a more historical building. I don't think that the comparison to Stadium High School is really, it's a classic building. I think the real value of this location is that, not what is back here. This is was built as very much a utilitarian building rather than an architectural, beautiful building like what Stadium High School is. And so I do think that we do need to do basically a cost-benefit analysis of maintaining this versus taking it down and completely rebuilding, and rebuilding it in such a way that it is both meets the uses that we have for it in a better way, and also rebuilding in such a way that it even further enhances the natural environment here. Because this location is priceless, And I think that we're very fortunate here in the city of Federal Way to actually own this. It's incredible, absolutely incredible. And so, if we were to completely redo it, that'd be a lot of debt, or like you say, a public-private partnership, something along that line. But I think that needs to be examined, and I think that it should be examined sooner rather than later. It's something that within the next year or two, we should take a good look at it. And as we look at it, we can determine which of those things on that long list merit doing now and put, or whether, who knows, maybe it'll come back that we should maintain this building. But if not, then I mean, hey, do Band-Aids until we can do something bigger.
Okay.
So those are my thoughts on that.
Okay, I'll wait to the end of the discussion before I give it to the to-do list by Brian, but I thank you. Councilmember Dovey?
Just a couple things. One, for someone who comes to the theater all the time, the AV sound lighting system probably is pretty critical, because I wear hearing aids, and it's a bear to hear everything. And they do a great job, but that would be, on that list, that would be probably the thing that I would do first. You know, the other day I had my house redone by Puget Sound Energy because there's a federal laws that you have to have X amount of windows and things like that, batting and all that. I mean, would a city building like this qualify for the federal grants that PSE does to make them energy efficient? Because they replace windows and they put in, you know, whatever you call that stuff, batting and all that. I don't know if we ever looked at it, but maybe there's something there that could be asked, and they go, oh yeah, you're spending a lot of energy, we want to sell you less.
That's right. Brian, add that to the list. We'll reach out to PSE.
And the other thing, when I think of this building, it's just like a rental. I mean, we have to determine 68 rooms at $539,000 is a really poor return. I mean, it's a good return, but to go spend 30 million or 50 million to build a new one or whatever it is, we're not going to get a whole lot of money here to make the payback. So I look at it as we got 68 rooms, we bring 539,000 in, we're break even. You know, we spend 3 million to do the water and the boilers, which are the critical things, so you can keep renting it. And then if you can raise your revenue by 100,000, it's a revenue neutral break even, and it's a no-brainer because we're bringing money in to pay for what we have to do. But I wouldn't think of this as a place we have to build not the Taj Mahal, but nobody's going to come here and, well, maybe somebody will, pay $200 a night a room, and your payback on 68 rooms is enough to justify the dollars that you have to get to make it work. But you can, if you keep it open for another 5 years or whatever as a rental, because when you have a house and you rent it, you want to keep the rent coming in, you don't want to lose it. That's the way I would approach this thing is, what does it take in revenue to justify spending $3 million so we keep it open for 5 to 7 years? And on your car deal, I just had to make the decision because I think of it a little different. Yeah. I could pay $6,000 and keep my car for another 4 years, or I could pay $40,000 and keep my car for 10 years. I chose to spend the $5,000 so I didn't have to go buy a new car, and it was so I think that's the approach we have to do. We could buy a new place here or make the place we have here functional for another 5 to 6 years and declare victory.
Yeah, it's a business decision, and it's going to be your decision. So, what do you, we've got 2 more comments. We've got Paul next, and then the council president. So why don't we do those, and then maybe we can come to some consensus on path forward. Paul?
All right, thank you. I just want to, revenue was, for rent was 539-ish, was that what you said? And then how much was food to?
The catering alone was about 230,000.
230, okay. Yeah. First question. Second one is, how many seats does the theater hold?
234.
Oh, I was wrong. Yeah, whatever.
You should have asked me.
Okay. And then what is the pros and cons to historical status, and what's the time frame that's required for that? Does anybody know?
Historical status?
Yeah.
Well, I don't, actually.
Usually 50.
50?
50 what?
Usually 50 years.
Yeah.
It's a period of significance.
Yeah.
And then have we ever looked at grants for this location, since we do have a grant writer?
Jason, John? Grants.
We're always looking for grant opportunities to supplement. A lot of times what comes in with grant availability is match, and so sometimes that's been a struggle is to meet the match required of the grant, but we're always searching for grants, and that's how we get a lot of the stuff we do get done.
Have you got them for here?
We haven't gotten anything recently. I know there was some some payback, what it was in regards to the roof. When we did the roof, we leveraged some money that way, but I'd have to go back to historical records to realize exactly what that was.
Okay, I think when we have that long conversation, if any of these items fit the grants, then we should send it off to the grant writers to research for us. The next one I have is rates. Can we are we legally allowed to grandfather in older customer base so they don't get this giant hike if we do an increase?
I believe so. We are grandfathering in all of our, we call them our legacy customers.
Okay.
So they pay slightly less than the 108.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And even if we have an increase, they still have a tier below it?
They do.
You call them legacy?
Yeah.
Gotcha. And then last one is, what is the ballpark, I don't need an actual ballpark price for an envelope study? What do they usually run us?
That's good. I was just wondering that, about that discussion.
That's my final question too.
Let's say, Jason, are you the person to ask about this?
And we haven't solicited actual bids, but I think you're at a minimum of 200,000.
Okay.
And an envelope study to me is a little bit concerning because it's a double-edged sword. You're likely to find out things that you may or may not want to know. But once you know about them, if they're life safety, we have an obligation to take care of them. And so you invest, like I say, I think it's going to be 200,000 minimum and probably upward from there to do that full study and assessment. And then once you get those results, what money are you going to have to immediately sink in to take care of whatever problems?
How much is the community center one that we're doing?
Yeah.
How much is the community center one that we're doing?
The community center one we're doing, you got me off the top of my head, and I don't have that
in that
total.
neighborhood though.
It's expensive.
Yeah.
You're talking.
Well,
you're talking consultants, and you're getting invasive into the.
Were you asking about the envelope study?
Yeah, for the community
We had
center.
a screaming deal at 25,000, but it was on a very,
That's not
a
realistic.
much newer building, so fly
I
over.
won't
but
use
do
that
not
number.
expect that.
We'll not use that number then, okay. And then I would go back with we might point out some issues, but I'm sure litigation will cost more than a fix long-term, so understood on that one. Thank you.
Council President.
Susan, do you have
Oh,
your?
Susan, go ahead.
I know up north in King County, there's a building that was built this time, very similar to this, that was turned into a retreat center, and they
Right.
have a recording space that people from all over the country come to record at.
You're
Do you
talking
know what
about the
it's
one in
called?
Bothell over
Is
by
it
the golf
Bothell?
course?
I know I've been in it, I can't think of it, but I know when I drove up to it, it looked just like this, with the windows and everything, it's the same era.
I think that there's that unit, there's the church, there's a Catholic, we go up there all the
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
The St. John Bosco is there, then there's that, what's that church, no, that college? It's more like an
Yeah,
art
there's
college.
Antioch?
Medical, yeah, or
Antioch.
educational school.
And what's the name of that? Then there's a restaurant there.
McMiniman's, is that by there?
What's that?
McMiniman's by there?
No, that's more in downtown
I'm trying to
Bothell.
find it, I can't find the name on here, but I know that they put a lot of money into redoing that building. It was built the same time this one must have, because the windows, it was for the same usage as this one was when it was built.
And that went through a progression there. Actually, Wendy, myself, and her parents, they live up in the Kenmore Bothell area. And in the room, very much like this, but it was actually nicer architecturally. They were actually going to, what is the name of that retreat? They actually,
Find out.
I know, I'm gonna look at it right now. They were going to make condos out of them, condominiums. And then they actually had, these sales seminars where they had people come in and in a room like this, a great room. In fact, several SCA meetings have occurred in that room. And then for some reason it didn't occur. It was called the Lodge. The Lodge, up in Kenmore, right adjacent to a golf course. And ultimately, they abandoned the condominium project, made it more like a hotel, and then that room like this is now like a 4-star restaurant. Are you guys?
The Lodge at St. Edward's Park.
That's it.
Yes.
St. Edward's. That is actually you're right. That is a very similar. Now the structure itself did not have this. It had all brick. Have you been up there?
All brick.
Not for about 10 years, but I remember when I drove up there and I just thought of this building because it just, the windows were the same.
Yeah, and I would say what's architecturally different, the great room is similar, but more amenities and better build. And then the actual lodge itself is all stone.
And it was
in
built
place.
about the same time.
Yes.
So anyway.
Yeah. Excuse me. So that's a great point. Brian, actually, you know what we're going to do? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, exactly. I've been waiting for you. I wrote it down. Council President.
Thank you. Well, thank you. I don't know if you all remember, but when David Mosley was our city manager, we actually did do a private partnership study with a company he was associated with through Sound Transit. And it was a company from downtown Seattle, and they did look at this property. And so it would have been a public-private partnership with the developer. So when you're talking about the monies that you now receive, that it would be quite different if this looked more like Cedar Brook Lodge.
Yes.
And so it's not really a good comparison to say, well, we get this much money, we'll probably get that much in the future. If you totally remodel this and 30 million, I mean, putting that much, I mean, to remodel, I mean, build new. I don't know, but I'm all into. But I think for an antique I did some work at one point on historical buildings, and I thought it was 100 years that in order to get the historical designation. But at any rate, it doesn't matter. So if you were to build, I think at that point the big drawback was we didn't have the property for more parking. And I do know that let's see, is that to the north? See, that's west. On that side of the building is a Lake Haven outfall from the treatment plant. And I'm not sure, what kind of setbacks or whether that's purchasable or not. I do know that there was some discussion with Lake Haven about parking lot. And so if you built a high-rise structure parking, that would be way too expensive. So lots of things, but I think the biggest draw for this property, because it's not in the downtown, it's outside the downtown. So if you're at the PAC, would you come here rather than stay in the downtown? Would you come here for a 4-star restaurant? Yes, you would, for the view. And we do have very limited properties for the view. We talked to some of the Des Moines council members when we were in Olympia yesterday, the day before. We talked about Salties. Because that's the only view property that's not in our city. But I told the mayor, Tracy, to give you a call to talk about what kind of partnership we can do with them to get Salties redeveloped, because their sale fell through. And that's just a prime place that a lot of our people go, to walk along the boardwalk or whatever. But I mean, if we had this here, our citizens would come here for sure because they want to see the view. So at any rate, I think no matter what you do, whether you talk about maintaining or rebuilding, you could go on 2 different tracks at once and see what each would be, and what the cost would be, and what the return on your investment would be.
Right.
That's my opinion.
Well, thank you. Jason, you had a point you want to
I
make?
wanted to give you 2 pieces of context. And so the city did look at extending the parking lot. When we first took on the building, it was chose not to. We were limited in where we can do that, and that's down on that directionally challenged right now. But on this side of the building, just behind you, Mayor, was where the parking could be expanded. And then when Director Hutton first came on as director, we toured with the previous finance director the Palisades Retreat Center owned by the Archdiocese. And they made the investments and took 3 rooms, turned them into 2 modern rooms with a bathroom in each one of them. And the cost to do so and make those renovations to the building were 3 times the cost to building new, but they chose to renovate and expend those additional costs.
Yeah. Well, so it seems to me, and we're kind of now we're, before we do our break, Mayor. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I just forgot to put that down.
Oh, okay, thanks. So let me see if I can, I think obviously what we need, are we in agreement that we should do an envelope study for this and figure out, I mean, I hear the point about be careful what you ask, because you may just get the answer, but I just don't think that we can operate that way. I think we really need to get our arms around it. Brian, were you gonna say something?
I was just going to read the captured list that I heard. I don't know if you are going to go through.
Do it, please, yes.
So one is, there was a request to get numbers from this facility on a quarterly basis.
Yeah.
For the council.
For the, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
For the whole building.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the whole building and also for the theater. I mean, yeah.
Break it out.
Yeah, break it out.
Yeah.
And should we do that, I'm sorry, hold on for a second, I want to make sure we capture it. Is quarterly okay?
Yeah.
What do we think?
Quarterly, it
Quarterly.
goes to parks.
Okay, and Steve, are you getting that? Where's Steve? Steve, obviously, this comes through Parks.
Parks Committee.
Okay, Parks Committee, the report would be generated, or who's gonna, is that David, John?
Yeah, through the Parks Department.
Let's just make sure that, I want to make sure that when we say something that we follow through.
David currently gives a report on Dumas Bay operations right now
Yeah.
to Parks Committee. We can add the theater numbers to that it already comes to them. So I think you've liked I believe council has enjoyed the presentations David's been doing. For
Susan,
quite
were you
some
gonna say
time.
something?
Yes, but it hasn't included all the information that I've been wanting, so maybe I can go over the last one, because it was quite a while ago.
So we can refine it.
Yes.
So if there's some lines that maybe, areas of interest that would help you understand what's going on, and that you think would be beneficial for
Because
everybody.
it took us a while to get what information we wanted from the PAC every month. So, it's okay, but it's not, but we can eventually get to what we want.
Do you know right offhand what it is that you're looking for? Or?
I'll have to go look at the last one.
Okay.
It didn't answer my
If you wouldn't mind letting us know, and then we can
Yeah.
accommodate that.
I don't need to see the email. Would you just send it to Brian and David and John?
And I will, of course, include you.
I'm good, but thank you. But
And
just
Susan, include me on that also, okay?
Okay.
I have
Yes, Lydia.
Sorry. So one of the things I had hoped we would do was, every time we talk about priorities when we go to DC, is things that that have been brought up earlier. But I think moving forward, we should wait until we do this retreat so we know what to take to DC. Because this, I would have preferred this be a priority, because now we're talking about envelope study that costs $200,000, and then, or which one do we prioritize for $200,000? So I think moving forward, maybe waiting till we have this retreat to prioritize what we want, I think would be a great idea.
Okay.
And maybe already put this on our next year's agenda for request when we go.
All right, thank you.
Maybe have the retreat a little bit earlier, maybe January instead of February, in order to.
Okay. All right, thank you. Brian?
Okay, number 2 is to assess the current ADA parking needs and determine if adjustments need to be made to that.
Actually, we're just going to add 2.
Okay.
Is 2 enough?
4 is better than 2.
4 is better than 2. Is 4 enough?
What do you think?
You want 5?
What do you guys think? Because you're here.
What do you give for feedback? We really don't get any feedback.
Jason?
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt everybody. Sorry. Jason?
I think the best course of action would be for us to internally review what does the current code require and make sure we're meeting current code on ADA parking for this building, which to me
Ryan,
would be
that
the
sound
most appropriate.
Okay, but if current code, I would anticipate perhaps that current, what's that?
Do a minimum 4.
You just took the words out of my mouth. Thank you. Did you get that?
It's a minimum of 4, but if the code requires more, we would do more, is what I'm hearing.
John, you're
Okay,
Brian,
that's
sorry.
fine. Let me just put one more plug in. If we could just do an assessment, because if they're not getting feedback that there aren't any needs and we're adding more spaces that aren't going to be used, then that impacts parking spaces that are going to be used.
But 2, I think just I hear what you're saying, but just 2, okay,
And it's more than 2, because ADA spaces take up more than 1 spot. So it'd be more like 6.
Most people are not going to come and ask you. I mean, I went to the mall years ago and asked. It took 6 months, but they finally put more handicap parking around the mall. But most people are not going to ask. They're just going to put up with it and have to walk a distance, or maybe not even come.
It may surprise you, but I've actually, every time I come here, I actually am surprised there's only 2. I've actually had this thought every time I come here. So I think we're gonna go a minimum of 4, but let's see if there's more.
Sure.
Okay, okay.
Okay. And then envelope study, we've talked about that. And then contact PSC to look about if there's any incentives that can be done for energy efficiency upgrades, and then to do some research at the lodge at St. Edward Park to see if there's any relation that this facility has with that in terms of.
Or about, and maybe just kind of explore, you know, like what I would do. Did we already talk about the envelope study?
Yeah.
That was part of it?
Yep.
Which number was that?
Number 3.
Okay, so we're gonna do the, and then included in that envelope study, let's go back before we talk about St. Andrews, will there be a cost-benefit discussion?
We can include that in the scope.
I think that's important. We don't wanna spend a bunch of money, we certainly, you know, but I think we need to get our arms around, I think we really need to figure out, I'll stop with the car analogy. We just actually had this thing when my father-in-law's car, you know, finally just died after 24 years. And we had to make this decision, so that's what's kind of top of mind. And, but we just need to get our arms around where we're at. But I think, you know, there's good discussion on both of this, but let's inform it.
Are you talking to some developers, or whether there's any interest in doing a public-private partnership?
I think that would be way down.
I think maybe
After we
let's
get the study, if that.
Yeah, let's get the study, and then I think it's a matter of whether we want to, you know, methodically reach out to folks, you know, depending. Has anybody, what's that lodge in SeaTac?
Cedar.
Yeah, that's amazing.
All knew that.
Jack?
Sorry for interrupting, but before we spend a couple $100,000 to do an envelope study,
Yeah.
I'd like to have a whole lot more information, because, you know, 200 here and 200 there and 50 here, and all of a sudden we're up to $1 million on all sorts of different things we bombard you with. What about this and what about that? So, although I think we need to know, I'm not willing to say spend $200,000 on an envelope study today, personally.
Okay.
Because I think we can do some internal things, which our staff's done, and make some decisions before we get to that point.
So what would you're, you know, go ahead.
I was just gonna say right away, though, we should find out what the cost of an envelope study would be.
Yeah, I'm not okay with that. I
Just immediately do that.
It's 25 grand's a big.
25 grand,
Okay.
chump change.
So Brian, the takeaway, and Jason and John, the takeaway here is, let's figure out where we can get an envelope study and a cost-benefit analysis, and then, let's figure out what that cost is, and nail that down from some vendors. Then bring it back as a, you know, as a discussion item. But if you weren't gonna do, let me ask you this, if you weren't gonna do an envelope study, what's
I would do the plumbing or whatever. I'd come up with the 1.9 million to keep the longevity going, personally. I would look at this like a rental house. I want to keep the rents coming in. What do I got to do to keep everybody still living there before I have no income coming in? An envelope study means I'm going to tear my house down and start over, potentially, and we already know from all the years what the issues are. I mean, it's the top 2. So personally, if it was my building, I'd look at it and go, I know I got to spend this. How am I going to do that so I can elongate the longevity of what I have, and then decide if I'm going to tear it down and build a new building and all that.
Now, the counterweight to that is.
But that's just me.
Okay, actually, you were you gonna say something?
Yeah, I think we need to have more eyes on this building as to what needs to be done before we can make any decisions on what needs to be done and spend any money.
What does that look like? What do you mean, more eyes on it?
Well, an envelope study will bring other eyes into it from staff who see this building every single day, and they may be missing something, or they may think something is more important than something else.
So you think an envelope study is important?
I think it's important to know what we need to do here before we spend any money here.
Okay.
But are you willing to spend 200,000?
I'm willing to spend what it takes to know what we need to do. I mean, it's useless I don't want to spend 3, 4, or 5 million to replace something if that isn't what needs to be replaced first.
Or if the whole, okay, then we've got, thank you. Actually, you guys, we're kind of getting down to it. We're actually, this is a good, it's almost like a household discussion about what we're doing.
Why don't we find out how much the study's going to cost? We can come back to council and say, do you think this is worth it? And
I think that is going to be that's going to be the end product, Brian. Thank you. But go ahead.
That was literally what I was gonna say, is I'd rather just see all the costs in front of us, because I'd rather put the money, if AV is gonna help out the theater and it makes sense, that's $200,000. If it's $200,000 for an envelope study, that's a different story. If it's 100, if it's 1.3 million for piping, it's a different. I'd rather actually find out what an envelope study is gonna cost, and then present it with this information, and then allow council at a parks meeting to determine if we're gonna invest, how much and what for. So I
Okay.
prefer to have all the information at once, then just jump in.
Council President, and then Jack.
Could we at least talk to Cedarbrook Lodge to see whether their developer or who they had would be able to give us some advice on doing a public-private partnership? I'm just curious, give them a call, see who their developer. But there's one other thing.
Yeah.
We talked about Puget Sound Energy, and with the El Centro de la Raza and the skating rink, PSC gave them a $50,000 grant to put solar panels on the roof of the skating rink. And they said that they had grants for nonprofits, I would imagine government as well. And so we could talk to them about what they could do for us as well.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I mean, what we need to study, if we do an envelope study or whatever, I mean, it may come back, and then we need to make a decision basically, as I see it, there'd be three different choices. One is decide to just go ahead and work on maintaining this as it is. Number two, right away making big changes in it. Or number three, saying, hey, we can keep it on the way it is for 3 years or 5 years or 7 years or 10 years, whatever length of time, and then we would do it as budget and other things allow. And so making it so that there's, it's not an either or, it could be let's maintain for a certain amount of time, and then it'll be time to
Like a plan for the future.
Yeah, the plan for the future, yes.
Throw some new tires on it, just repair.
Yeah.
With that,
I mean,
exactly.
it's one thing to do new tires, it's another thing to do a major overhaul.
Yeah,
If
that's
you
right.
don't know what you need to do, you don't know how to plan for
Yeah.
the future.
That's right, exactly. Were you gonna say
And
something?
then also, how does it compete with what we want to do downtown?
Right.
We can only do so many things, and where do they all fit into the sequence? Because if I had to choose, just this versus downtown, I'd be voting on downtown. This would be important, but it wouldn't be the number one thing I'd be focusing on.
Yeah, well, that's why we're talking about this, and I think it's gonna be one of our next topics. Brian, what was the last item you had on there about, was it reaching out to,
If the council wants, we can look at the lodge that was mentioned up in Kenmore, just to see if there's
Yeah.
any operational similarities that we could learn from.
and then add Cedarbrook to that? Reach out. I'd just been there recently, and I was obviously very impressed. Okay, anything else? I think it sounds like, Brian, go through that list again about the follow-ups on this discussion.
Quarterly report on Dumas Bay Center, assess the ADA parking needs, price an envelope study that determines if repair or rebuild decision needs to be made. Reach out to PSC, and then to look at the Kenmore and SeaTac facilities that are similar.
Okay, I just got an idea. Okay, anything else on those topics? Okay, why don't we're gonna recess here. What do you think, 10 or 15 minutes, everybody?
10.
Okay, I'll start my timer at 10 minutes, where I've got right now 5 after. So let's reconvene at a quarter after, and we're gonna be prioritizing options. Okay, hey, I do, there's one thing I wanted to make sure we made, that we make abundantly clear. And I think actually the question by Councilmember Doby was actually on this point specifically about, we're not going to authorize, no final action or direction is given to staff other than to accumulate a report or find information about these issues. So whether it's, looking into the cost of a envelope study or whatever the final action is, we're not actually able to take formal action to make a formal decision at this retreat. What we would do is get it on for a council agenda at a later time. Just want to make sure that's clear for the record. Okay, so Stephanie, we planned to break at exactly noon for lunch, is that right? Okay, so before our scheduled lunch break, I'm going to read out, it's number 7, prioritizing options for the future of Federal Way. We're going to go through those items. If we get done with those items before noon, what about starting to work through the afternoon agenda and start knocking down? Okay. All right. So with that, we are, again, number 7, prioritizing options for the future of Federal Way. Items A, B, and C. We'll start with A. Transit-oriented development, TOD opportunities. Presentation by Keith Niven, Community Development Director. And then we'll have council discussion on that. And then after that, we'll go into identifying the cost of potential standalone centers, senior and teen. John Hutton will give that presentation. And then the third item C, is identifying the cost of a potential inclusive park, i.e. Land acquisition and equipment, and John Hutton will give that as well. So with that, Keith, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So good morning, everybody. We started a conversation about this 2 council meetings ago, and the council gave the administration some direction to talk to Sound Transit, to kind of dig into this a little bit more. And so I'd like for y'all to consider this maybe part 2 of a conversation we started a couple weeks ago. So just for context, some of my map disappeared. Sound Transit owns some property around the future downtown station. There's really creating 4 parcels. And since the conversation we had a couple weeks ago, the Sound Transit Board has taken action to direct Sound Transit staff to issue a request for proposals for parcels 1 and 2. And so the reason why 3 and 4 is on a different timeline, as we discussed a couple weeks ago, parcel 3 has some contamination from an old gas station, and parcel 4 has some contamination from a previous dry cleaner. So I'm here now, ready to make some recommendations to you guys to think about. First off, parcels 1 and 2, I'm going to just cut to the chase. Parcels 1 and 2, the RFP has been issued, and at this point, I feel like that is water under the bridge. I think for us to try and get in the middle of an existing RFP process that Sound Transit has issued makes that really awkward. We can always submit a proposal, but I think that that just doesn't make sense for me. I think the opportunity really is with parcel 3 and 4, 3 and 4. And so in conversations with Sound Transit staff, what we need to do really is to figure out what we want to do with the property. Sound Transit staff, or Sound Transit Board, is likely not going to sell or give any property to the city unless we can explicitly say what we're going to use it for. Now, I try to listen to you guys, and you guys have talked about a lot of different things that might be appropriate for this property. Senior housing, condominiums, maybe it's a future location for the farmers market. Maybe there could be a public market there, maybe a new senior center that's actually within the city, a teen center, affordable housing. Those are just kind of the tip of the iceberg in terms of some of the things that I've heard you say that you might like to use that property for if it was in our control. So, one of the things you asked me to look at, I think Council President Kochmar said, senior housing makes sense. We have a lot of seniors in our community, and one of the things you asked me to look at was, let's look at how many senior housing units we have. And I think what I did was I took kind of this map of kind of the downtown area or area around the future downtown station, and there's numbers on parcels that are residential. Briar Woods is 136 units. Traditions is 200 senior units. Steel Lake Plaza Apartments are 54 units. Gen Care Lifestyle is 108 senior housing units and 33 memory care units. Meridian Court is 200 senior housing units. Shag Willamette Court is 100 senior housing units. Argyle Apartments are 161 affordable units. That's owned by King County Housing Authority. Number 8 is Chelsea Court. That's 110 condominiums. And then number 9 is Senior City, that's Korean Women's Association, and that's 62 senior housing units. So when you look at this as a pie chart, here's the summary of our housing in this area. There's 670 senior housing units. There's 161 affordable housing units. There's 110 ownership, those are the condos. And then there's just 136 rental apartments. So that's what it looks like now. And the reason why I shared this with you guys is this is just one of those thought bubbles from the previous slide. And I think when we dig into this more, as we talk about what we might want to really use this property for, there really needs to be a little bit more thought and conversation and process associated with it before we just make a decision one way or the other. So here's some options. Number 1, if we do nothing, it costs us nothing. I think Steve would be happy with that. It's the first thing that doesn't cost anything all day. Number 2, you know, we could hire a designer to develop a land plan. This is what we did for TC3 as well. We hired VIA Architects to put a land plan together for us before we issued an RFP to see what developers might want to actually build there. That could be just for parcel 4, or that could be something that would be for parcel 3 and 4. Generally, I'm going to guess with you the cost for hiring that designer is $150,000. The third choice is a little bit of a spin on the second choice, and that is rather than do this ourselves, we could partner with Sound Transit to hire that designer and split the cost 50-50. And what the difference here is right now the way that the structure is set up for selling those properties is there's basically a room full of people. The city has one chair at the table. We negotiated that through previous agreements with Sound Transit, but at the end of the day, we're a minority in the room. So if there's something we really want to have happen, at the end of the day, we can say what we'd like to have happen, what builder we might want to have in our downtown, but we're a minority in that decision. What number 3 does is it reduces our cost, our out-of-pocket costs, but we become a 50-50 partner with deciding what that RFP is actually going to say we want to have happen on that property. So those, I think, are 3 choices. I think, timeline, sorry, last slide. So this is another layer that I've learned since our last conversation. So the first section here is environmental. And what we know is that parcel 3, which is the petroleum contaminated property, BP is actually on the hook for cleaning that property. We had a petroleum, it was an old ARCO station in Issaquah that contaminated the ground. It is now around our car wash. It took them 2 years to clean the dirt and then 2 years to build the new facility. So there's like a 4-year window to actually clean up a contaminated gas station property, give or take. The dry cleaning contaminated property, parcel 4, that one's a lot more complicated. So right now, Sound Transit is doing monitoring wells. They're assessing how contaminated the property is. That will go through the end of this year. They will then meet with Department of Ecology to talk about remediation and what that's going to look like. From there, Sound Transit will make a decision to either clean the property or to cap it. If they choose to cap it, and the reason why they would choose to cap it is because of the amount of cost and time it would take to actually clean it. You could cap it, but then likely some potential buyers would not be able to submit proposals for it if it's still a contaminated piece of property. For example, if there were any affordable housing builders that got money from HUD, HUD will not let you spend federal dollars on a contaminated piece of property. So this is all to say that I think there's a window of time depending on which option you guys might want to pursue, if any, where we can put the right pieces together with ultimately ready to do something when we know kind of what the trajectory is, which is going to be probably towards the maybe first quarter, second quarter of next year. So I'm going to stop talking and let you guys ask questions if you would like.
All right, Susan?
My question is, so Sound Transit's been moving the dirt around that location, that site for several years.
Yes.
If the dirt's contaminated, why are they doing that? Why didn't they test it, see the level of contamination before they started making, remember when they had the mountain of dirt? Was that contaminated?
I don't know the source of the mountain of dirt. They, if that was a stockpile from other places, they could have used that property just to stockpile filth from other places. They most likely excavated some for the stormwater pond that was out there. There's fine grading associated with putting the streets in. But what we're talking about is how deep does this go?
Right.
And so that's what the monitoring wells are going to tell them, is really how deep it's going. The work that was done on the surface, my guess is that somebody did some remediation or some analysis on that, but EJ might have a little bit more if you want to add anything, EJ, on that, because I can't speak to that.
So Sound Transit's known that this site was contaminated with the both the gas station and the laundromat since the beginning. They did do testing before they did all the demolition. If you go out there, there's effectively an area that's cordoned off where they have not excavated, and that is the laundromat one. The gas station section, they have remediated in parts with BP to allow for the surface work that Keith mentioned. But obviously more extensive, deep remediation is needed on both sides. The fill material that was there was not from either of these two locations. It was from on-site, it was from the roads, but they have effectively staked out, for lack of a better terms, where the limits are as they go across. And then what they haven't done is disturb going down. So to be able to develop it, that is what needs to get remediated. They have been looking at capping both sites. There are some long-term implications for both of that, and most notably that it'll determine with a recommendation from ecology to the EPA, and the EPA will be the final decider. But typically, with both this remediation on both sites, if the site is capped, you are not allowed to put residential on it. It would have to be commercial only. But that's a decision that will come from the EPA at some point in the future.
So is it generally the developer who pays for the remediation of the property?
Either the developer or the property owner.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Dovey, and then Councilmember McDaniel.
Yeah, when we had our discussions about this, we asked you to go talk to Sound Transit, and you have these three options up here. What does Sound Transit actually say, or how did they position, why we're at these three things that you had up here?
So the conversations that I've had with Sound Transit staff have been pretty amenable. I was surprised they would agree to a cost sharing on design of the property, but they said they would do that.
So that's on the table. They have agreed to that.
They have agreed to that. So that option, which is the line above the blue, which says City Sound Transit MOU. And that's a memorandum of understanding. Sorry for acronyms. And that would basically spell out this cost sharing, the process that we would go through in terms of determining the land plan. So you guys could see the roadmap up front before we spent any money, and make sure it was going to achieve what you wanted it to. So far, because this is in our downtown, I think Sound Transit is taking a little bit different tack than they have with some of the other properties in their system, where jurisdictions haven't been as maybe invested in the outcome as we are in these properties. And so I think they're understanding why we are wanting to have these conversations, and the good news is they're willing to be a little creative, because this is not something they have done on any of their surplus properties before this. So I think all of that is great, and if ultimately you guys choose a different option that includes continue work with staff and sound transit conversations, I'm happy to go do that.
Okay, so on your wish list up there, I don't know, go back to that graph.
Yeah.
Next one.
That one?
No, the next one.
That one?
No, the one that had, hey, it's a community market, it's affordable housing, it's senior market.
Thought bubbles, yes.
It's all these different things.
Yes.
Which all could be part of this property. I mean, when you talk to Sound Transit, were they open to these type of ideas, or what did they think when you presented these?
They watch all your meetings. They've heard all these things. None of these cause them any concern. I think, depending on, I think both myself and their staff believe that depending on what happens with the remediation, it may knock some of these off the table. But if, assuming that the property gets stabilized adequately, then I don't think they are necessarily opposed to any of this. I think, we've talked about, because this is in our downtown, we expect that the building that will happen there will have some ground floor non-residential use. Whether that ends up being something that we want to control potentially, that's negotiation, right? That's in terms of, and if I was, like, let's say I was a developer and the RFP says, you have to build a 5/1, 5/2 mixed-use building, and on that first floor is going to be condominium space that the city's going to control. I'm going to know that when I put my proposal in to develop the property. So part of this is, and I assume there'll be some public process if we go through with this, where we start to narrow some of these things down to maybe some key ones, but ultimately, it could be that the building gets built and there's just a shell where we get to figure some of this stuff out, down the road, if that's the way that wants to play out.
So my follow-up question is, we know that, what's it called, the 80-80-80 rule,
Yes.
housing, affordable housing, and all these different things, and you have two parcels there, one that is a gas station that could probably be cleaned up easily, and HUD wouldn't say you can't put housing on it because it's cleaned up, but then we have a laundromat, whatever, a cleaner that has things, and they may come back and say, hey, you can't build anything here, it's capped.
Yep.
They could possibly look at one parcel as housing and affordable housing and senior housing, and the other as hey, we can't put housing there, so now it's a community building type thing where it has, a public market, a farmer's market, a senior center, a teen center, all the things that we've all talked about, and you've land banked it. Is that kind of some of the discussions?
Sure.
So you could end up with all these wishes, which we may or may not be able to finance and invest in, but we could control the two properties if we collaboratively worked with them for $75,000 potentially.
Potentially.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we've got Councilmember Daniel, actually, let's just use first names, we're at a retreat. So let's go Paul, Lydia, and then Jack.
I'm going to start off with, who sits at the table for February in these conversations?
In the deciding of the, Kent Smith.
All right, thank you. And then we had talked about, I didn't notice on here, price points for some of these properties. What was property 3 and 4? What do we value the potential purchase cost at? Ballpark, I don't need a hard number.
So if they're clean, 3 would be like 1.7 million, and 4 would be probably double that, so somewhere around 3.5.
3.5. And then we said if there's cleanup involved, it actually, you probably would say that just takes down that price point.
So back to Councilmember Honda's question, it's either the property owner or the developer. So Sound Transit could decide that they're going to sell them dirty. That's just one option. And if that is the case, so if I was going to buy the gas station one, I would read all the legal documents and see if BP says they're absolutely going to clean it up. I'm going to know that there's no cost and there's no discount on that property for the contamination. On the dry cleaner, by then Ecology will have determined what's needed to clean it up. So let's say it's 5 years and you got to excavate out dirt down to, 100 feet. As a developer, I know what all that costs. I know what the price of sitting on it for 5 years is going to be. I know what excavating out the dirt and hauling it to a remediation site is going to cost. And so I'll fold all that in, and that'll take that 3.5 down to maybe 0 if ultimately the cost to clean it up are more than what they're worth. So, and if it's capped, then the uses are going to be what's allowed by, EPA and ecology, and then it's just going to be, in theory, fine. So I don't know if that was helpful.
That was helpful. And realistically, if you have to dig down that deep, you're looking at probably underground parking if necessary at that point too.
Well, once you dig out the dirt, you've got a giant hole there. You might as well put your parking garage in, and that's going to save you some costs on actually excavating out or underbuilding parking. Absolutely.
One of my questions on that was, I thought they raised the property where that, am I incorrect on that one? I thought they raised, because at one time that was a huge hole to drive into. I thought they had to raise the property up. So did they literally put dirt on top of the dry cleaner?
It was a big pit.
Yeah.
I'm phoning a friend again.
Yeah, no problem. So I wonder if are we now digging down what they actually had and then digging down below that?
So I think they put a sacrificial pad on top of it to prevent it from being disturbed. I don't remember the thickness of it. I want to say it's like either 2 or 3 feet. It's not a substantial amount of dirt in the grand scheme of things. You're correct, that property used to kind of have a valley in it, for lack of a better, and then had a plateau and kind of dropped off the 320th. And what they did is they kind of made a straight line. So there's areas in that property that do have fairly sufficient cuts and fills that occurred. That being said, the area where the dry cleaner, the area with the gas station, they intentionally minimized those as part of that because of this conversation. So both of them have a cover to keep it safe for the employees that are working there, but it's not 10, 12 feet.
Gotcha. And then what exactly is capping?
Capping it, and do you know technically, EJ, because I'm just going to say put an impervious layer on top, but.
So there's a couple of different ways to cap it depending on what you're trying to cap. The most common way is to put down a bentonite layer, which is a layer of clay. And then effectively you put down a layer of clay, you put a warning surface, so it's literally plastic that has text written on it that says do not excavate without contacting, typically in Washington it's the Department of Ecology. And then you put a second layer on top of that. So that is the most common way to cap it, but it is a structural cap that then all of the stormwater gets funneled off of that, so no water is allowed to infiltrate there. There are other methods to cap it depending on if you have something that's typically coming up and oxidizing, where you put in a collection system, basically a pipe system and a vacuum pump, and you actually pump, whether it's air, gas, or liquid, into some sort of filtering system. And that can both be temporary, which is how they typically clean up laundromats, or it can be permanent, and it's what you more see at a landfill. But that being said, they use that all over the country for permanent caps for this type of, typically industrial work.
And you guys said the EPA is the one who determines if there's a cap or not?
So the Department of Ecology determines the cap. EPA is the one that actually declares that the site has been appropriately remediated. So you ultimately need approvals from both agencies.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm going to move on. So option 3 is actually something it's something you guys have already talked about. They are open-minded to that one.
Yes.
And is the $75,000 for both parcel 3 and 4, or is that just a starting conversation?
So obviously, we'll need to figure out what the true cost is. That's my best guess based on what we spent on TC3, hiring an architect to do that work. So I believe that it should be in the ballpark of 150, whether we do one parcel or 2.
Gotcha. And then they do have a preferred use for housing. Do these fit any of what they're talking about at the moment, or?
So yes, obviously. So the affordable housing is what will be likely, I can't say definitively, but likely on parcels 1 and 2. So they will put affordable housing on parcels 1 and 2. That is who they target. They've got I've seen the goals that they have in their their draft RFP, which is to prioritize affordable housing. It doesn't really address the ground floor. It basically says, you know, you've got to meet city code, and our code says a portion of the ground floor needs to be non-residential. So if I was a developer, you know, I would look for my funding, and I would submit my proposal, and I would have to specify my affordability level. So it needs to be, the 80-80-80 means it needs to be at least at 80. Most of the funding for affordable housing actually drives that down to 60 or 50% AMI, because there's more funding sources at that lower level. So I would not be surprised that parcels 1 and 2 are multifamily housing for 50% AMI. Okay. The view corridor cap we put on for Mount Rainier is going to mean those buildings will be shorter than the buildings we anticipate for TC3, because we want to keep the view to the mountain.
So we can see that nice power line going in.
Yes.
Yeah, gotcha. So the goal is they want 80 AMI, but you're realistically thinking it's going to be 50 to 60 because the funding is at that point?
Yep.
Okay. And then if you go to the timeline one more time, when is the decision for the 75 need to be made? Because this is over years, it looks like.
So they said we could start working on, if you guys want to do the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding, where we kind of figure out at the end, we agree in it to share the cost for land planning, that could start any time this year. Okay. They're kind of, other than one of their folks is out on paternity leave, and you know, he'll be back in another month, then we could probably start drafting an MOU anytime. Okay.
And I assume it's going to go through land?
What's that?
Next conversation would be at land then for this?
I would think.
Okay.
Yeah.
I look forward to the conversation then. Thank you.
Lydia.
Thank you. So the graph that you had, or the list that you had for all the housing,
yeah,
that's not an exhaustive list, right? Because we do have some missing, it's just sampling.
Yeah, I think, I mean, so I don't, you guys, if we end up kind of working on this, and that's still a big question for you guys, do we want to work on this? If the answer is yes, then part of this conversation is figuring out what we actually want on either of those parcels if we're going to do 3 and 4. And, you know, if ultimately, like, one of the conversations we had with Trent on TC3 was you guys wanted some ownership stuff in the downtown. And so they agreed to put some condominiums to line their buildings with townhouses. And so part of this conversation is if you guys say, you know what, we really need more ownership, you know, looking back at that pie chart, and the ownership piece is not getting any bigger unless there's condominiums because there's no room for platted properties, you know, then we can build that in. But part of what I was envisioning is we'd have some community outreach on this to hear from the community kind of what they would want. And you know, that might help inform, you know, narrowing this down or adding other items to this list if there's some things we haven't considered yet.
Okay, because, yeah, I think there's more, right, than what we have here, which is fine. And has anyone considered for the 80% AMI or below, partner with housing authorities, because they've done some great job on the east side? Have you had that conversation? And also for, to clean the properties, I think for nonprofits, actually I do know, there are funds out there that help. So if you did that partnership, then maybe there's those funds that are available to support or help with that, and that takes care of the cost. So. Possibly.
They held an event at the PAC, I want to say it was maybe 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks ago, that was for builders that would be interested in parcels 1 and 2. And Bellwether Housing and Bridge Housing were 2 affordable builders that came and Korean Women's Association was also there in Mass. And so, when they send out their RFP, I assume, they'll get the word out to all the builders.
Okay, I was thinking of King County Housing Authority also, so,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
thank you.
Jack?
First question, that option 3 with the 50/50 thing with Sound Transit, what would be the downside of that?
We have to find $75,000, which.
Okay, no, I'm okay. Well, okay, I mean, that's the downside of both
Sure.
150 or 75,000, either
Sure.
one is the downside. But is there a downside of that other than, how, if we're partnering with Sound Transit, is there a downside with partnering with Sound Transit?
So what works for me is that we are in this. We each put 50% of the cost in, so we're even partners, even though it's their land. We're even on the organization of getting to a land plan, and so giving us kind of that 50% ability to put ideas in, take ideas out. I don't see a downside to that. I think, the good news is Sound Transit needs to be a partner with the city for a very long time, because they've got multiple facilities that they're still planning in this community. So do I think there's a downside? I believe I'm kind of everybody should play with everybody's toys in the sandbox kind of guy. So I don't see a downside. Obviously under number 2, we unilaterally get to develop the land plan. It costs us an extra $75,000, but at the end of the day, Sound Transit staff have to make a recommendation to the Sound Transit board to approve it.
Right.
And if they don't like what we did in our own little personal kitchen, there's a risk that ultimately they don't agree to it. On number 3, because we're in lockstep the entire way, I think we'll get to a place where they'll recommend to the Sound Transit board that should be what happens on 3 and/or 4.
So it sounds like both cost-wise and actually accomplishing something wise, option 3 would be better than option 2.
I believe so.
Okay, all right. So in my view, option 2 should be tossed out then, and either option 1 or option 3. And right now I'm favoring option 3 because I think we do need to have the city having a greater determination of what we do. And with that greater determination, with parcels 1 and 2, how much influence do we have with that other than just a certain percentage of ground floor?
We're in the kitchen. We have 1 chair at the table, so we'll get to at least provide our opinion. How influential that'll be at the end of the day, don't know, because we haven't done one of these yet, so we'll see. But I think it's at least we're in the kitchen. So.
And do you think there's much risk with the low income? Do you think there's much risk of it ending up with something below 50% AMI?
So we're going to talk housing this afternoon, but there's a possibility. I mean, it's going to depend on whoever the builder is. It's going to depend on where they can find the financing to put their investment stack together. And if there's money out there for, say, 30% AMI, then if I was going to put my funding stack together, I'd use it, and it may mean that the number of housing units might have varied incomes. So there might be some at 60, but there might be some at 30, ultimately at the end of the day.
Right. Can you go back to the chart that has the percentages of different uses currently?
That one.
Yes, that one. Okay. With this, I know that you know, one of Linda's big concerns is having more senior housing, which also, I think that's critical also. But is there also with downtown, I think we need to have a balance. Is there much of do you think we could get out of balance with having too much senior housing in that particular area and making it so it's not a vibrant community for everyone?
So I think I don't want to answer your question. I think what I would say is balance is always important, and I think that what I would like to see in our downtown from a housing perspective is this pie graph being a little bit more balanced. I think to President Kochmar's comments, I mean, what I pulled out of it was senior, but it was also affordable. And so the orange slice of this pie is going to get bigger. So if you build housing at, you know, let's say 30% AMI, that's open to seniors, families, you know, individuals of any age. So we can talk about that a little bit more, and that's part of, I think, unpacking all this a bit more in the future if ultimately we're going to engage in this opportunity.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Linda?
Yeah, I think I better answer that. So a few years ago, I tried to find housing for several senior women. You know, women, when they always think their husband is going to take care of them forever, which doesn't happen. They either get divorced or the guy dies or there's no pension. And so you have people with minimal Social Security. Minimal Social Security right now is $950, maybe it's $975. That's not enough to live in shack housing. So if you go to your existing housing, if you go back to that, you go through the list, all senior housing is not equal. And in fact, a lot of that senior housing is not low income. It is more, depending on the AMI. But the only place I could find for them was Willamette Court, Meridian Willamette Court. And that was for somebody, and then we had to sign that we would pay over and above the amount that was necessary. So I'm glad Sound Transit was listening, because I do know that KWA got their property for 40 years at $1 a year. So they didn't have to pay for the property. And then they said, and I said at the time, is it for anybody? And they said, oh yes, no it isn't, because I called. I tried to get somebody in there. Sorry. So then I called HUD, and I said, gee, HUD, 3 women, one has a potential life-threatening disease, elderly, and you know what they said to me? Are they a minority? And I said, no. What does that matter? They're elderly. Nothing available. So I don't know what all the parameters are, but I do know that if I'm going to argue for senior women, they're at a very big disadvantage in our community. There is nowhere for them to go, really, literally, even when you say so many seniors in the downtown. I'm just arguing on their behalf.
Sure.
And so it would appear to me if you took, if you did $75,000 and you took the property for the gas station property that's number 3, and you, because I think you have less problems with that, and then you had a, well, I don't know, you could have a public market on number 4, but if you had it on number 3, they could then go down to where the public market is and use their WIC coupons or whatever, not WIC, but whatever coupons they have, food stamp, and then get their vegetables, and they don't have cars. There is a bill in the legislature with Susan Honda was arguing on behalf, because they're reducing the number of vehicles, parking spaces from 200 to 100. Well, that's not enough. I mean, there's no parking spaces. People, at least seniors, don't have cars usually if they're low income. It would appear to me that Sound Transit would be very, very interested in this, because, you know, if you're talking about for 1 and 2, properties 1 and 2 being at the AMI and being for families, it would appear to me they would be very interested in having something for very low income. So that's their whole mission. So I would like to talk to them about it. My opinion.
Okay, so we're going to go Jack, Susan, and Paul again.
Okay. You know, I think I like this splitting the deal and doing a master land plan. with Sound Transit and all the different things, because it gets them connected, us connected. But I think we actually have a lot more say in the other two parcels because of our land use rules, that we're going to be at the table and can influence what actually gets done. I hate to say this, but I'm not sure Kent Smith is the guy that I want at my table negotiating. I mean, he's a great guy, great engineer, does all that stuff. But I want the mayor there, or Brian Davis, that actually can say no and doesn't come back and report.
Authoritatively.
Yeah,
exactly.
So, and maybe I heard that wrong, but
No.
I don't, personally, I would not send, with the life skills that we need for this project to get across the finish line, if we do it, it needs to be our top people. So and that's no thing bad
Oh, I
on
know,
Kent.
I know.
I just want to make sure that.
A negotiator, not an
I need
engineer.
to negotiate.
Yeah, exactly. So Brian, let's make sure we note that. And EJ, let's have a conversation about that. EJ is a savvy negotiator, and we'll talk about it. I think you also want to make sure that you've got strength where strength is needed, but also a certain level of position in the hierarchy of the city to truly represent that position.
This is a once in a lifetime deal for the city.
Yeah.
And negotiate, and it needs we got to show that this is really important with the right people.
That's right. I agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
I think we would all agree with that.
No disrespect to Kent, but I just want to make sure I say that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Susan.
So I want to understand exactly what we're talking about. This came up a few weeks ago at a council meeting that the property would be for sale. And 3 council members said they were interested in maybe purchasing it for the city. But what I want to understand is we own the Target property for a number of years. We have sold the Target property to a developer to put housing there. If we wanted to put housing downtown, why didn't we keep at least one of the lots on the Target property that we already owned, that we could have put this same type of housing, senior center, whatever it is that the dream is? We had the opportunity then, we didn't do it because we're not developers and we're not landlords.
I would quite finish your thought, now I can kind of,
So sounds like people are willing to spend $75,000 to negotiate or sit down at the table with Sound Transit to come up with, could we buy the property? Would we buy it clean? Would it still be dirty? But the city isn't in the position to build housing. That's not our job. It's not our job to build housing. We have developers that is their job. That is what they do well. That is what they understand. We don't do that. So why would we want to purchase a property? Then we would have to hire a developer, and then we would be landlords. Why would we do that? I'm not sure I understand why we would do this. I understand it's once in a lifetime. When the property's gone, the property's gone. That's why Steel Lake was so important to purchase that property in my mind. Because once that property was gone to a person who might have put 4 to 14 houses on there, it was gone. But this one, I don't quite understand why we would want to be in the position of spending millions of dollars going into debt, more debt, to purchase property, hiring a developer to develop it, and then become landlords.
Okay, well, first of all, let me just, there's a couple things I want to clarify. I think the difference between this and the Target property was to fully redevelop that in regard to a mixed-use development, fully develop that site, and also that over time, it would develop the potential for a hotel, potential for the public space, and we're talking about at market. So here, obviously, what we're talking about is the Sound Transit properties, and I think the desire, this is not an administration, the city administration initiative. This is a council-initiated interest in exploring this. So I'm not, as the mayor, I'm not advocating for this. I think we're exploring what options are available and making sure that as we approach this intersection, and remember I talked about in my State of the City, irrevocable elections, that once we make a decision, if we're not going to do it, then it's gone. And so that's that discussion. And in regard to why we would want to do this, let me turn it over to Councilmember Dovey. In addition to the issue of once it's gone, what would be your viewpoint about why to do this?
Well, the reason I'm so pro doing this, first of all, $75,000 to get to a land plan is not a lot of money, and you could turn it over to developers. And we're not landlords, we're the master planners. Or we may want to have some of these features in our city that we've all talked about, and this is a way to get a developer to put them in because we control the land and we ask for these things and they want to make money on building AMI housing, senior housing, or whatever it is. But, we just had this discussion about this building and we were talking 30 million to do it, and just a minute ago it was, well, we should look at making it historical and spend the money and bring money in. I mean, that's the same discussion. We're talking $75,000 to determine if we control the property downtown. We're not talking about us being the developer. We're talking us about being the influencer, the one that controls what happens, the one that can sell it to somebody else, the one that can work with Sound Transit. And if they're involved and we're involved, we're going to be able to say no at some time, and we've invested $75,000 to find out it's not a go, but it's a lot cheaper than spending $200,000 for an envelope study on a building here that our people already know inside and out. I mean, we're talking apples and oranges. We're not, and if we have a mentality that we're broke and we can't afford $75,000 to control our downtown and control what we're going to do for the citizens of the city long term, then I think we're making the wrong decision.
So then
so this gets us
I don't understand.
This gets us to the table. It gives us the opportunity to have the input. It gives us the opportunity to work with our partners, Sound Transit, developers, and control what may happen downtown. So
I guess I don't understand that. My understanding a few council member meetings ago was you three wanted to buy the property. You wanted us to buy this property. And so if we just want to have a discussion with Sound Transit, which staff has been discussing with Sound Transit what's going to happen for years, and council has had input, why do we need to spend $75,000 to do that?
What's the $75,000 for?
I think it changes.
For master planning.
So first off, Councilmember Honda, you're correct. A couple weeks ago, there was a conversation on the dais about potentially figuring out if the city could just buy these properties. And I think what you see, or what I was hoping to share in this presentation, is I don't think that is a path we should go down for a number of reasons. But I think for
let me interrupt
potentially.
you. Hold on just for a second, and let me interrupt you.
Yes.
Just for a second. Now, don't lose your train of thought.
Write it down.
Exactly, I know. Now, I just want to bookmark something real quick. Now, that's obviously, I want to let council know that's Keith's opinion, his professional opinion, obviously. The decision on whether to do this is council's, and I want to make sure that as we're having a discussion, a fruitful discussion, that it's respectful. And I want to make sure Keith is giving us his, and we talked about this in my office the other day, and he was debating, God, do I say what, and I'm like, Keith, we want to hear what your professional opinion is, but the policy decision is yours. So now, please resume.
So I think where at least I'm sitting today is, I think that if you guys are willing to invest potentially $75,000 into partnering with Sound Transit to hire a designer to put together a land plan, I think we will get what we want. The RFP can then be very specific about what we're looking for a developer to build. I don't think there's an advantage to us owning the property at any point in this process, but as the mayor said, you guys get that decision down the road. After we put the land plan together, if ultimately you want to buy it, and can figure out how to fund that purchase, I'm going to assume Sound Transit would be okay with that. The MOU that we execute with them could even have that as a city could choose to do that at the end of the process. Like there's, like with the board's approval, obviously everything, Sound Transit staff can't approve anything without the board. But I was never envisioning that you guys would actually buy it. If you wanted to, as the mayor said, you can buy it. That's a choice, assuming, again, we work through something that's got the support of the Sound Transit staff. Because I think if they're not on board, then they're not going to recommend to their board that they sell the property either to us or for the land plan that we developed. And so there's a piece of this that we need for them to be at least kind of semi-lockstep with us.
So one last thing, then I'll stop. Do you, in your professional opinion, do you not think we could, staff or the mayor, could go to Sound Transit and say, this is our vision for this piece of property without spending $75,000?
I think it carries less weight. I sit in meetings with Sound Transit staff on OMF, on TDLE, on the surplus properties almost on a weekly basis. We are in a disadvantaged position in all of those conversations because they've got something to get done and we're there to help facilitate that. Here we become a 50-50 partner in determining the outcome, and I like control, and I'd rather have one seat at a table of 2 than one seat at a table of 12, which is what we have otherwise.
It's the taxpayers' money.
It is.
At the end of the day, and it's kind of interesting to have to spend money to talk to another organization that takes taxes and gets a lot of money from the state, the feds, in our downtown, and to tell them what we would like. It just seems wrong, in my opinion, that we have to do that.
Let's drill deeper on that. For the layperson out there, or if this was in an article in the paper, which it may very well be at some point, why 75?
My guess.
And what's it exactly for?
It hires a designer. If you remember, we developed a land plan for TC3 that had the buildings on it and the plaza space. So we need to hire somebody to develop a graphic representation of what this will be. That designer will explore if there's a public plaza, for example. Is that big enough for the farmer's market? Do we want the farmer's market there? That whole conversation can happen during that process, which we will be able to semi-control if we are part kind of client of the designer that's hired. Does that make sense?
It does. I just want to make sure this conversation in regard to 75, I want to make sure that we really find this down and drill down. Brian, you're the city administrator and former, I don't need to tell you what your resume is, but former CD director as well, and you've got experience in other cities. What do you think about this just your opinion, what do you think about this discussion?
Well, I think that the spending the money is a good way to illustrate that we're talking about, what, 7, 8 different opinions of what it is that we potentially could want for that parcel. We were having the same discussion about TC3 3 years ago. We didn't know what we wanted. We kind of had an idea, but we really didn't. But that was only after we did what we're talking about doing, of bringing someone to look at the property to sort of turn ideas into a visual representation that really helped the council, mayor and council, make a decision. Because right now we're just kind of in a brainstorming phase of what the downtown could, or at least these parcels, could look like. So. I think this is an easy decision. If we have a willing partner property owner for that matter, to go in with us on looking at what the potential uses for the property are, without them saying, we don't want to hear from you, we just want to do what we're going to do. I think it makes sense to take advantage of that partnership and then come back to the council with a visual representation of what it could look like. And then this discussion that we're having right now is a little bit more focused, rather than saying we don't really know what we want with these parcels, we don't want to spend money, and we don't know. But once we have the discussion is a lot easier to have for $75,000.
We own that property. That was our property. TC3 was our property.
It was. But we didn't know what we wanted to do with it.
No, And we didn't know until the developers came and told us, the 6 developers who were there 6, who came and told us, housing, housing, housing. I mean.
Now, what I would say as well, one of the things as we're having this discussion, I want to throw something out there that, and Paul, you're next.
Sure.
I want to throw this out there that, what I remember is Councilmember Deanie Duclos. Remember when Deanie would talk about this property, and I think it was always in conjunction with conversations with you. I remember having you and Deanie, and I think that you would chime in as well on this issue as well, as we need to be careful about what Sound Transit does with this property in our downtown, that we don't lose control. And I think, and so that's, as I remember Deanie always sat by the fireplace.
Yeah, we always fought about who sat by the fireplace.
Exactly. So I think that's what it's been somewhat of a black box for us in regard to, and up until fairly recently, before they started really talking about the development of this property, for what we knew it was always going to be housing. But I think there's always been, over the past number of years, concern about lack of control that was going to be foisted upon us, and that we wanted to have some say in that. And that's where actually there were prior discussions about zoning, or changing the zoning for that property to address that. I'm sure you remember all those discussions. Did you have anything else to say on this?
I just was what I said. I'm concerned we have to spend money to talk to Sound Transit to get our vision of what we want.
Okay. And then let me get to Paul. Thank you very much. Paul.
All right, thank you. Interesting conversation we got going on. I'm going to kick off with what Jack had mentioned earlier. I am full-heartedly supportive of having a strong seat member sitting at the table. And it needs, in my mind, be someone who lives in the city and plans on living in the city for a while. The higher the position, the better, in my mind. I just feel that's how we have to move forward. So thanks for entering into that area for us. The second one is so my understanding of what I'm hearing from the last part of the conversation is your professional opinion is the $75,000 allows us to provide a dream that the council members have for what that area could be used for, that then we can then talk to Sound Transit about in collaboration with them. It doesn't mean we're going to buy the property, but at least it says this is what we would like to see done with it. And this would have a stronger voice than just, hey, I'd like to be able to do something with it. Because that's pretty much okay. And then I'm going to hop over to this. When it says senior housing, can you define, is that an age-restricted thing?
Yes.
Or is that just, okay, it is. What is the age restriction on that?
It varies between those different projects within the downtown area. Some of it are 55 and some of it are 62.
I'm so close. The second part is now that can overlap, like we had talked about earlier, was affordable. So if, like when President Kochmar was talking about one of her friends, if they fell into that 30 or even 20, it sounds like AMI, they would be able to get into the affordable side of things.
Absolutely.
But the senior would limit it, so it has to be 55 and over at that point.
Yes.
So it would limit out anybody who's under 55 to be able to get in.
Yes.
Okay.
There's no availability.
I understand, but I'm asking about the possibilities. If it says senior, it's 55 or 50 and over.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm sorry. Yeah. The thing is it's not really senior. I mean, I love seeing the KWA folks walking around with hands behind their back and the seniors from there. But, and the only reason I'm saying seniors is so that we don't have one family per bedroom, like we have at Park 16 apartments for the low-income folks. I'm just thinking really, I'm saying senior, but I'm really thinking of low-income folks, I don't care what nationality they are, that would be able to find housing that they could get into, because we do have housing that people think is affordable, but when you're really low income, there is nothing. That's why we've got them. We have some that are homeless. But I'm just thinking that if we're at the table and we have a strong voice, and I still don't know why if KWA got $1 a year for 40 years, why we can't do a lease.
Yeah.
And then the developer bears the cost because they can get the grants. There's so many grants out there. But just trying to limit what goes into our downtown as far as parking goes, because there's not going to be any parking for cars. and people that really need it, that's where they need to be, in the air. I mean, we can get people, I mean, I've been to so many housing discussions for density and, backyard housing. It's not going to cut it. It's not enough. It will be for grandma, but it won't be for the group, the type of people I'm thinking of, the people that have no family. When you are a senior, for example, and you have two incomes because you're a husband and a wife with Social Security, I think average now is $1,500 a month, and then the wife gets half of that. Well, the husband dies, or the wife dies, and then they only get one part of that income, whatever was higher. And if they don't have any pension plan or any savings, which a lot of them haven't because it's gone toward medical, they're in deep trouble. So if they don't have a family, we have those issues, and they're going to continue to grow. So those are the people I'm more concerned about. We do have senior housing, for example, Traditions. Betty's here. You can't go above $55,000 a year, but there's more, and they have a certain percentage for low income.
It's like
but I'm
60%
thinking
of
of
AMI.
Betty lives at Traditions.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the number you said out was like 60% of AMI, I'm pretty sure, 50%
Yeah.
of AMI.
So, but I'm thinking of the super low income folks.
But that's what I'm saying, though, is when I look at this and I see senior, I was trying to make an understanding of, because you mentioned senior as the term.
Yeah.
But senior is 50 and over. You're talking about people who have hit a threshold, who are having issues, but tend to be over 50. I'm just looking at, if we lock it to seniors, it has to be 50. If it's affordable housing, seniors can still, I understand you're saying there's no spot at the moment, but in the future, seniors can come in at that price point, but we're not excluding a certain individual
Yeah, like
because
if they're
of age.
disabled or, there's lots of.
They just fit into the affordable chunk of the pie.
Correct.
Okay, so even though it says seniors, if we would look at the age of people living there, that would be a whole different spectrum. Because then at that point, your seniors fall into, like you said, the affordable. They also fall, all the seniors are in the blue, but they might even be in the rental market and the ownership market. So you could have 80% of that be seniors, but 60% is senior housing.
Yeah, if you try to get into shag housing, your income has to be about $30,000 a year. The shag by the post office, we don't have people at $30,000 a year. We have people way below that, so we just have to be cognizant of that.
Well, I understand. I just want to make sure I understood what the vocabulary we were using on when it says senior and stuff like that. I think I forgot most of the other things I had, so I'm going to let it go for now. But
You're not even a senior.
I know, it happens, we're close. Thanks.
We're all working our way there. Lydia?
Thank you. So the $75,000, if we were to do it, does it guarantee our partnership?
The guarantee is the MOU. So the memorandum of understanding that you guys would execute with Sound Transit would be that guarantee. It would list all of the expectations and all of the things that need to be fulfilled by both Sound Transit and by the city.
Without us owning it?
Yes, it's a home run.
So that's understood then, that MOU will have, that we are partners in this, 50-50, where otherwise they get to say what happens to it.
They have a majority of the decision makers under the normal process.
And we'll still only have one person representing Federal Way.
That's the current agreement that we executed, yes.
So the 75 does not increase that number.
So the 75, so this would happen outside of their normal process. What if you guys decided to go down this path with Sound Transit, parcels 3 and 4, if you want to do both of them, would not follow the same process as parcels 1 and 2.
And it's either parcel 4 or 3 and 4, correct?
Or just 3. You could choose any combination of 3 and 4, because those are the 2 that aren't under the current RFP for Sound Transit.
Okay, but that doesn't change the price point.
The designer, it's probably not going to affect, if we have somebody put together a land plan for just 4 or for 3 and 4, probably not a great difference in cost.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that it guarantees us something if we're going to spend the money.
Okay. And when I was talking before about I was talking the administration, myself and the city administrator and the directors, where I was talking about purchasing the property, actually, the 75 and being able to visualize it is something I do support. I just want to make sure it's clear. Jack?
Yeah, Susan was asking, why can't we just take our vision to them without paying paying the 75,000? I think that the thing is what is our vision that we would take to them? And this 75,000, if we put it in, then we would help solidify the vision that we have to take to them. Because right now, I mean, hey, there's might be a few different visions, and in my mind, I envision stuff, but even in my mind, I don't have the concrete idea of how, and the thought bubble that Keith presented up there, that there's a bunch of great ideas, and I think that we definitely need to implement some of them, but exactly how, I'm not quite sure. And so I think that this 75,000 could help solidify that vision so that we could take it to Sound Transit and be able to have greater control.
And if they agreed to the MOU, that would lock them in. Okay, was that it?
I think that's it. Yeah, we want to have greater control, and this could help us have that greater control.
Okay, thank you.
So, Susan, Linda, and I served on a committee when we put together the things we went to, the 6 people who bid on the downtown core. We were on that committee.
Jack, and me.
Okay, the 3 of us.
Yeah.
And we met all the time, and we talked about the vision and what everybody wanted to do, and then it went out to RFP, and those 6 people that came to us knew what we wanted, and so we got 6 people to bid. I view this as exactly the same thing, but we're controlling with Sound Transit for 75 grand, $3 to $5 million in property that we get to input and help build our city without having to buy it. I mean, this is like a great option. People used to pay a lot of money to say, I want to buy this building, and I'll give you $10 down and hold it for me for a couple of years or whatever it was. But I think that spending the $75K to have our team at a table on a 1-for-1, putting the input in, so what gets put on that plan is half ours or part of, with us and them, we have a better chance of getting the thing built and what we want. And some of these things in the bubble may be in there and some may not, some may be added, but I'm really in support of spending the $75K when we get to a council position to do that, to be in a partnership with Sound Transit on this.
All right, thank you. All right, Paul.
I remember now. Does this, at the end of, Ron Walker presented something, and he had his drawings, his designs, his stuff. When we get done with this, I'm going to call it a report for lack of a better term right now, when we have that, will it have visualizations, or is it going to be all text? It's just going to tell you these are what you...
No, it'll be a plan. It'll be exactly the same. The graphics, and it'll be an analysis of the building makeup as well for each 3 and 4 if we're doing 3 and 4. So like it might say that, you've got on parcel 3, 5 stories of residential, and it's this many housing units if there are 1 bedrooms and studios or 2 bedrooms, whatever the case is. And so it'll have all that mix in it in terms of the data.
Okay.
But otherwise, it's a graphic.
Okay.
It's going to show, like if at the end of the day we say, you know what? On parcel 4, we want a 5/2. First floor, we want a space that could be with roll-up garage doors because we want it to be potentially a public market or the farmer's market in a sheltered space. And the second floor is a teen center, senior center. Like, it's gonna be to that level of detail, assuming we can drive down those land uses as Councilmember Walsh talked about.
Okay.
And that's part of this process, is getting to that. This is what we want to prioritize. And then, whether the housing that's above it has a certain lens, like whether it's senior affordable housing or whether it's just affordable housing, we can potentially also then, because what that'll do is that'll be the recipe that'll go out in the RFP that then developers will say, oh, this is what I need to do to potentially land this project. And I'm going to submit my proposal that says that's what we'll do.
Pretty much we're giving them, hey, the blueprint of what we want. It benefits you to stay as close as possible to what the vision is that we've had.
Yes.
Okay. And then I agree with you on I'm going to use the term pay to play because I don't have a better term for it. But I also look at it, I am not against, if they do something I don't want, suing. and this is cheaper in my mind than going through a long, dragged-out court case. So I look forward to when we do bring it up for a longer conversation, but like I said, I'm gonna put that on the table. If I'm still around and they do something we don't want, that is on the table for me. I have no problem going to court with them. So that was it.
All right, very good. Susan?
So the next 3 items, I'm going to encourage the city to spend some money. And I think it's important how we spend our money. So anyway, I would just say, when I first got on councils and I would bring up spending money, Skip Priest, the mayor, used to say, I could buy a police officer. And that's what when I look at the $75,000 that we would have to pay, go to Sound Transit and say, this is what we want. When we've been saying what we want the last several years, we could buy part of a police officer with $75,000. Anyway, that just comes to my mind. So I think we're ready to move on. I think we've beat this down, and I think it just needs to come to a council meeting for more discussion and a vote.
Okay, great. Anything else on this issue?
She slid in.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
No, to his point, I think it'd be great to look at what Ron had drawn out and even have him involved in this, because he has spent a lot of time and his own personal money to do this, and it's very important to him, and I think he'll be a great asset to the conversation.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, you got it?
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, Keith, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Okay, let's transition. We've got 28 minutes to lunch, and
So,
we...
Mayor,
Oh, yeah.
since this isn't, we can't take an action here.
Yeah.
Does this have to come back to council?
It will come back to the council, and we'll talk internally. In fact, why don't, you know what, let's put a period at the end of this sentence. Let's beat this down even further. Sorry. Brian, and before you walk away, Brian, why don't you bottom line what you believe is the takeaway from this discussion, and what we're planning to do as a result of this discussion?
We're going to bring back something for council to decide on in terms of a joint study with Sound Transit that includes a potential memorandum of understanding and the terms of that MOU that the council would be agreeable to.
Okay. Jack?
Does it have to go through land use first, or can we bring it directly to council business?
Well, as chair of land use, what is your preference?
I'd rather just take it to not to land use, but to the city council in 2 weeks.
It should go to council.
And just go directly on in 2 weeks. Or
On the
as soon-
18th?
Yeah, as soon as we can.
Is there general consensus, Paul?
I'd like to see the finance backing for what we're thinking about for the money before I just vote on the 75, but I have no problem with that.
But it would be part of that, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Brian, you got anything on that?
No, it's good.
Stephanie, did you get that?
Yeah, I figured, but.
That we were, and I see legal counsel's teeing up to say something.
Just, we'll do our best to make a 2-week turnaround on an MOU with another agency, but that's probably not realistic.
Well, we can talk about, no, we're talking about what broad contours would be. I guess, I'm not sure that, I mean, there'd be a negotiation phase.
There is a
Even 4
negotiation
weeks is
phase,
okay.
so we're not the only people in charge of this process, but we'll absolutely express our interest in.
You know, the way I internalized this, you guys actually, this is a good discussion, a good question. I assumed we would, pay the 75, get the drawings, and then with the drawings, that would then drive the MOU.
No.
I think we do the MOU first.
Okay.
Because that's gonna be the roadmap, to make sure we get what we want.
I see. So, Paul, excuse me, you're Ryan.
I am Ryan.
So, that's what my mom used to do that all the time, all us kids. All right, so, Ryan.
I was the oldest, so I always got called out first.
Okay. So go ahead.
So yes, the MOU is to agree to do the study. So we'll have to do that before we can do the study.
Okay, so do you think you could have it done by the 18th?
No, I don't.
That's an easy answer.
Okay, well, this is good, you guys. So one of the things I think it's always really important about is set clear expectations and to make sure that people don't get disappointed, whether it's the public, council member, staff. So would the next meeting in April, or, I mean, would you be able to pull something together sometime in April?
So
either the first or the second meeting.
This is a big jump. I appreciate you always jumping into the fire. This is great. I think maybe what would be a beneficial intermediary step would be to go to LUTC and talk about the bullet points for the MOU, about what it's going to cover.
Okay.
So that, and I can easily have that ready for the next LUTC meeting.
Why don't we do that? Okay, so the takeaway from this discussion is, we're not gonna bypass LUTC. In fact, it's gonna sit there, not sit there, that's gonna go there. We'll punch those things, put that together. Then that will go to the full council about the MOU when it's ready. So that'd be the next city council meeting. Do we have anything over here?
No, just sidebar.
Okay, all right, very good. Okay, just checking. Okay, so, and then your next LUTC meeting is when?
Monday, the first week of March.
Oh, wait,
Whatever month it
that's
is.
really fast.
I mean, yeah.
That's 2 weeks.
Come on.
Next week, that's
I'm
next week.
thinking it's probably the first week in April.
Yeah, let's do April.
Let's do the first April.
Is that okay, everybody? Okay.
But with a phone call, can I say with a phone call to transit so they
Yeah.
know what we're doing?
Yeah, they'll have watched this.
Okay.
Let's all say
Should
hi
we
to
wave
Sam.
at them?
Lease, $1 a year.
They actually edit.
Who's gonna communicate with Sound Transit?
I will. I'll reach out to Mara D'Angelo on Monday.
Okay, all right, Brian? Okay, actually, you know what? Good, thanks, you Council President. That was a really, if we hadn't really talked that last piece through, I think we wouldn't be in the right position to move forward. All right. Okay, all right, now let's move on to item B. All right, now we've got 24 minutes to lunch. The countdown begins. Could somebody, Stephanie, let's start a clock. Just kidding. All right, identifying the cost of potential standalone centers, and I'm kidding. We're gonna do this issue justice here. So, identifying cost of potential standalone centers, senior and teen. Presentation by John Hutton, Parks Director. John.
Thank you. So starting off with that topic that you introduced, we'll move on. So the senior program that we currently have today at the community center is very robust. We have over 500 seniors a day through the door. We have diverse activities, including pickleball, with 100 plus attendees just for pickleball each day. We operate 7 days a week, primarily serving seniors Monday through Friday from 5 a.m. to 3 p.m. It's almost completely a senior center from those hours because kids are in school. With extensive fitness classes, pool, group fitness. So 200 plus lunches are served there. We just added another lunch program this week. By a special request, we were able to do that. We have line dancing, water aerobics. The pools are well loved by our senior population. We have lots and lots of different drop-in programs. There's no membership required for the ones listed here. I care too much about you to read to you, so I won't read them all. But I do want to point out one thing. Where it says over 25,000 participants, that's actually attendance. That's not 25,000 unique individual people. That's 25,000 people attend. So if it's a 10-week class and 25 are in the class, that gets you to that number. I didn't want to appear to be trying to mislead here. Senior programs, again, membership not required. Another long list of different things we do. We're always adding things. Like any good Parks and Recreation department, we don't always invent things. We just take them, steal them, and make them better. And that's what we do. Again, at the bottom, if there's 40,000 participants, that's 40,000 attendees. Senior program, and that's yearly. So senior program, specialty classes. We do a lot of things that help seniors with their quality of life. We help try to save them money, like through things like AARP driver safety classes, which lowers their insurance rates when they pass. We do Meals on Wheels. We serve several different ethnic communities in our community, including Evergreen Senior Lunch is our Korean Elder program. We do Catholic Community Services that serves our Latino population, along with anybody. Anybody is welcome to those, but it kind of specializes there. We have senior rights assistance. We help people with their income taxes. We partnered with Hyde Shuttle, which is a tremendously important asset to our community. We provided them some parking spots at the community center, and they provide free transportation for seniors throughout the area. So And we have, again, 20,000 people take advantage of those, or 20,000 attend. These are some other senior programs that we do. We have a trip going out to Italy in the next week and a half that at least one person in this room I know is going on. And that's really cool. We do lots and lots of overnight excursions, 3 to 4 days, 4 to 5 trips a year. We do extended travel. That's the one that's going overseas to Italy. And we have day trips, 90 to 100 day trips a year. So a couple a week minimum.
How big is that group with the European trip?
That's 2 cities that combined. It's us and Auburn. We partner with Auburn, and I think there's about 30 or more. Pam is on the trip. Pam, do you know how many are on the actual trip?
I've only heard it secondhand, and I've only heard 8, but I heard that.
So that's from our city. So there's a combination.
And do we hire a tour guide, or do you use?
Yes, that's Colette Travel. It's a professional travel company, and they sponsor. So, but you get there.
Not that I'm trying to figure out how to get on the trip.
We can get you there.
Is it a bus tour? Bus tour through Italy? Is it a bus tour?
They do all kinds of different things, including all your lodging, all your airfare, all your ground transportation is all covered. The only thing you're responsible for is if you want to do additional trips beyond what they have, and your own meals. So, and some meals are provided. It's a tremendous value.
No, when he's done.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Again, 90 to 100 day trips a year. We do everything from ball games to the Tulip Festival to the Lavender Festival. You name it. If there's a destination spot in the state of Washington, our senior coordinator, David Schmidt, has taken a group of seniors to it. We go every single week. We do private trips. There's a private trip going to something very cool this week. He just told me, and it's slipping my memory right now. But some very cool private trips where you can work directly with us if you have a large family group or something in and you want to go to Seattle and do something. You don't have to worry about the parking. We take care of it. We buy the entire season for Broadway shows, and then people can buy the tickets direct through us with no markup, and we take you right to the theater. You don't have to park. And then he gives you a couple of restaurant choices right there. They're completely up to you on that, with great theater seats. Mariner games every year. Rainiers games every year. He takes an out-of-town trip to a Seahawk road game. They've been to Nashville. They've been to New York. They were in Boston this time, Foxborough. They watched the Patriots. They've been to Vegas. They've been to San Francisco. They go all over the country to one senior trip to a out-of-town Seahawk game. Senior programs, again, we're kind of the best of both worlds over there. We definitely cater to a new type of or a newer, more active senior, which we know people are retiring earlier, they're retiring healthier, and they want to be active. And so, again, things like pickleball, we do all kinds of programs that help people have a healthier, happier life. Fall prevention, balance, Tai Chi, all these things that are beneficial to people's quality of life as they age, and they age kind of happily. And there's a lot of studies that show that the intergenerational mix of a senior center or a building that caters to seniors, much like the community center does, it's multi-generational. We serve everybody from the youngest of babies to people over 100 years old. Every single day we have that age group in that building. Not as many 100-year-olds, but lots of 90s. The standalone senior center, which was the actual topic, I wanted to introduce what we currently have. Obviously, cost of new construction, this dollar amount came directly from Keith that he used earlier in an earlier presentation. Cost of raw clean land in Federal Way is $1.7 million. There's all kinds of things that would have to be done, site work, utilities. All of those additional costs would go in. So cost estimates on that dollar amount for construction that's listed there, $350 to, my eyesight is not as good as it used to be, $950 per square foot. I could turn that direction. Yeah. That's way better. Thank you. $350 to $900 per square foot. Depends on the amenities, such as a commercial kitchen. If you put a commercial kitchen in a brand new building, it's going to cost you way more than if you don't. If you were to do a teen center, if you were to have a nice gymnasium, that would cost you on the higher end toward the $950 for those higher end amenities. Again, renovation would be the same without the cost of the raw land. Hopefully you'd buy a building, and then it depends on what you would want to put in. That same construction range is accurate for that. So, and that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I've left it open for council presentation due to the extreme pressure on lunch hour approaching.
Oh, no pressure.
I'm just kidding.
No pressure, it's happening. No. Susan and then Jackie. Susan.
So I work with the Senior Commission, and Amy works with the Senior Commission and does an amazing job. First of all, I want to thank the people at the community center, especially David, for the work that they do with the seniors. I do have some issues with your numbers though. This report, I think David, or someone gave us this report earlier, that 500 seniors are engaged daily. And when I asked how the 500 number came to be, because our senior commission took offense to this number, I was told it was anyone over 50 entering the building. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're there for a senior center. It means that they're a senior, that they're a person over 50 and they're participating in something. Doesn't mean that they're there for the senior center. So the Senior Commission recently took about 3 to 4 months to do a petition to see if people were interested in Federal Way in a standalone senior center. They got quite a few signatures. Those petitions were presented to the City Council. I haven't seen the petitions yet. I don't know who has that, but I'm sure that we'll get it when we ask for it. The reason the Senior Commission members would like a standalone senior center is when they're at the community center, there are children running all over. And they don't feel like it's the same impact as if you go to the Auburn Senior Center or the Renton Senior Center, which I've been to, where you walk into a building. It's busy, but you don't have young children and moms chasing young children around. You have someone to greet you. You have a room where you can do this activity and this activity, or sit and visit. So that's one of the main reasons, that they just don't feel that it is their space and that they're comfortable there. So I had previously talked with the mayor about an idea that I had to make this more like a senior center. I think it was last year or the year before, where if we could have our people there for the senior center, not for the other things, just because they're 50, they could come into the doors by the community rooms. We could have a greeter there. We could use the 2 classrooms down at that end of the building. We could use the kitchen and the community centers, and they could do their activities and not have the children and the constant chaos running around them. It might work for a while. I don't know that that's going to be the answer long term, but it might work, that it makes it feel like it's more of a senior center that they envision, where they're not, where they just feel like it's more serene, more senior for them. And it wouldn't cost any money. I mean, a lot of the senior centers that I've visited, visitors or volunteers are the ones at the table greeting people. They're helping them do things. And we have a great senior commission. We have great volunteers. Seniors are great volunteers. So it wouldn't cost any money. It might be worth trying. Some of the things on here, the senior programs, I don't think we're doing. Like, I don't think we're doing bingo at this point. I brought that up.
We move them in and out with interest, so yeah, they're not everything is offered every single week.
There is an interest in bingo right now. I've talked to David about that. He had some concerns, which I appreciate his concerns. But I do feel that we have a partial solution if we just let them enter their own door. And I know that those community rooms are rented out at times, and they're flexible. People are flexible. If it's rented out for a luncheon or whatever, it's flexible. So that's where I'm coming from, representing the Senior Commission. And yeah, so that's where I am. There are also 2 other lunches that you didn't talk about. One is the Senior Commission does a quarterly lunch, And then Steel Lake Presbyterian has been doing a monthly lunch for the last 6 months. And unfortunately, the 2 pastors at Steel Lake Presbyterian are retiring. So I don't know how much longer their involvement will be, unfortunately, but they have done a tremendous amount of work supporting the seniors. And I believe that luncheon is being transitioned over to the city.
David mentioned that he's been working with the pastors about they did the first half of the year and we were going to do the second half, some arrangement like that.
And they had over 100 people last week at their luncheon, 100 seniors. So it's a well-loved event, and I hope it continues.
I will say on your idea on transitioning, there is a cost because those are very heavily used, those rooms. They're heavily programmed for programs that pay. At times, in those areas, if you just set them aside for seniors, it would take them off the ability to earn money, both in a rental situation and a programming situation. But your point is well taken, that people want a space that they feel is not intruded upon by young children. So.
Thank you.
Is your thought that on this, where you've got a senior usage for those rooms, that the side entrance, could be used on an ad hoc or as needed basis? What do you think about that? Where
Could be a few times a week.
Yeah.
I got 2.
2 times a week?
Yeah.
Where you could have a senior, you could say senior entrance if they've got a luncheon or if they've got an event. What do you think about that, John?
That's fine. The reason we typically lock those doors on that end is it's a control issue. We want people to go through the main entry when they come into the building, and it's easily rectified. There is a cost of staffing it, and you're not going to put a volunteer to manage some of the folks that come and go. You need a paid person there, but it's not a tremendous amount of cost. So definitely could be doable. I would need to talk to the rental coordinator to find out what she's got on the books already, things like that, but certainly good discussion.
And do you have people try to sneak into the community center?
Oh, absolutely.
Like the weight room and the pool and?
Everywhere.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
The other thing I want to say,
Even had it last week.
for the people that might listen to this retreat, is the trips that you talked about, seniors pay for them. They're not free. The city does not cover them. They're not free. They are.
Absolutely. It's a paid program.
Just to make that very clear.
Absolutely.
Of course. All right, Councilmember Adobe. Jack?
I think Council Susan answered my question, but I was kind of curious what the issue is, and it sounds like it's access for seniors to have a place on certain hours or certain days. It's not that we don't do a whole bunch for seniors, because the list is huge, but I just want to make sure I understand the list. The ask is to carve out part of the current building for certain days, from 2 to 4 or, 10 to 2 or whatever, so a senior can come in and go in and play bingo if that's what they want to do, or hang out around the card table and play cards. It's not to start a whole new program today.
Today.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. Paul?
Yeah,
And then Jack?
mine's kind of the same thought process. So my understanding is we're not looking at doing a new construction. We're looking at using what our current assets are and trying to reutilize them. Is that kind of the play that?
That's what I heard.
Yeah, okay.
So the seniors would love their own building.
Oh, we all, yeah.
At this point, that's really not
Feasible.
possible. So before we can get to that point eventually, this is what I would think might work.
Okay, I got you on that one. I'm gonna, before I go to my next topic, what is the difference between a day trip and a private trip?
Private trip is you call, I have a bunch of family coming in, I'd like to have you take me and my family to this event, not open to the public.
Okay.
A day trip would be open to anybody who signs up, till the bus is full.
Like a game or something?
Ball game, Mount Rainier, Mount St. Helens.
Okay.
Any,
Leavenworth.
keep going, I like it.
The Tulip Festival.
Okay, so it's actually, someone can call in and request. How much does that service cost then?
I don't have that.
Okay.
It's very affordable.
Gotcha.
Most people, when they look at not driving their own car, go, I would be stupid not to do this.
Yeah, incentive values. I'm gonna kind of hop on the back of what Councilmember Honda had talked about, the senior room. So I would like to know what it would cost. I would like to know a hard cost if we just said, hey, since it is taking a revenue stream away from the community center, what would it cost to rent out those rooms for 2 days a week for the set time plus staff? So I'd like to see what the actual financial cost would be to it. It may be something that just might be worthwhile to just lock them up and say that those are now permanently rented out for a 3-month time to test this out or something. So I kind of like that idea for the senior rooms, but at the same time, like I said, I'd rather see what the cost would be for that.
And you're talking about, I want to make sure, you're talking about the big room at the end on the.
Those are called the community wing.
Yeah, the community wing, yes. Community rooms are down the community wing, yes.
Walls that you can bring up, so you don't have to do the whole thing.
You've got the senior lounge, but you're talking about.
It's the same place where we met for doing discussions and stuff like that, or I've been to some fundraisers there, so yeah, that location. And then the second thing, we have teen center on here too. I've actually talked to a few people in the local residents and stuff like that who are teen related. What is the possibility, or have we ever done teen nights at the community center?
We are a teen center. If you go over there, I know you're the one council member who's there every day.
Let me rephrase that. Yeah. The problem that we usually have is night times. I'm looking at opportunities for evening. I'll be blunt. I would say 10 to like 2 in the morning or something, where it's like the time that the kids are usually getting in trouble. They don't have a whole lot of outlets. That's the area I get talked to about the most. What is the one probability? I know it's probability is a vote, but probability and then price point. What is it going to cost if we were to, instead of doing a whole different center? I know we're talking to the schools and stuff, but what would it? Is that? I can't understand why it wouldn't be feasible other than money and time. But what is that? My possibility. I'm just throwing that at you. What is it like? Is that something that you?
So if you're talking about after close,
it's after close. It's a nighttime thing.
We've done.
I'll say 10 to 2. Say.
Yeah, it's there's a lot there to unpack, but with that, it's not undoable. It's a lot of staff, and it's not existing staff. You're not going to have existing staff, so you're adding new staff for sure. I think there are better solutions. What are they? I'm looking at again, back to the Keith conversation. Professional opinion, decisions of yours, totally get that. My professional opinion is I think there's about 30 teen centers available in the community right now. 30. And you guys are already working on it with the school district. They're already built. They have the most essential thing, in my opinion, which is space. Schools? I'm talking about gym space. Schools. We have one gym. They have 30. So it's the school district that has the asset right now. Now, I don't know how crazy they'd be about 10 to 2 in the morning, but I think it's after school is really even more important. It's the after school. It's only weekends that the 10 to 2 works. The first game I ever officiated in the state of Washington was late night basketball at Rainier High School Rainier High School, not Rainier.
How late?
Garfield, up in the city, up in Seattle. Late. Games are 10, 11, 12, and 1 o'clock in the morning.
What about the teen center?
EX3, I don't know what hours, how late they operate. They would probably be the smarter choice to go for late night. It's going to be funding for them too, and staffing at that hour.
It's always funding.
Yeah, it's always, yeah, there's
money.
Nothing's free. So, but you got to have staff to come in. And our staff can't be expected to work days and nights or a split between the two, so.
Well, I'm going to disagree with that. I mean, if there's a paying position, someone offers to fill the position.
Right.
I'm not saying forced.
Right. Sure.
This is not forced.
But school gymnasiums are already there, and I really believe the world according to John, which is worth everything you're going to pay for, is that a big difference can be made with the health of our youth and the behavior of the youth that we're all concerned about, and their safety can be addressed by better after-school programs. It's the one area, our Parks and Recreation Department is amazing. We do great stuff. We're as good or better than just about anybody in the region, and I stand by that. I'm biased, but it happens to be true. The one area that we are not doing well is teen programming. Teen programming is our weakness, and it's because of space. And if the fruits of your labor, I know you're working, Council President and Councilmember Honda are working with the school district, those gyms are sitting there. In many days, you're not going to get a high school. They're off the table. There's too many high school teams. You got boys, girls, varsity, JV, freshmen. You're not going to get a high school. But every junior high has that great space. And that great space is what kids need, whether they're playing basketball or not. Not every kid is interested in basketball.
No, it's space.
But it's space. One classroom near the gym And you will have groups in the community that will volunteer to do that. There's lots of great people in this community that would step up to help kids.
Okay, so I'm not going to disagree with that. That is an option, but I would still like to see a ballpark price, just so, again, it's a number. So if I go to the school and they're like, hey, that's great, we'll do it. You can support staff, you can support security, you can, so then I can say, okay, that costs this much, this costs this much.
And you're specifically, just so I'm clear on the ask, late night.
Late night.
Friday, Saturday.
We've done this
Something
before.
like that, yep.
Or,
John?
And we'll only, not every month, not every week, but maybe once, maybe twice a month, but it's more like an outlet.
We did one. We did one night of late night.
A few years ago.
A couple years ago, yeah.
Maybe, see if you can dig up those numbers or what we're talking about. And seems like it, 2 in the morning is I mean, either, I'm not sure you'd want to let a teen go at 2. You've got transportation at the end of the evening.
Teens relative nowadays is 23, according to a lot of statistics that I read. I thought it was 18 at one time. I was informed when I got to council, 23, 24 is now the term or the age limitation for it. So
okay, well, let's get information and let's put this in the parking lot. So here's what I've got. I've got Jack, Susan, and then back to Jack Dovey. Okay, go.
All right. Yeah. So as Susan was talking about having the other entrance as a senior, I was thinking, that's a great idea, and put senior center on the door over there. And I was thinking, hey, that's a winner. And then I got to thinking about those rooms and realizing that, for example, in the summer with the day camp, every day those rooms are being used.
Every single day. You're
every
exactly
single
right.
day during the summer.
That's right.
And so all of a sudden I realized, oh, hey, I thought we really landed on something. Then I realized maybe we hadn't. But that's a challenge. But I do think that if we could some way, I don't know what the details are.
Some of them,
but at least some of the year, it may work, and actually labeling it senior center. I don't know. I don't know whether that's practical or not, but just an idea. But I like the idea, the practicality of it. We need to explore. Also I think that with the ideas what we were talking about previously with the Sound Transit property, with the property there, I mean, as the designer works on the things, I mean, evaluate whether an actual senior center or teen center is practical there at all. Of course, any of that would be on down the road, but I think that should be in the mix of what is considered anyway. The question about the senior programs and all the long list of programs, what are the main ways that that's publicized?
We are heavily online, so, and then we also have flyers. We print a quarterly brochure, actually 3 times a year, it's not quarterly anymore, 3 times a year, and then we communicate with anybody who's ever taken a senior program with us. We directly communicate with them. We have a senior coordinator, his name is David Schmidt, he does a fantastic job. David communicates directly with all the seniors. And then, of course, the senior commission gets the word out on a lot of different things. So we have lots of different outreaches.
Yeah, I think that maybe we could use some additional creativity, perhaps with the senior, ask the senior commission to come up with other things. I know that with the quarterly, the quarterly catalog that you come out with, I suspect that the seniors get it in the mail and say, oh, hey, that's community center, nothing there for me, and they round file it, unfortunately.
The numbers would disagree with that because they all sign up for every program.
All right,
so we're full on everything.
So, okay, but anyway, I think there's probably opportunity for more fullness, but no, I mean, doing a terrific job with getting the word out, but I think that there's still room for improvement. Sure. And that's my comments.
Great.
Susan?
So the senior commission talks about how much they would love to have more communication with the community and ways that they can do that. So that's a discussion that we have quite often. For using the school gyms, I 100% completely agree with you. And Jack, Linda, and I meet with 2 school board directors, and we have for, 3 years now? And we bring this up quite often because the school board directors, and I respect them a lot, feel that we should be using our community center, and we feel like we should be using their gyms.
You're right.
Just for the reason that you brought up, is that the gyms are some of them are being used for high school sports and stuff, but they're in the neighborhoods that the kids live in. The community center is kind of stuck in an area that some people might not even know it's there if they're new to the city. So we bring this up often, and it always comes back to staffing and funding. And I think ideally we continue working with this school board to try to get this going with especially with after-school programs. I know at the last NLC meeting, Amy and I attended a luncheon meeting on after-school programs, and they have ongoing discussions, which I know we're listening to. There's money out there for after-school programs. There's a national program, that company that will come in and help you as a city develop after-school programs in the schools. The Tacoma School District has an amazing after-school program in their elementary schools and their middle schools. Amazing, and we've talked with them. They've come to our meeting. There are ways. It just is going to require more discussion and money, but it can be done. And we don't have to reinvent it. It already exists. There's models out there that we could adopt for federal way. It can be done.
I agree.
Okay, thank you, Jack.
I just had one comment about teen centers. I know there's a problem or perceived problem in Federal Way right now with the schools get out on Friday, I think it's at noon, and then all the kids in the high school and junior high go to wherever they go. So there is a real, I believe there's a need for having a place for them to gather. I know that Young Life's doing something across from Federal Way right now, but when we talk teen centers and, between 10 and 2 at midnight or whatever, I think we should be having those discussions. Okay, if your school district is going to continue to release kids from school at noon every Friday or whatever it is for the rest of the year and into next year, it could become a big issue for our city. Not an issue, but it's a big issue because the parents are at work and the kids are going home and there's no place to hang out and no things, so that could be a big issue in the future we should be considering.
Okay, good discussion. Why don't we, right now it's about 7 after. And Stephanie, did we schedule 30 minutes for lunch? Okay, so right now, let's call it 12:07. By the time we actually start, it's going to be 12:10. Should we reconvene at 30 minutes after that, 12:40? Sure. Is that okay, everybody? So 30 minutes. So we will reconvene at 12:40. Please help yourself some lunch. We will resume with the identifying the cost of a potential inclusive park at that time. Okay, let's, as they say, let's get the party started. We'll resume this. We are at the section of identifying costs of a potential inclusive park. John Hutton, that's your cue.
Thank you very much, sir. They're queuing me up here on there we go. So identifying the costs of an inclusive park. So the first page just basically talks about what an inclusive park needs to be considered to be inclusive. So again, I don't need to read you the whole slide, you have it. But there are many things to be considered. Obviously, accessibility physically, smooth, accessible pathways, ramps and cuts, accessible parking, all of those type of things, seating and rest areas. And then, of course, playground features need to be inclusive play equipment, swings with harnesses, sensory play panels, varied play experiences for different people with different needs, sensory-friendly areas, rubberized surfacing or turf for fall safety. And you wouldn't want chips in that environment because they're hard to get around in. Multilingual signage, community gathering spaces, and culturally relevant design. Again, some more things to be considered. Adaptive sports areas, for instance, basketball hoops at a lower height. Natural or nature integration, trails that are accessible, well thought out, raised garden beds, sensory gardens, lighting very important, shade and weather protection, because people can get stuck out away and need to have a place to get out of the weather quickly and safely. Digital accessibility, all of those things need to be considered. So when we talk about installation costs, again, the same dollar amount that I had in my previous slide for raw clean land in Federal Way is 1.7 an acre. That is the kind of going rate. And then obviously if we were to renovate an existing park, that needs further definition before I can give you any kind of a real cost. Adding more inclusive elements to existing parks and playgrounds. Again, we threw out an area of $1 to $5 million, but again, that can change with more definition. So definition required includes the size of a park, parking, site development, playground, play structure itself, restrooms, security, lighting, surfacing of the play area for safety, again, that was mentioned in the previous slide. And again, we can't really give you a number, and it's more for discussion from council. So those are the issues and items that need to be talked about. When it comes to, if we were to renovate an existing park, we only have 4 or 5 parks with adequate parking that really service the parking. So you have Celebration Park, obviously. Town Square Park has parking, but it's a small lot, but Town Square Park is one. Sacagawea, Lakota, and Sahali are the other parks that have adequate parking today. A lot of the other ones are smaller neighborhood parks. There's an advantage to neighborhood parks from a sensory standpoint. A lot of people with certain inclusion needs want a quieter, less robust, noisy environment, but not everybody. Everybody's individually got their own needs. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions and open up council discussion. Yes.
I'd like to just briefly have you talk about ADA requirements with the current toys and equipment in the parks. What's the approach there? And you know, is there I know that you had written a memo, or it was part of a memo that I think that was part of Tanya's response on some of this issue about inclusivity elements in each park versus one park.
Right. Thank you. So first of all, we meet or exceed, and usually exceed. In fact, I think in all cases, we exceed ADA requirements. And so we are currently absolutely compliant, recognizing that there are more needs that we're not hitting in every area. But we do have inclusive elements in any new playground that we put in, always has inclusive elements. And one of our most inclusive spots is Family Funland at Steel Lake Park. That has many inclusive elements, including areas where kids or adults with mobility problems can get into the actual playground itself, but not the entire playground. Certainly we're recognizing that. But we have inclusive elements at all of our new playgrounds, our newer, when I say newer, probably since 2016, 17, anything new, and we consistently add more and more inclusive elements into parks. Sensory boards, lots of things like that that we have added. And I do have Jason here if there's a question that I'm unable to answer, but we would constantly be considering and adding and including inclusive elements in any playground we put in. Does that answer the question, Mayor?
Yeah. Okay. Councilor Honda?
Thank you. Thanks for having this on the agenda. So I started my quest to get an inclusive park over 10 years ago here in Federal Way after I was in one in Washington, D.C., and I realized the difference that it made in children's lives. And just a short story, I became disabled in May of 1990. I had a little girl who was 2.5, and my boys were in grade school, and I couldn't go play with her. We had nowhere that I could go take her and play with her because I was on 2 crutches and could barely walk. And it opened my eyes as to the difficulty that a parent has, or a person with mobility issues had to play. I agree that our parks in Federal Way are great. I agree that we have some inclusive parts to several of our parks, but we do not have a standalone, that word again, inclusive park. And an inclusive park is a space that is designed so everyone feels like they belong and everyone can play. It's not just for someone who has a mobility issue. It could be someone who's blind or deaf who has sensory issues. I've been in numerous inclusive parks since I started this over 10 years ago, and I believe that we need to take one of our existing parks. I'm not saying that we buy land. I don't think that's necessary. And we develop it into an inclusive park that is a destination. Because not only will it be useful for those who live here in Federal Way, it'll bring people to Federal Way. There's a park in Iowa that we drove 50 minutes to get to because it's a beautiful park. It's an inclusive park, but most of the children playing in it didn't have mobility issues. Some of their parents did, and their parents could go on the big toy. Their parents could swing with them. Their parents could go down a slide with them. Their parents could chase after them, you know, on their crutches or in their walker or whatever, in their wheelchair. So I think that this would be, to me, it's not a want. To me, it's something that is really necessary for a city our size. In some of the research I've done, there's a park up in the city of Snoqualmie, Centennial Park. It was an existing park. The playground needed to be redone. So in April of 23, or summer of 2023, they started making it into an inclusive park. It opened in April of 2024. The cost, because they already had the land, was $976,000. Another park up in Seattle where they had to buy land was $6.1 million. I mean, there are wide ranges of cost. I've never felt that the city of Federal Way should be the only one funding this. Kiwanis clubs fund inclusive parks. JC clubs do. Rotary, Lions, hospitals. Most of the inclusive parks you go to around the country, it'll have the funders. And almost always there's children's hospitals that are listed on that list. There's Miracle League Parks, which the one in Dubuque, Iowa is a Miracle League Park. It has a ball field next to it, which is an inclusive ball field for children. Looks like a normal ball field, but it's made for children who have physical disabilities as well as not being able to see or hear. And they fund it. So I'm not saying that we fund this. I'm saying that we look for land and that we start the process and we reach out to see who's going to help us. 2 years ago, I talked with our state representatives. They said that they would, if we could find the land, they would get some funding. I know that the state's in a different position now with money, but that doesn't mean that there's a bucket of money at the state that isn't made for this. So I also talked to the school district. They have over 5,000 children that they feel would benefit from having a park in Federal Way that they could play at. So I just feel it's very, very, very important that we do this. And I appreciate taking the time for you to listen to me. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Paul?
Yeah, I find this an interesting concept. I'm still in and out on the long-term probability of this one, but if it was to go down, then one of the parks that was not mentioned was Still Lake. I know there's quite a bit of repairs to it. If there is partners and grants, potential federal, state money for it, knowing that we already have costs that are going to be put into it, I think it has the size, the location, and it's real close to I-5, which is a big push. In your mind, it was not listed. Is there a reason why that particular...
Oversight.
Okay.
Because I was just looking at
I didn't know
anything that already has parking. Now, the main parking area at Steel Lake today is a difficult trek for someone with mobility issues down to the playground.
Yeah.
We do have an ADA-friendly route from the boat ramp up to the playground, but from the main lot, they're very difficult. And the boat ramp doesn't always have parking available either.
Yeah, I got you. In my mind, if we were to look for a piece of property that was developable for that, knowing that we have that baseball field that's not quite utilized, we got the skating park, we got the historical society, we got that potential long walk that we have there. If we're gonna pick a spot that this is actually gonna maybe work out at, my 2 cents would be that we just look at that one, because if it's really some federal, some state money, man, I want to say there's probably about $5 million at least that needs to be put into it anyways for road replacements and stuff like that. I'd rather just say if we're going to do it, try to double up on it and big bang for the buck. That's all I have.
Great, thanks. Lydia?
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with what Susan was saying. I too have thought about this. And also for funding, there's park impact fee that we could probably utilize. And I'm also wondering, since location matters, if this could be part of either TOD or TC3 as part of those development. And then when people come in, like you said, then it's easily accessible and it's right there, and people could do a lot of other things that are available to them there, including bringing their kids there. So I think it'll be a popular location if we consider that as part of our new construction there. I was going to turn it off.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that an inclusive park, I think it's something that's important that we put in our long-range objectives. And with that, I think that we should figure out where we would have it, whether it be Steel Lake or someplace else, and then have just a general idea of it. And then if we are able to get funding from different organizations and stuff, it might be all at once or it might be piece by piece, and over the years be adding to it, but have a specific park that is designated as the maybe future inclusive park, and be working on it, like I say, either piecemeal, or if their opportunity comes up with the funding all at once.
Now, John, you had, when we talked about this, you had concerns about Steel Lake, not just the park, but just the overall, that Steel Lake, and Steel Lake, that there were just logistical concerns. Was it?
Well, the parking, the existing parking that's there today is a difficult trek for a person with mobility issues to get down to where Funland is. And Steel Lake Park is very busy, but it is ideally located from a standpoint of I-5. It does have parking. It's not perfect. We kind of ran through the concepts to make a perfectly great pathway really bisects the middle part of the park, but nothing's undoable. And so certainly it could be considered as part of that. Surfacing, one of the things we did at Funland for the inclusive element is the poured in place rather than play chips. That's much better for anything with wheels. Is much better, and it's safe. It's also far more expensive, but it's great. It looks great. It stays great. You're not constantly losing chips and adding chips. There's a lot of advantages to it, but that could be something that it could be talked about as well. So,
okay.
And then Steel Lake is very busy. It's just a hopping park, and it's our #1 busiest park by far today, okay. And will likely continue.
So.
I love the play structure at Steel Lake, but it is certainly not inclusive. I mean, I can't chase my grandchildren through it because there's too many stairs, there's too many areas that I just can't get to physically. Now around the outside, there are things to do for sensory, right. And there's a little mobile thing that goes around, but that it's just not an inclusive park. And I agree that it's difficult to walk down the path to get there. I was at, Town Square Park a couple years ago with my grandsons, and there is a child in a wheelchair, and the mom had a couple other kids with her. And at Town Square Park, there's a, I don't know if it's called a swing or what, but you can go back and forth on it. Mm-hmm. her child couldn't even do that because he needed neck support. And there was nothing that he could do. And he knew that. I mean, it hurt me to think that there's nothing that he could do there because of his disability. And I don't want that to continue. I want I started talking with the mom. If we had had an inclusive park in Federal, she would have taken her kids there because they all could have played and had fun. So, and she's just one family. We have many, many more. Thank you.
I was just going to suggest, I like Lydia's idea if it's, we move forward on looking at the TOD 3 and 4, that be part of what we look at for a convenient place. You're going to have a way to get there through the Sound Transit. You're going to have parking. You can plan. There's acreage there. So if I was to say, here's a crystal ball, I'd look somewhere central downtown to do something like this instead of try to retro something where they have to drive a long way to. So that's just my thought.
All right. Okay, any other discussion on this? Okay, so Brian, why don't we'll need to, do you have any takeaways or?
Incorporate this into our future park planning efforts.
Okay. Okay, and then discuss TC3 and the downtown.
And just as a side note, Mayor, we did put this into the next pros plan, Parks Recreation Open Space Plan.
Okay.
We've already talked to the consultant to add this into the pros plan, which will allow us to have some flexibility as far as applying for funding.
So what is the timeline on that?
Timeline in pros?
Yeah.
This year? Jason, this year, correct? Or early next?
The goal was to be done with the pros plan at this point. What we got hung up with was we were wanting to master plan Steel Lake and Brook Lake and have those incorporated in the pros plan. And so our hope is by kind of summertime, we'll have the draft for council to review and take it through another round of public comments, and hopefully adoption before the end of the year is what we're looking for on that update on the pros plan.
I would encourage us to have one of the companies that plans these parks and designs these parks to come up and talk to us and tell us how to get to where we want to be. I would really encourage that. Maybe they can come to a Parks Committee meeting. They will Zoom in if they're not able to get here, but I've talked to at least 3 of the companies that are willing to Zoom in, and 2 are willing to come here and physically look at areas around town.
For clarity, do you want that at committee, not commission?
The Parks Committee.
Committee, okay, great.
I want it to move forward. I don't want it to be stalled. I don't think that we have time to wait. Every day we wait, we have a kid that can't play.
Yeah, I think it'd be great to have it, do a presentation of the Parks Committee.
Okay.
I'd just like to make a comment. I think our downtown is more important in timing, so I wouldn't want this to take precedence over what we're looking downtown, but it's important to have it on the agenda over the sometime in this year.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay, now, moving into potential new downtown attractions, designating a festival street. We'll hear from E.J. Walsh, Public Works Director.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council President, members of council. So we were asked to give a brief overview of what a festival street in the downtown could look like, and then I think steer some conversation as to next steps, if council's interested in pursuing it. So for context, the conversation that's occurred so far is the ability for the city to effectively shut down a portion of a street to do events. Events can look like a lot of different things, as we'll get into in the next couple of slides, but for at least the clarity of the conversation, the street that I think we've identified as the one that would probably work the best from multi-facets, one of which being transit impacts, is the one that's between Town Square Park and the PAC. So on the left side or the west side would be PVR. This would not take the intersection on the east side. That way the access to the transit center could remain open. So zooming in a little bit, we did look at what this would look like if it was used as a farmer's market. And then, there's a range of other types of events we have on some of the other slides. So to facilitate this, we do have to have some sort of barriers on the two ends. I'm assuming everyone's familiar with what happened in Germany a couple weeks ago, with running through there, and/or the New Orleans event a couple weeks ago. So we do as a city need to take that very seriously and make sure if we are intentionally congregating people in that space that we have a way to keep everyone safe. So the temporary barriers you're seeing in the bottom left corner are designed for that, and there's another slide on them in a minute. But they are just that, they're temporary. So they can be moved out of the way when the street's open. They can be deployed fairly easily by staff with very limited training. Then on the south side of this, that red box you see with the arrow, that's something that's not part of this discussion, but I want to point it out just because of that. As staff started looking at this, there was a discussion about wouldn't it be I'm going to use the word neat concept, to be able to connect from the parking up top adjacent to the PAC and the future redevelopment of the town center lot up there via the staircase and the ramp system across the street where we already have a designated location, and then have another ADA compliant ramp that gets down into Town Square Park and connect to the existing trail system. So that's not part of this specifically, but I do want to point that out, that that's something that at some point in the future could be explored in more detail. So the first thing we looked at, since this was kind of what started the conversation, was the feasibility of a farmer's market. So what we, just for the sake of conversation, what we looked at is having 12 by 12 sites, which matches roughly what the farmer's market uses today, as far as vendor designated locations. So that would give you approximately 30 on each side of the road. It's a 3-lane road, so the concept at a very high level would be to keep the center lane open. So that's where people could walk, and then your 12 foot by 12 foot, it's 12 foot lanes out there. So on the north side and the south side, or another way to think about it would be the eastbound and westbound traffic. Tents or whatever the vendor wanted could be set up going down the sides of the road. So this does assume, the 60 sites assumes that there will be 2 openings to line up with the RFB location to allow pedestrian traffic to move through the area north-south as well. There is the option to have additional vendors up top, and then the one thing that was pointed out to us, so I wanted to include it just for the sake of transparency, is a food truck typically comprises 2 spaces, 12 by 24 feet. So from a layout perspective, there's no reason that you couldn't effectively rent 2 spaces side by side and park a food truck there. Just, it came up, so it's an option. But, that is the first thing that we looked at. As this has been talked about internally, one of the things that keeps coming up is this something that is worth doing if the only use for it is the farmer's market? And as we start looking around at what other cities did and what other cities have used this for in the same kind of setting, what became readily apparent is that may be one use for this, but there's a lot of options that the city could implement now and or in the future to have different types of events. So that could look like, some of the ones that kept coming up over and over again was a street fair similar to what the Diversity Commission sponsors, that would not necessarily be at the same thing, or same time as a farmer's market, but that type of an event you could use the same location for. You could do some sort of community gathering type thing, movies in the park style thing. In theory, it could be a portion of a parade route, and I'm sure if we opened it up for an hour or 2, we could have a long list of ideas that this could be used for. So the biggest impact to this is, and I think the direction that ultimately we're going to need from council, is to the Metro, so specifically the A line. So they do use this, that is very tiny letters, but you can see the route schedule for the A line on Saturday and Sunday on your screen, and the maps, the one on the left is the regional map, the one on the right is the actual section of the stations right here. As a city, we do have the ability to work with Metro and have them reroute to not use this. And what you'll see in the recommendations is to try to preserve some future options for the city to be, if we're going to pursue this, to keep the door open to make it work for everybody. So the A line effectively comes out of the transit center and effectively makes a left and goes across 316th and then goes up Pack Highway from there. So that is the section that ultimately would be needed. So that could be rerouted, and I think the concept is it would be rerouted on the weekends, not during the week. So they would have a different bus line for the weekends versus week, and that is fairly commonly done. They have other locations where the bus routing on the weekend is different than during the week. So that's, there's a process to work through with Metro, and that's the biggest time impact to this. So for consideration, and this is really just to get some information and thoughts in front of council to start a discussion. So the considerations that we've put forth is to designate this as a festival street on Saturday and Sunday year-round. So what that does is, from our perspective, with the impacts being to Metro, we certainly could designate this as a festival street only for argument's sake, let's say for Saturday mornings. However, that doesn't allow flexibility if the city decides, hey, we want to do some other event there on Saturday afternoon at some point a year from now or 2 years from now. Likewise with Sundays. With the way Metro routes their bus schedules, they basically have a 7-day-a-week version, or they have a weekday version and a weekend version. So from our perspective, this preserves future options for the city if Metro is going to make a change to their weekend schedule anyway, to allow future city events, whatever they may look like, to occur at any point during the weekend. So that concept, I guess what at least as a proposition, what we don't want is to designate it 7 days a week. We don't see events happening there Monday through Friday. And, conversely, in that same conversation with working with Metro, we want to be good partners. We want to find the right pathway that works for everybody. As I mentioned earlier, construction of a ramp in connection to Town Square Park Loop is a future project. It's not required to facilitate this. We did look at if there is sufficient room, and the answer to that is yes. This would not impact the basketball courts or any of the other improvements other than the grass and potentially a couple of irrigation heads. The other assumption is that city event staff would deploy the barriers as part of the event. So assuming this proceeds, there is some staff time associated with that on an event-by-event basis. We are not proposing any modifications to the street or sidewalk infrastructure as part of this initial conversation. So next steps, to lay out what a pathway may look like for council's consideration would be to notify King County Metro of our intent to begin looking at what a reroute would look like specifically for the weekends. We would also notify Pierce Transit. So they do not have any designated routes on this street. They used to have the 501 route on this, but that hasn't been that way for a number of years. That being said, they do have a number of services that end at the transit center, and that this is one of their designated emergency inclement weather routes. Now, realistically, if we have inclement weather, I don't see us having a festival on the street, but we do need to do our due diligence and work with them and make sure they're aware that we're doing this as well. So from a council perspective, the next thing we would need to do is to ultimately designate this as a festival street. That is a designation that has to be done by resolution or ordinance. We would have to acquire those crash barriers eventually. And, whoa. I don't know what I just did, but I fast forwarded through a lot of slides. I'm trying. That's it. So in the picture you see in the bottom right corner, so those are the little survey monuments that you see. What several other cities around us that run events similar to this, including most recently the one that I talked to was Maple Valley at their new farmers market that they've just established, is they go out and permanently install these. So we are proposing to do that as part of this if this proceeds on the curb. That way effectively every week you don't have staff out there with measuring tapes trying to mark out where vendors need to be. It's just readily apparent. These are fairly cheap in the grand scheme of things. So if there's a desire to advance this concept, we are assuming that there would be no costs incurred in 2025, excluding staff time to work with Metro. In 2026, those markers that we talked about are $2,500 for all of them. That's, assuming that staff would be the ones to actually go drill them in. The crash barrier you see is one that was just delivered to the city of Kirkland for the same use. That is the expensive part of this. As I mentioned earlier, our choices to be code-compliant is either to block it off with CDL classified vehicles on the ends to prevent people from getting there, or to use a barrier system like this. The staff recommendation is very heavily to use crash barriers. And as I mentioned, there's no street improvements, so if we're going to install benches, permanent trash cans, we'd have to figure out what council's vision for that would be. But we are not including costs for that at this time. So timeline, if there is a desire to advance this concept. So transit reroutes, for those of you that have followed Sound Transit's reroute in the metro, or the transit center station that they've been working on, it takes about 12 to 18 months to complete a reroute. It's not a fast process. So we would need to start working with them. Council designation of a festival street, we are assuming would occur late this year. So staff would bring that to council towards the end of the year. We would need to acquire those crash barriers in 2026. And the goal of this would be that the city would have the option of using this as a festival street starting in 2026 when the weather gets nicer. With that, so the pictures that you're seeing, and then I'll open it up. So this is on the East Coast, but the street you see or the top left picture, the street you see, is a street under weekday conditions, and then the picture you see on the top right is taken from a little bit up higher, but it is the same street at the same spot, and you can see where it's the same 3-lane section. Now their street, in fairness, is configured a little bit differently. They have 2 lanes plus parking on either side. Ours is a 3-lane street. It's the same roughly total width, but you see that same kind of concept, tents down the sides, people in the middle. The bottom picture is the same street, just down at street level, kind of looking down the street, if that makes sense. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, okay. Jack?
Not so much a question as that I'd say, hey, we should notify Metro ASAP. I see a lot of upside and no downside. I think that eventually in the next few years, as soon as the stairs and ramp down to the park, obviously costs more money, but put that in the plan also for some time in the future. I've thought all along that we really need to have good connectivity between the pack and the park also, and there's not. We need that connectivity regardless. But I think that this is, to me, it's a no-brainer.
All right.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions. One, where would people park?
So I think the original proposal that was told to me was, at least in the interim basis, they would park on the top lot, the town center lot adjacent to the pack. That's part of the desire of that connection through the downtown staircase.
So they would, go ahead.
I was just going to say also on weekends, there's not near as much parking in the parking garage right there either.
Correct.
And would we be able to use a parking garage?
I have not talked to Metro about that as it relates to this proposal. We have certainly had conversations with them in the past about other uses of parking, and we get mixed answers. So we would need to have that conversation, and this hasn't proceeded to that point yet to have that.
Okay.
Well, you've got, just to make sure, you've got parking at Town Square Park. You've got parking likely over there on the northwest corner where you've got the Korean restaurant in that area. So you've got a lot of parking diagonally from that exact location. And then you've got the top parking.
And we certainly have the pack lot, you know, if this is not conflicting with an event going on there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah. So you've got the pack lot, you've got across the street to the west, you've got Town Square Park.
Well, it's something we need to plan out so that, because we would only own the Town Square parking lot, which probably needs to be used for people using the park, more or less. The pack, hopefully, you know, we could use that, but the other areas, you know, we just have to make sure that the property owners are okay with it. Secondly, when the pack was being built and the park was being built, I remember Kelly Maloney, Lydia, and I asked if we could close the street down so that the area is just connected. And it was, you know, we couldn't do it all the time, but I'm glad that we're thinking about doing it part-time. And then when we were talking about going from Sound Transit, where the train station is, and we were talking about going under, remember the dip? That we talked about closing that road down to cars at one point and having it a pedestrian area. You know, the road in between.
Pizza and stuff.
Yeah, where Mod Pizza is.
You're talking about 21st down by 320th?
Sure, if that's 21st.
I think so,
Okay.
if I'm visualizing the right place.
Yeah, but we had talked about closing part of that down to cars and having it just for pedestrians.
Correct.
And we haven't talked about that for a while. Did that, for some reason, that's not going to happen?
I haven't heard any follow-up on that conversation in
Okay.
years. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, Paul?
Yeah, this kind of reminds me of Burion's design and layout, how they do theirs, and I kind of like it. They do block off a nice street. Theirs is a little bit more conveniently located than this one, but same kind of concept, so I do like this idea. I do know, parking was one of my questions, so thanks for asking that one, saves me. One of the things is I know when they had the farmer's market at the, down in Town Square Park, wind was an issue. Is this more protected from the wind for the location?
More, yes. You know, the retaining wall on the north side certainly shields it a little bit, as does the hotel on the west side. I'm not going to promise you there will never be wind there, but
it's an improvement from down below.
Correct. There is much less wind up there. I mean, some of this, you know, outside of doing a farmer's market, yeah, I mean, the one I would use as an example, if you really want to windshield it, would be Maple Valley. If you're familiar with that one, where they basically cleared an area inside the trees and built a structure, and then it's kind of around that, but it's in a wooded area effectively. You know, outside of doing something like that, most of them are kind of like the picture you're seeing in the top right corner, where the vendors are using some sort of a wall if they have products that have a risk of blowing away or being lightweight or frankly getting wet if the wind comes up. So I think that's a little bit more the norm. But yeah, your point about it being down in the main part of Town Square Park where we try to is well taken.
Okay, understood. Just want to make sure this is one step up. I also just throw out, instead of barriers, the food trucks, you might be able to use those as the block-offs too, as a potential? Or is that a fire thing?
They might. So it is a fire thing, correct. So if you, I don't know if there's probably not a great picture in this. Definitely not that one. I don't think I have a picture of it in here. So those barriers weigh about 700 pounds apiece. They're heavy steel barriers, but that being said, in the bottom left corner. Yeah, so that red bar that you see can be basically spaced, so you only have to move one barrier to be able to get a fire truck in or an ambulance in. The other thing you can do is basically pull a vehicle, be it an ambulance, a police car, fire truck, whatever, up right to them and just pull that barrier off. And while the vehicle may not be able to get in, if you're trying to wheel a gurney in, you're right there. So that affords you all those opportunities. Whereas if you do something with a food truck or a vehicle, that becomes a much harder conversation when you're trying to move people to get an emergency apparatus in. The other piece of this is if we're going to use vehicles, pretty much for the city's vehicles, we would have to use one of our larger dump trucks to actually meet the AASHTO weight requirements. So the concept of putting basically 2 dump trucks on either end of this, it's just not going to be very visually inviting. I mean, it's certainly we can do it if you're purely asking from a does it meet the requirements perspective. But you need a pretty large vehicle for basically a light pickup truck, a box truck, not to be able to ram through it and impact the crowd.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm not gonna say it's not a choice, but it's not one I'm gonna recommend.
Gotcha. And then the timetables and stuff for the transit routes, is that the new updated ones that came presented to us with the doubling or tripling the Sunday routes and stuff?
So this is the time frame to make changes to the routes. It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the routes themselves. So that it takes us about that long whenever we want to implement a change with Metro, because in short, they spend a while studying it and trying to figure out what the impacts would be, and then they model it, and then they have to figure out what it does to the ridership, then they have to report on that to the state, and then they have to pilot it without the public being involved, aka have the bus go drive it a bunch of times and make sure they don't hit anything.
Gotcha.
And then it gets implemented, and that process just takes a lot of time.
All right, and then I don't know if I missed it or not, but just last question on that one was, I know you had talked about maybe doing it year-round. Are we looking at if we pull the trigger on this to do a year-round with Metro and then just choose to open or not open? Or is it, what would be the next?
So my recommendation is that if we advance this, we designate a festival street year-round on Saturdays and Sundays. What the policy level decision is as far as what events happen year-round versus periodically, that is completely up to the people that are programming the events, be that the council, be that the staff, whatever. But that it doesn't make a whole lot of practical sense for me to only designate it for the summer, because Metro is going to change the routes year round. So that preserves us the option if in 2 years from now we say, hey, we want to do some sort of market associated with the annual tree lighting that happens in the park, and we want to use the same street, it gives us the option to do that. Whereas if we don't, that option's off the table.
Gotcha. And then is the festival street, is that an actual legal definition that's used, or is that just what we're calling it?
It's what we're calling it. There's a more technical legal name that we'll have to use in the resolution, but it's kind of common nomenclature that everyone understands.
Yeah, I agree. Once we get this to parks, it makes sense. The cost to the city is pretty minimal, it looks like. It's mostly just organizing for the most part.
So the cost to designate as a festival street is zero to the city. I mean, that's just it's a resolution coming to council. It's staff, I shouldn't say zero. It does involve staff time. But working with Metro, to actually implement it, we would need to, at a minimum, acquire some sort of crash barriers. And then there is a event by event cost, so if we're having, pick whatever event you want, and I'm gonna pick on my buddy, Mr. Hutton over there. If his staff is running an event and there's time associated with setting it up, then yes, I mean, on an event by event basis, there's a couple hours of a seasonal or employee or whatever the case may be setting this up. But I mean, that's frankly no different than setting up an event somewhere else.
Gotcha. Last question, did we check to see if you could rent the crash barriers, or is it purchase only?
You can rent them. If we were to do this as a one-time event, it would make complete sense to rent them. If we want to do this as an ongoing thing, it probably does not.
Do you know what the cost was off the top of your head?
The cost to buy enough to close both ends of the street is about $280,000. To rent them, I had that number. I want to say it was like 12 to 14 grand.
Okay.
Per event.
Per event.
The big thing, and I didn't cover this very well, but the big thing with the crash barriers, so they are big chunks of steel, effectively, and they're designed. There's all sorts of videos on YouTube if you want to go look them up. But when you crash into them, where if you hit that City of Kirkland logo, what it does is the front of that barrier where that circle is basically tips forward and it lifts the car off the ground or a truck off the ground to prevent it from continuing in. what you're paying for is not just the physical chunk of steel. These are certified by the federal government for defense use as well. So part of what it comes with is an insurance policy that as long as we own them as the primary, effectively, if they fail, the city is not legally on the hook from a liability perspective. The company that procured and supplied them to us, it gets rendered to their insurance company. So you're buying an insurance policy, and that's a lot of the cost of this, in fairness.
For the best reverse scenario?
Yes.
Okay.
So God forbid anything ever happens, but that is a lot of what we're paying for right here.
Gotcha.
Susan?
So the A line would use, they use that road the most, from what I
Correct.
know now. So we would have, well, we wouldn't be the ones making the decision, but the A line would need to go up out to 312th and then back down in front of, on PBR Way.
We would need to work with Metro to figure out what exactly that means. That would certainly be one option. They also may just go out the other side of the garage and go down to 320th and go down 320th Pack Highway and then just go north and not change the station locations. Those would both be options. They also may look at the ridership at that very first station and say, hey, on the weekends, we don't really have a strong ridership there. That's really a weekday station. So we're okay eliminating that on the weekends and having that be a weekday only station, and the first one's at 312. That's part of that process we have to work through.
So that's why it takes so long to work with them?
In part, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so it looks like the takeaway, what we're hearing is, the takeaway is proceed essentially on the proposed next steps. Brian, you got that?
Yep.
Okay. And Ryan, you got that as far as what we're doing?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, now we're moving on to Holiday Market. My understanding is, Stephanie, when I was just conferring with Linda, our council president, about ballparking. Did we ballpark about 3 to terminate around that we were thinking to end today? Okay, somewhere in there. Okay. Just wanted to, are we all on board with that? Okay. All right, with that, Holiday Market. John.
Thank you. So this is kind of a broad theme, and I'm not exactly sure what you were after, but I did want to point out that the PAC is pleased to announce the return of their holiday market that they did. Councilmember Honda was very kind in her praise of that event last year, and they do plan to enlarge that and potentially even go outside a little bit, depending on weather ability. So with that, I've just opened it up to, because I'm not exactly sure what you were after from us, and so open it up to questions or council discussion.
Well, first of all, I think you say the PAC is pleased to announce the return. You want to read that paragraph for everybody?
Sure. The PAC is pleased to announce the return of its holiday market. This year, we're focused on expanding the event by increasing the number of vendors and enhancing the overall experience for our community. Planning is underway, and more details will be shared as we finalize the lineup of activities.
So would you just explain, maybe to folks who haven't heard about the holiday market, what exactly is it? Where is it? Obviously, it's at the PAC, but what does it look like, and what's the...
Yeah, full disclosure, I did not attend last year. I was out of town, but maybe Councilmember Honda can join in. But I know that they brought in many vendors that were seasonal in nature, holiday-themed vendors, had great merch by all accounts, some great craftspeople that did handmade stuff, from everything from jewelry to art of all kinds. Councilmember Honda, can you feel free to add?
Yeah, it was really cool. Of course, there were the kids' things to do because it started out a few years ago as a kid event. But we had booths that had artists selling really cool art stuff. There was jewelry, as John said. There's several items that you could purchase. I spent way more money than I anticipated walking in there. And I heard only good positive things from people who were excited about it, but wanted more booths. Because I think, what were there, 7 or 10?
Sure.
Yeah. Well, you weren't there. There weren't very many booths there, and people coming in thought there might be more. But as the event grows, of course, there'll be more. And it was pretty cool. But I think the holiday market that Linda wanted to talk about was something that we saw down in Florida, and it's on a street. Of course, Florida has nicer weather than we do at Christmas time. So do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, well,
Oh, sorry.
the holiday market, I mean, you're talking about a one-day event, but we're talking about the farmer's market becoming a holiday market during the winter months. So it could go from October through December, but literally, that poor little Christmas tree after we have the Christmas lighting ceremony.
Killing me, I love that.
I know, it sits there all by its little lonesomeness, and so it needs some lights and vendors and a skating rink, and his idea is a skating rink, in Europe, they have holiday markets quite often. So it's like a farmer's market, but it's for the holiday times, and it's outside. And what they have, it would be nice if we had it inside, but it would be a regular event, like every Saturday. I think in Orlando it was every Saturday evening. Lots of lights, oh my goodness. The lights on the trees were phenomenal. And excitement and people coming through and then going to eat in the restaurants. Just a lot of fun stuff going on a regular basis during the cold winter months. So that was really just looking into the whole idea. But we have to even talk about the farmer's market to begin with before we get to the holiday market. So that's really
Entertainment, they had quite a bit of entertainment there.
And vendors, street vendors, yeah.
Okay, well, we've got the launch of the farmer's market, owned and operated by the city this year. So we'll get that up and running, and then we'll expand as our ability adjusts. So, crawl, walk, run. So I think it's important that we, get this. Yes.
I forgot. Rose and her family did have a Christmas market in the mall. Yeah. It was not very successful, but I think part of the problem was the location. It was buried in the middle of the mall. There's not a lot of traffic there, and the vendors didn't sign a contract to be there they had to be open every weekend. Right. And so vendors were coming and going. There wasn't consistency. And I think a big part of it was the location was just so hard to find. If you heard about it, you had to walk the entire mall to find it. So I think we could have a successful Christmas market or holiday market, but it needs a good location.
Yeah. Okay.
Paul?
So, yeah, Paul?
Yeah. My only comments on that one was to tie in with that one. I wanted to check to see if this holiday market was part of the farmer's market, and if not, it's not. Is it ran by a third party then?
It's the PAC.
The PAC itself, which is part of the city then. So yeah. I would recommend that if we're going to be doing this, that the PAC and the farmers market tie together, and it goes underneath the farmers market as the holiday season thing. Even if it's a one-day thing, I think it's better to tie them together.
We'll explore that with them. We've got Carla, which will be the employee. Bill, you want to step forward and let us know your thoughts on this? Bill's the liaison with the Eel family, Rose and David, as well as Carla. In fact, you met with Carla yesterday, didn't you not?
I did.
Yes. You have a problem with that?
Testing. As the song says, the future is wide open. So we're going to get that situation open.
What's that noise?
With what we have.
Public comments.
That's a live track from the area that we're going to close off for special markets. So the frogs.
Stephanie's phone getting a bunch of texts.
Anyway, the future is wide open because we can now go to the current location, find new locations. I like closing the street. When EJ was doing his analysis, I went out there and pasted it off too, and we can fit 60 plus food trucks. And it gravitates up to the stairs, it gravitates to the park. So like I said, there's a lot of possibility. Having the holiday market as part of the tree lighting is a great innovation. So there are just so many opportunities, and there are so many pieces that fit with all the other festivals that we have in the park.
All right. Okay, well, we'll explore that space when we get to that point. Okay, sounds good. Okay, all right. Thank you very much. So now let's move on to seasonal ice rink. John?
Excellent, thank you. So
Councilmember Dovey mentioned to me a couple months ago that he had met a gentleman over in Coeur d'Alene that does this, and we had talked about this before, a couple times at least since I've been director in 2014. We have talked about this, but this gentleman is kind of an expert in the field. He owns a company called West Coast Chillers, and they actually make the ice, which is a cool name for your business. But he was a plethora of information, and then he turned me on to back to Ice America, which is another company that's a leader, and he encouraged me to talk to them. So these perspectives are kind of a meld between the two, but they were very closely aligned. So both of them said the same things, and everything is negotiable within time frames of running it and things like that. But I'm giving you what they kind of said as a starting point, and then you can add or subtract as you like. So there are some definite challenges. Number one, the site needs to be extremely level. Extremely. No more than a half-inch variance from end to end. That's pool table level. It needs to be very, very level. That's not impossible, but it's expensive to get that graded out to that level of perfection. Power is 24/7 because it needs to keep the ice cold all the time. With power of 350 amp, 480 watt, three-phase power. Two ways to accomplish that. Number one, we have diesel generators, very expensive from a fuel standpoint, but we own them. You don't have to invest in the infrastructure, but it's very expensive, like $5,000 a week is the estimate to just run fuel. That's just fuel. Water connection is probably more doable, depending on where this, and I envisioned it at somewhere near the old Target TC3 area. Not exactly sure which piece of that property, but that general area is where I envision it. Town Square Park is off the charts because it's not level. It's straight downhill. Yeah. So it's not even possible.
That would be fun.
Yeah, go fast.
Go skiing.
Real fast one way and not so fast the other. Adequate parking and restrooms need to be there. This would have to have a tent. Both companies acknowledge that it's challenging to do an ice rink in Western Washington outdoors because it's raining. People don't like to generally skate in the rain, and you do have to protect it with a very large tent, much larger than the tent, much larger than the sheet of ice. And those are expensive as well. Suggested duration is 9 weeks. What they do in Coeur d'Alene, Sandpoint, and Modesto, which is where this gentleman from West Coast Chillers operates, his 3 current ones, but he's done them all over the country. He recommends 9 weeks, which is starting the Saturday prior to Thanksgiving and going through the MLK holiday. I think that's too long, for sure. I think more of a 4-week max would be better, but it takes time to recoup. It is not cheap, and we'll get to that in a moment. His times of operation that he recommended, and so did Ice America, is something close to this. On school days, 4 to 9 p.m., and weekend and holiday hours, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. So when school's out, obviously the kids are more available. So these were, both companies said that these numbers were solid starting point. So they recommend a staffing company to actually handle all your staffing needs. And in this case, we would be renting all of this equipment, not buying it. Certainly you wouldn't want to buy it for the first year. You got to see how it's going to go. And it probably takes a 5-year commitment to really, if you're going to go all in on this, it takes time to build it up. Like anything else, nothing is gangbusters the first year. So with that, the equipment purchase includes the chiller, dasher boards, Zamboni, tent, skates. So these numbers are all written here. I think you can all see them. But the staffing company is $120,000 to $130,000 for the duration, $350,000 for the equipment purchase. If you leased it, it's down to $150,000. Power estimate about $30,000 startup, plus 5 to 8 per month in power cost. And then obviously if you use the generators, you'd have no infrastructure set up to speak of, but you would have very high fuel cost. Water infrastructure, about $15,000 were their estimates. And I did check these with our staff members that deal with these hookups and things like that. Site grading and draining, $50,000 to $75,000. Marketing, ticketing, and advertising, additional $15,000. Security, we would have to provide security.
Every minute that wasn't in operation, obviously, while it's in operation and there's actually people skating, we would not need to provide security because their staff would handle that. So again, you see the cost difference between leasing and purchasing. And then the seasonal ice rink potential revenue, they estimate 30,000 skaters over 9 weeks, but they both acknowledge that they're in different climates, in different situations between Sandpoint, Coeur d'Alene, and Modesto. They can run that 9-week season. And so, but they estimate that at $20 per skater. And so that's $600,000, 30,000 times $20, $30,000 potential revenue. So if it were to go perfect, you have a shot at getting close. Neither thought we had much of a shot at getting close the first year. I absolutely would, professional opinion, your choice, how we actually were to execute this if we do it. But a 4-week is, I think, is where it should start if it were to happen. I think it has a better chance after the trains are running because it drops a lot of people right into that area. So you'd have a lot of walk-in. I don't think doing it, well, first of all, it'd be very difficult to even pull it off this year if we were to try, but after the trains are running, I think it has a better chance because there's so many people coming to that area every day. And there's even an outside chance that people on the train might even see it. So I don't know how that's going to, for a while at least, till the buildup happens. So I think there's a shot at it being more success, a better shot at success in the future. And I think that is concludes my part of the presentation. And now it's time for any questions and council discussion.
Lydia.
I forgot my question. For now.
What's that?
I forgot my question. I'll come back to it.
Okay.
I'll leave it up actually.
What competition is there? What other cities or places in the Puget Sound area have skating rinks?
I'm gonna answer that. Sprinker Ice Center out in the Spanaway area. They have recreational skating indoor. There's no other major rinks. Olympia has had on and off an indoor skating rink, and there's been several that have tried it and not done well locally. I can't remember the name of the plaza, very close to UW Tacoma. There's a name for that plaza.
Oh, I remember that one.
Yeah, they had it there, it failed miserably. Our former economic development director, Tanya Carter, actually ran one in Auburn with the artificial ice, which everybody says stay away from that. If you're gonna do it, do real ice. Do not do that plasticky stuff. Nobody likes it, and you're gonna just irritate people. So don't do that. Do real ice if you're gonna do it.
Yeah, I think that we should, if there's other places that have done it unsuccessfully, I think that we need to research that, find out what challenges there were with it, and whether we can overcome those. If we may have the same challenges, what we can do to overcome it in order to make a smart decision on whether it's, I think it's in theory, it's a fantastic idea.
Absolutely.
But, I think that we should do some good research on it, not on just the successes, but the failures also, and then go from there. And hopefully, with that research, it looks good. So.
City of Bellevue, across from Bellevue Square, had a skating rink for a few years.
And they still do, so I'm glad you brought that up, Linda, because remember, it's at the end of Snowflake Lane, and it's Bell Square. They're bringing in thousands of people to a destination spot, so they're gonna have success that is, that's almost predictable success, because they have so many people already going there. Snowflake Lane draws, 500,000 people a year, so it's crazy how many people they draw. So.
That's right. Lydia, do you remember?
Yes, thank you. Estimated cost per skater is like $20. So is this what they charge?
That's what they recommended to get you to a quick. I think it's too high.
It is.
I think a lot of people, I don't know that I would pay $40 for my grandkids to skate.
Yeah.
And I could, and I don't think a lot of people, I think $20 is steep. I think $10 I'd probably do.
Okay, so there'll be consideration maybe.
Yeah, this is just a recommendation as a starting point for a conversation.
Like having an adult price and children's price.
Okay. So what do you recommend as next steps? Oh, I'm sorry.
I was in Portland in November, and they were getting ready to open their outdoor skating rink. and their prices were $10 if you were 9 and under, and anything over that was 20, and they were barely making it at that point. But they couldn't raise the children's prices because then they wouldn't have families coming. But they said it had to be a minimum of $20 or it just wasn't going to work.
And if I'm right, I think they're right there at Lloyd Center and Rose Garden area.
We were in the downtown by the courthouse.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know Portland very well.
Different. Lloyd Center is indoors,
This was outdoors,
Lloyd
yeah.
Center- Doesn't Lloyd Center have one inside still?
They do, they did anyway, last time I was there.
I think it's gone.
Okay,
Oh, Paul has.
Paul?
The cost for the operation, is that based on the 9 weeks?
No, that's just based on getting it started.
So no matter if it's 4 weeks or 9 weeks,
Yeah,
that's
it's
the
just
hard
the
cost?
infrastructure, bringing the chillers in.
Jeez.
Yeah, It's an expensive startup,
So you were looking at a minimum of 560,000 and potential high end would be like 200,000. Okay, that's all I need, thank you.
You're welcome.
What's that?
Is it?
Really, it's real.
We got
The whole time it's been a frog out there outside, it started going.
Here yesterday too.
We got some ducks out there somewhere?
We'll call
No, it's
police
a
on
frog.
Or somebody's stomach's growling really.
I thought it was somebody's phone or something when Bill was going.
No, that's why I was making those jokes about
Yeah.
those public comments to frogs.
That's right.
David Clemens has a pet problem. Beyond the cats, he's got 2 frogs that he's caught here
It's 'cause he
in
knows the
an
cats are
aquarium
gone.
in his office.
That's right.
You can see him today if you'd like.
Paul.
Oh, that's it, sorry.
Okay, Lydia, did you?
Oh.
Okay, so now, obviously, you've got the revenue issue, but what about startup costs? What do you do? Is there a recommendation on how much it would take to launch it?
$500,000 to $600,000 to start, and
Well, that's
then you're
for
chasing
9
that,
weeks.
what's that?
That's for 9 weeks.
No, that's just to
Just
set
to
it up.
start.
That's the expensive infrastructure.
With some of these,
Yeah.
fixed costs no matter what point.
So, okay, so would this be eligible for, the heads and beds money?
LTAC.
LTAC?
I don't know. We'd have to ask.
Does this include, the startup costs that you list, does that include grading the area?
Yeah, I had grading costs in there.
Right.
It would be market specific. I have no idea if people travel
But the requirement would be that people would have to travel for this,
more than 50 miles.
and how many?
More than one.
I mean,
More than one. So
Okay.
it's up to LTAC at that point to see if it's worth.
I doubt people would travel 50 miles for this.
Yeah.
I do too.
So that'd be further than Olympia. Okay.
And Brian shared with me that Kent does have an indoor, Kent Valley Ice has one down by Russell Road.
They do, yeah.
Yeah, for hockey, right?
I was just going to make a comment. I brought this idea forward because I met and I know the fellow who did these 3. And I think that what he told me, when he shared all his numbers, that 600,000 is what they grossed every year, that they did one on average. So it's not 200, it's actually, if they ran 9 weeks and hit their numbers, it was 600,000. And the startup is steep. You wouldn't break even in year 1, but if they do the numbers and it works, and it might not work here because, we got liquid sunshine. That they were profitable for a long time and still are, but again, they're in Coeur d'Alene, Sandpoint, and Modesto, which is not in Raging Federal Way. And this would not be something I would recommend if we were ever even to do it, that we did it now, because we're never going to be ready. It's after the transit center gets here and you start to think about what you're developing and it becomes part of your reason why people may come here, and you have skating for, a developmental park or inclusion park. I mean, whatever it looks like, but it's more to be on the radar. It's not to say, hey, let's start doing it today, because it's
Okay.
the long-term thing.
So the takeaway is, Brian and John, I think the takeaway is to, create an accessible file, make sure that, we've got access to this, that we've got, did you guys work, did you work with?
No, Jack just gave me the contact for the first person, and then I had long conversations with him and also his competitor that he actually encouraged me to talk to.
Yeah.
And so I got good information, great conversations. It was great, and definitely have a file already. So.
Very good. Yeah. So what we'll want to do is, when this situation becomes ripe again, then we can just, pick up the skates and go.
Sounds good.
Okay, great. Brian, you got that? Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's now, thank you, John.
Thank you.
Let's transition now to council roundtable discussions. Item A, housing types and capacity requirements, Growth Management Act, GMA, definitions of workforce housing, affordable housing, and low-income housing. Presentation by Keith Niven.
Got coffee today.
None of the above.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So, what everybody wants to talk about at 2 o'clock, housing. So, here we go. The agenda for today, I'm going to talk about regional and local housing data. Then we'll get into low-income housing, affordable housing, workforce housing, which, spoiler alert, they're all the same thing. And then we'll get into the GMA targets. So this was some data that was in the Seattle Times on February 7th. And it provided January home sales and January condominium sales for King County. And it's in descending order for home sales, East Side, North King County, Seattle, Southeast County, and then Southwest County. And then for condos, the order gets flipped a little bit, with North King County being the highest, then the East Side, Seattle, Southeast, and Southwest. I'm providing this because we are the Southwest King County. So our average, our median home price is $650,000, and our median condominium price is $325,000. So keep that in mind as we move through this. So home sales. So I pulled some home sales off Redfin to give you an idea. House number 1, 1208 Southwest 318th. It's currently listed at $675,000. So that house represents basically kind of our median home in Federal Way. I provided one below it, which is currently listed at $750,000. And don't get me wrong, there's plenty of homes listed over $1 million in Federal Way, but what I wanted to give you an idea of is what is kind of hitting around our median. And then on the 2 houses on the right, I want to show you what is affecting our median. And if you remember, median is the middle. So there's as many houses above as there are below. So 840 Southwest 306, it's currently listed at $350,000. And then the one on the bottom right is currently listed at $475,000. And those are both 2-bedroom, 1-bath houses, which is one of the reasons why they are the price that they are. So now looking at condominium sales, Colonial Forest, there's a 2-bedroom, 2-bath listed at $375,000, and Chelsea Court, there's a 2-bedroom, 1-bath that sold in September for $320,000. And just again, to give you a sense, that data from the Seattle Times article is running fairly true with both, I think, the houses that are listed in our city as well as the condominiums. So we'll revisit that at some point.
Can I ask you one question?
Yes, sir.
Condominiums usually have a carrying cost, an HOA fee of anywhere from $300 to $600 a month.
Or more.
And and they have taxes too, so even though those are low, don't you have to factor in the homeowners associations to really get kind of where the true price is? Because that's in addition to the taxes.
Yes. So in terms of, the ideal is that a household is only going to pay 30% of its income for housing. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, it's considered house burdened or extremely house burdened, depending on how much it's actually spending on housing. So when you think about 30% of your income, you've got to wrap your mortgage in as well as HOA dues. And for a condominium, they are higher than, say, a normal single-family subdivision. But there's trade-offs. Property taxes are usually less, and so it's kind of a complicated rubric.
Yeah. With that, also, I just read in the Seattle Times this last week that I think that it would include these statistics as well. The statistics for condo sales. Mm-hmm. Part of that is not just condos, but ADUs are included in that same statistic, because there's not a separate category for ADUs, so they're throwing ADUs in with the condo. So it kind of skews it a little bit. But way it skews it, I'm not sure, but it skews it.
And it only skews it in cities that allow for the ADUs to be sold, which ours does not at the moment, but that's a conversation we're gonna have soon. All right, so apartments, and I gave you two examples here. One is Trouvé, which represents the top of our market. It's the newest apartments built in town. So if you are wondering what our city and our community would be willing to pay if they had the ability to, $22.85 to $24.08 for a one bedroom, one bath. That's what I would say is top of the market. The next one is Park 16. Park 16, the same size unit, one bedroom, one bath, is $14.33. And what that represents is Park 16 is a LIHTC project, low income housing tax credits, which means they have to cap their rent for people making 60% AMI. So the delta here is the difference between market and 60% AMI. So just starting to kind of get you to correlate numbers with words.
Just a quick question, do you know how much is sold out of each location? Is Park 16 full and how much is the other location?
So Trouvé, right now, when I was on their webpage, which was about a week ago, they had 6 one-bedroom, one-baths available, and that's it.
Are they built out? Are they completely built out?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I talked to their owner probably a couple months ago, and he said they were 75% leased, which is considered full. So that's great, and that's good news for our market. It means we can probably support more market rate housing in our city. Park 16, they had units listed at different sizes, but it didn't say how many, so I can't tell you how empty. But usually the income restricted projects typically have a waiting list.
Okay.
Because there's not enough of them.
But also, income restricted, once you're in, you're in.
Once you're in, you're in. Yes, if you all of a sudden land a great job and you want to stay living there, they don't kick you out.
Correct.
Yes.
But do those prices, they get tax credits, or the builder does, for a period of time? And then isn't there kind of a ticking time bomb, 10 years, 12 years, or whatever, when the prices could go up because the restrictions fall off?
So under LIHTC, I think that might be 20 years. Our provisions for affordable housing are for 50 years.
Oh, okay.
So right now, it should stay this way for another 40 years. I'm not sure how long they've been there. Okay. So let's move on to low-income housing, affordable housing, and workforce housing. Low-income housing is defined in state statute under RCW 3670A 030 as less than 80% AMI. We do not have a definition of low-income housing in our city code. Affordable housing is also defined in 3670A 030. For rental, it's less than 60% AMI, and for ownership, it's less than 80% AMI. We do define affordable housing in the city code. For rental, we say less than 50% AMI, and for ownership is also less than 80% AMI. Workforce housing is currently not defined in statute and not defined in city code either. There is a proposed House Bill 1491, which would identify workforce housing at less than 80% AMI, which is generally similar to low income and affordable housing, but maybe it sounds nicer. Coincidentally, I was on a webinar that King County hosted. So King County is funneling a bunch of money into workforce housing. I asked them about this issue, about its definition and what they considered workforce housing. Their definition didn't connect it with an AMI at all, which then the King County affordable housing staff jumped onto that conversation because they were also on that webinar and said it's going to have to. So it's interesting, a lot of discussion right now about workforce housing. What I can tell you is at the moment, there's not a lot of definitions surrounding it.
Does it look like it's a rebranding?
I think it's a more tolerable word for the same thing.
Yeah, okay.
That would be my, So here's our median income in Federal Way. Our per capita income is around 39,000, which is where the red arrow is in the one column. And for household, we're at 80, I forgot what that was, 82,144. And so depending on how many people you have in your household, you can see that red arrow fluctuating as it moves across. And so again, as we talk about some of these housing terminologies, low income, moderate income, you can start to now see where folks that are in our community and what they're making and what they potentially can afford for housing. And so I wanted you guys to see this, and we can come back and visit any of these if you want. So what can I afford?
Can I ask you, back on the chart, when you have your red arrows, they all fit in right around 80, 82.
Yeah.
I mean, although they move up and down, they're the same number all the way across. Pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's so the arrows are representing the 82,144.
Yeah.
And if you're making, if you up, so the way I would describe this is if it's you and one child or you and your partner, you're coming in at 70% AMI because you're a two-person household. If you're still making 82,000 and you've got 4 children or 5 children and you're a single parent, now you're down at 50% AMI.
But it's the same number.
It's the same number.
It's just the thing that changes is where you are percentage-wise is how many
people
heads in the beds.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's based off the Federal mean household income, correct?
Yes.
Red line means, okay.
Yes, sir. Okay, so what can I afford? So I took our median home price of $650 with 10% down, and this is using Rocket Mortgage. I can get a 7.576 mortgage on that, and so mortgage plus PMI plus insurance plus taxes works out to be $2,856. And for me to not be housing cost burden, I need to make $114,240. Tracking on that? Okay, awesome. So now let's move over to rental. So Trouvé, if I wanted to live at Trouvé, we saw that their rent is $2,408. So 30% of 8,027 is $2,408. 8,027 times 12 months. I need to make $96,320 as a single person household to afford Trouvé and not be housing cost burdened. Okay. GMA targets. Okay, you guys love this chart. You saw it with the comp plan over and over again. All right, here's the deal. So we've got some things that we know of that are happening in our community right now and how that affects this chart. So the red line, that's emergency shelter, that's 84 units, that's gonna dig into that 2152 that is our need for the next 20 years. The extended stay is permanent supportive housing, that's 86 units. Permanent supportive housing, our target is 946. You can do the math on what's remaining. So the 30 to 50% AMI, and we talked a little bit about sound transit earlier and me speculating that probably some of that will be at 50% AMI. But between that and the Redondo TOD, which is just opening, their groundbreaking or their opening is next week. So they're 202 and they're at 50% AMI. And then something from Sound Transit, now we're guessing about total 800 units there. So between those two, I think we've got the 30 to 50% and the 50% to 80% taken care of. So I'm going to say, look, we probably have our housing target for the next 20 years probably tapped. So then you've got Trent, which is 1,600 units. It's all going to be at market. It's going to be at that 80% to 100% AMI would be my guess. I did not put the commons on there because we're not quite sure what's going on with that just yet, so figure that out as a variable. And then the single family homes that are being built just here and there and through subdivision plats, those brand new will exceed that 650. New listings will be above that 650, so those will be at the 120% AMI. So what I wanted to kind of talk about here is we've talked about the zoning changes that's going to allow up to 6 units a lot through House Bill 1110. You know, those units will probably come in between that 100 and 120% AMI. How many of those there will be, we don't know. And so when I look at this, really thing that's missing, actually this ties back to our conversation about TOD in my mind, that 0 to 30% bar, nobody's doing that. And that's because that's the hardest one. So, and for Council President Kochmar, your single elderly woman who's on fixed income, that's the housing they need. So, with that, I'm done. But it's a lot. It's a lot to digest in terms of income and house prices, and it's great that you guys want to talk about this stuff, because everybody else is.
Okay, Jeff.
So what I think I just heard you say, the one that says 1799, 0 to 30 is the hard spot to fill.
Yep.
But isn't the 5372 with 30 units or whatever, 120, isn't that going to be hard to fill? I mean, we don't have any land.
So that is hard to fill. So that one, but that one,
I mean, it's not money.
There's no way to incent that one. That's the problem. Is what needs to happen is all the rest of them get built up, and then there's those kind of more expensive housing units that people are going to want to ratchet up to. But you know, in terms of new single-family detached homes, in terms of maybe some of the brand new condominiums that might get built downtown, those could probably hit that bar. But we just don't have a lot. I think that's foggy for me in terms of how to get to that one.
But if you can't get to the 5372, you're not going to get enough revenue to do the 1799. I mean, the 52,900 or 5,300 are the people that have money that can afford to live here, that aren't tax burdened or house burdened. They make a choice to be here, so they're maybe wealthier or more well-heeled.
Yes.
And if you can't get that, and you only go to the 1799, which is critical, our expenses to give services are going to go way up.
Yes.
Because we won't be able to afford it based on not having the 5372.
Yes.
That's the right assumption?
Yes. You're doing well.
So our housing plan is actually discriminating against the wealthy.
So, but wouldn't we want to have incentives, even though we don't now, we're always incenting the 2152, the 1799. If we're thinking outside of the box and want to compete with everywhere else, we should be incenting somehow the 5372, which we did with getting rid of the school impact fees.
Right.
But that should be something we should be looking at, so we're looking in the future, so we have the revenues to do the other things.
Totally agree, and this is something that as you guys start to talk about the housing that you might want to see on the surplus TOD properties, this might very well say, you know what, let's go ahead and swing for the fences and see if we can get ownership condominiums at market, and if somebody's willing to buy those, and then maybe for doing that, they then provide the ground floor spaces at no cost to us. I mean, there's a way to put that together. Yeah. Now, whether or not somebody's willing to do that, I don't know, but that's a possibility. Otherwise, without putting an incentive on the table, council member, yeah, that 5372 will kind of squeak our way towards it, but it's hard to attain.
How many acres does that take? You remember you did the map for me on how many acres we needed to fill our housing?
Yes.
I mean, do we even have enough space? I mean,
probably not. Not as single-family detached homes.
Okay.
Nice view out here.
Paul?
Yeah. I'm going to hop on that same one at the 120. Everything else makes sense. I mean, this chart really cleaned up a lot of confusion for me, at least. So I get everything. I understand the 0 to 30 now. That makes sense. Now, when you jump to the 120, what does that look like? I mean, I'm still trying to picture that. Is that just someone building their own house? They just happen to make more money than everybody below them, $160,000 income or something?
So if you think about, if our median home sale in Federal Way is $650, right? And half of those homes that sell are more expensive than that. You got a bunch of those in there that are falling in that 120. Now, if they're resales, that's not new housing, that's not helping our target. If they're new construction, those are helping our target. But the number, to Councilmember Doby's point, there's not that many. We're platting out that the number, the reason why that says 30 units, because that's like, we're doing like 30 a year. Total.
Yeah.
Of new construction, single-family housing. So yeah, it takes, I think it was 180 years to get to 5372. It's a long time, basically. Yeah.
So with that said, if you buy a house, tear it down and do a rebuild, does that go against that number?
Wouldn't you have to build two?
Well, no, this is for new construction, isn't it?
It's new construction.
So, does one taken away, and then adding one, is that neat?
That's a net zero, so you
But is this going for
you
new
could,
construction?
depending on what you bought it for, you could take one away from the gold bar, and you might have to add one back on the green bar.
So realistically, there's not even a feasible possibility for us to build 5,300 new homes on the square footage area that we currently have.
I'm going to say no.
Yeah. Okay.
They have to be in either, so we're still talking about like backyard townhouses, but they're not going to probably hit that cost level, maybe. I'd have to actually do some math, and I can do that. But it's going to be potentially downtown condominiums. I mean, if we do everything right, our housing costs are going to keep going up, and that doesn't sound great for affordability, but it gets you more of that 120% AMI.
Okay. And my last question would be, is if you took, say, a 5 acre, tore it up, and it turned into 20 mini homes with a new future potential, would those 20 go against the 5372?
If you sold them at probably what they're worth, which is yes.
Okay.
New construction, yes.
But if you went like West Seattle where they go tall and skinny, they get a lot and they put 6 on it.
Yep.
I mean.
So if you put high-end finishes.
High-end, tall and skinny, 3 stories, whatever, you'd be knocking that down at anywhere from 3 to 5 units.
You could,
if there was people who wanted to do that. If we rezoned an area and said, this is our new high-end, tall and skinny place, we want everything to go here, made it zone right, so people put in $500,000, $600,000 things with the amenities and they want to move there, then you could knock that number down.
You absolutely could.
I'd say this mostly facetiously, but mostly facetiously, but I mean, hey, right here, I mean, if we knock this place down to 5/2, the first 2 layers are the Dumas Space Center, and then 5 levels of helping fill that 5372. I mean, they'd be able to go.
Yeah, views of the sound in the Olympics.
Yeah, we could fund our budget for a year.
You need a really big parking lot for all the pitchforks.
Not if you get 2 stories like we have here, and everything down here is community, and everybody lives on the top floor, like Ruston.
That's right. Okay, great job, Keith. Thank you very much. This was more informational. I don't think we necessarily have a takeaway with this for purposes of the parking lot. All right, Ryan. Now, our last session is in regard to commission eligibility, a subject that comes up periodically, and we're going to have a brief presentation by Ryan talking about this issue that we kind of come back to periodically. Right?
Okay, so I have a few slides just to describe what the current eligibility is. The first question is, I basically broke out the commissions into 2 categories, but let's talk about the authority to create first. So the reason why authority to create is important is because some of these organizations are dictated by the state, and the state statutes kind of tell us what the composition is going to be. LTAC is a good example of that. It's got a very specific balance that we have to maintain. Independent Salary Commission is another one. So these are all ones that have some direction from the state. And then these are everything else, and these are carte blanche. These are completely made out of whole cloth by the council. And we kind of have unfettered discretion on, as long as you're not using some prohibited illegal criteria to staff these, you can do basically whatever you want for these. So the current eligibility requirements, like I said, we broke it down into basically 2 categories. There are those that the only requirement is that the commissioner reside within the city of Federal Way. I put the Youth Commission on here as well, even though there's an asterisk next to that one. That one's even more liberal. That one is, as long as you attend a school in Federal Way, then you can be in the Youth Commission, even if you're not a resident of the city. And then the other ones have some enhanced requirements. So these are mostly all not negotiable. These are dictated by the state. So Civil Service Commission requires U.S. citizenship, and you have to be a registered voter, and you have to have lived in the city for 3 years. Independent Salary Commission has a cap on how many terms you can have. It's a 2-year term cap, and obviously city officials and city employees cannot be a member of that commission. You also have to be a registered voter. LTAC we've talked about that tons in council meetings, so basically it's those who are taxed have to balance those who are potential recipients of the funds, and then it's chaired by an elected official. And then the lake management districts you have to be a member of the affected property owners. So as far as the eligibility requirements, how we verify, this is kind of hard to see on this slide, but this is basically the only verification we have. When we get an application from a potential commissioner, they have to basically sign that they are eligible as described in this document right here, which is attached. And it describes all of the eligibility requirements, which for the most part are that you live within the city of Federal Way. So that is very quick. I think that the point of this is more to hear what council's thoughts are on this topic. So I'm happy to participate or listen to you.
Councilor McDaniel and then Councilor Walsh.
Yeah, real quick. So this is about eligibility. My comments are kind of questions are about commissions in general. So when someone does come on commission and then we do assign them, I noticed that we voted the other day for an independent salary commission. Which ones are controlled? Is it a state or a city policy or a law that who controls which one? It's the first time I had to vote for somebody I had not talked to. And so I was just curious. I was told there's like civics, that one, and a few other mayor ones.
You're asking which ones do the mayor appoint?
Yeah, appoints versus, and is that state statute? That
yes, it's by state statute. And those are Independent Salary Commission and Civil Service, I believe, are the ones that are appointed by the mayor.
Okay, what happens in one that's not a strong mayor when you have a city council?
The council would do it.
The council would do it. So it's okay, it depends on the one, that one. Okay. And then the other part was like, I don't know if now or later is, but when's the appropriate time to talk about some of the commissions, like putting them in a better structure? There's like, I've gone to quite a few different commissions, and there are different ways that they're being formatted. There's different agendas, there's different way they present stuff. Some get recorded, some don't get recorded. There's like a whole bunch of like a hodgepodge. Is there a way that we as a council can structure it to make it a little bit easier and cleaner?
Yes, so there have been some attempts to more, I guess, standardize how the commissions approach their jobs. They have different jobs, so sometimes there isn't one answer that fits every single commission, but we did go through and try to standardize the length of terms and the composition and how many alternates we're going to have, but it wasn't a perfect process. So if council had some thoughts on, if we find inadequacies, we can always go back and address them. So I'm not sure if there's specific things that you noticed. Usually the main differences are bylaws. Like each commission is basically told to create their own bylaws. And a tendency we see repeatedly is commissioners will try to use that as an opportunity to like expand their footprint or their scope of, we call that mission creep in the military, but they will try to expand the scope of their authority or responsibilities, and we'll have to remind them, no, council dictates that. So that's one thing that is variable. The other ones are just what alternates are doing, and for the most part we standardized on alternates don't do anything unless they're needed for quorum.
Okay, and so is it standing, do all, I get committees and commissions mixed up, do all commissions, if you have an alternate, they all have the same responsibility? And is that when someone who's not there, who's a voting member, do they step into it, or are they there just to be educated to when the point they're elected to be a voter?
I believe that we standardize on all of the alternates being able to vote if they're needed for quorum.
Okay, and then if we decided as a council to have this conversation, would that go into a committee? And is there a certain committee that is more appropriate for?
Each one of these feeds to a specific committee. So like arts, the appropriate committee, I would say. So arts goes through parks, each of these commissions is staffed by a department that feeds to a specific council committee.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I saw like parks is, they've got the arts, they've got parks, they've got youth, they've got a bunch of them. So I noticed that some go different ones. I just didn't know what the proper procedures were for that one.
It's mostly dictated by, how we've been doing it is by which staff are manning it.
And is I believe for all of them, is the primary advisory positions? Like, if I've read through the write-ups of what the requirements are, I want to say like almost all of them are advisory in position. So it's go out, talk to the residents, come back and talk to council about things that you've seen and heard.
Generally, yes, all of them are advisory, with the exception of Independent Salary Commission is not advisory. They decide what the salary is, and we send it directly to the county. So council has no say on that. And then, obviously, the Planning Commission is advisory, but I think the advisory plus, maybe, I don't know, their opinion is given much more weight, I think, than it's part of the normal vetting process for planning.
Gotcha.
I would say Human Services as well. They put so much work in, and
They
their
do.
great weight is given because of all of that
It is.
work.
And
Lot of
that's sorry, that is based on how we've treated them, how council has treated them. It's not necessarily statutorily required, but that is how it's evolved. The Human Services Commission, we generally defer to their judgment on stuff.
And then my last one is going to be on the recording. I've been to some that have been recorded and some that have not been recorded. Are they required to be recorded? Is there any issues? Because I know when we talked about the Open Act and Open Public Meeting Act, I think it is, and stuff like that, are they under the same rules and requirements as like the council is for that kind of stuff?
We try to have them follow the OPMA. So
Okay.
the OPMA is for elected officials that are passing law. But we treat these as advisory bodies of council, and so our position is, yes, they should be following the OPMA. That said, they're not required to be recorded by state law. I think there are a few that are not being recorded.
So it didn't really meet.
And we were talking about this the other day internally.
They all have meetings.
What's that?
They all have minutes, but.
Yeah, they have minutes, which is a general summary of the meeting. But isn't some of this that some of the people are participating remotely, and then they're on Zoom, and then if they're on Zoom, it's just a discretionary issue on whether to record or not?
I think they're all on Zoom. Maybe,
No.
Stephanie, do you know if they're not?
Planning Commission's not.
Oh, Planning Commission's not, okay.
I don't think youth is either. They're kind of in the corner of the.
Youth is not recorded.
But I
think Art says.
Do you know of any, is there a policy, and Stephanie's here as well, our city clerk, is there a policy in regard to, does any commission say, we record our meetings?
I know some do. I mean, I go to Adversity, we record everyone. So I know that one for sure is recorded all the time.
There's no requirement in the code right now that requires recording of the commission.
I think that's it for now. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Actually, Jack, you were next.
Yeah, I think that with the eligibility, there's some that, on whether they need to be city residents or not. I think there's for example, with arts, diversity, probably those two particularly, I feel that if they're in the annexation area, and they, there's some of the most active people in the community. Some of them are at most of our city council meetings are in the annexation area. And with some of these, for example, with the arts and diversity, that they're not doing a lot to determine where city dollars are going, but they're more working and serving the community, just getting out and working. I think that it would be wise to allow people from the annexation areas with those. With others, like planning, obviously, the state wouldn't allow it anyway. But also with some of those that are with the Human Services Commission, that we're treating their stuff very highly, and they're looking at a lot of dollars. I think that they should be city residents. But particularly arts and diversity, I think that we should be able to draw from the people in the annexation area that desire to be on it.
Okay, thank you. Susan?
We used to allow people who lived outside the city limits and in the outside, where you're talking about, apply for commissions, and we would appoint them to commissions. And then it became an issue at one point when we were having people who lived within the boundaries of Federal Way not being able to get on commissions. And we changed it so that you had to live in Federal Way to be on commissions, except for the Youth Commission, which we included the school district, because that serves the school district. So.
Yeah, well, with that, I think that ideally, if all the commissions were full and always full, but I mean, most of the time we have commissions that are lacking people. So, but there's a good argument with that also.
Very good.
Could I bring up something else?
Yeah.
So, I've been talking to some commissions, and one of the issues that has come up is minutes and agendas. And when I was on the Arts Commission and the Diversity Commission and chair of those commissions, I would sit with my staff person, which was at one point John, wherever he is, and we would come up with the agenda for the Arts Commission together. And I guess that's not how it's done anymore, but I would highly recommend that the commission chair sit with staff and and come up with the agenda for that meeting, because the commission chair is closer to the commission members, more likely than the staff member, and knows what they want to be discussing. I would also like to talk about how minutes are recorded. And I realize that minutes are not everything that happens in a meeting. It is, a motion was made, it was seconded, voted on, and discussion. And you don't need to include the entire discussion, but some minutes don't, it just says discussion, and that's it. So if you go back and look at those minutes, you don't know what was really discussed. There's not even a general top idea of what was discussed. And it's the same way with our committee minutes for council. They're all taken differently. And I would like to see something more consistent. I mean, we have one committee meeting in council, and I think it's parks, but I'm not sure. And it's a motion made, seconded, voted, discussion, and then it just does it for the next item. You have no idea what really happened during that meeting, except that a motion was made, and it was seconded, and we voted on it. I would like to see it a little bit more consistent on how minutes are taken.
Okay, we talked about that internally. Thank you. And there are certain things with the agenda, within reason. I mean, I think that we need to make sure that things are not put on an agenda that are.
Well, that's why as a commission chair, I would sit with staff. I didn't do it on my own.
Right.
I sat with commission staff, and we did it together.
Okay, thank you.
I was just going to make a comment. I'm not in favor of bringing people from the outside of the city onto a commission, because they do affect money. Every commission, diversity, arts, gets city council money and they do something with it. If those people are interested, they can come and listen. But I think it's a bad practice to be appointing people outside of your city to be on your commissions to advise the council. So, just my thoughts.
Since these commissions we create the rules for them, perhaps have a new thing. I mean, not only alternates, but advisory members of the commission who would not be eligible to vote at any rate, but can help with the input and help with doing the many tasks that some of them do.
That's what public comment is during commission meetings. Yeah. They get to come and speak at public comment.
Put them to work also. I mean, just anyway.
Thank you. Paul?
I think that's a great idea for the chair of parks to take up. I look forward to the chair taking that up.
Very good. That's right.
Okay, if I missed this, do we have anything in writing that says which commission needs to be a resident of the city and which does not? Is it in writing anywhere?
Yes, they're all either in state
writing.
statute or Federal Way Revised Code.
Okay, so we don't do a background check when people apply to be on a commission. So we do have a declaration that says everything in here I attest as being truthful, but people are not truthful.
The question is, describe anything in your past or in recent activities that may be of concern to the city.
That too.
That's not relevant. Might just say, have you ever been convicted of a felony? That usually gets them.
Or something serious.
So again, people are not truthful. So, my concern really is to make sure that we have people on our commission when they say they live somewhere, that that's where they really live. So how do we solve that problem?
Let's have Ryan answer.
Well, that's a good question. I mean, how other places do it, they, not necessarily cities, but you have to bring in a gas bill or you have to show your ID.
Oh, good idea.
But that's how,
Yeah.
people that are only maybe providing discounts or eligibility for city residents, that's how they handle it. That's, somewhat intrusive.
We could confirm they're a registered voter.
No, that doesn't mean you live here, believe me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know that one.
Okay.
What about if just on the bottom of the application, that just say that applicants are subject to possible background checks or further verification?
So there's two separate issues. Background checks for criminal history, we would need a consent form from the people as they apply. So we're not going to do that. It would have a huge chilling effect. Then council would need to create an objective criteria for what is disqualifying, what's not disqualifying. There's felonies that, if you committed them 20 years ago, really don't affect your ability to do these jobs. There's misdemeanors that might, if they're fairly recent. So we would need some objectivity. We've stayed away from that intentionally, mostly because of the chilling effect it has on applicants, but council does have. I just wanted to say this too, we can't do that for employees. There is an exception under Washington state law for non-employee volunteers, which are what these commissioners are, which would allow us to do that. But that would be a pretty big change in policy.
Well, I think a utility bill in their name in some format how do we put that into writing? How do we, because we can't do action here.
Right.
Would it go through parks?
So if a majority of council wanted to do that, we could create a policy by resolution telling staff what the screening criteria are. I wouldn't recommend codifying it as an ordinance until we've decided we're going to stick with that policy for a significant amount of time. Okay.
So that absolutely solved the problem. So there's two other issues I want to talk about. It doesn't have to do with commission. It has to do with running for office, elected office. Would that be appropriate to talk about that now or wait?
Well, we're on commissioner eligibility right now, so I don't believe that's actually on the agenda today.
It's kind of related. So here's
Is there a problem with her?
I mean, we're not voting today. It's not on the agenda. So, but I'm happy to
So it's
answer any
just kind
questions.
of like a follow through.
Yeah.
So there's an RCW 35. I can pull it out. There's an RCW that says if you're going to run for office, elected office in a city, that you have to have lived within that city limits for a year prior to,
right,
I think, filing for candidacy. So I just think that we should let people know that if they're thinking of running for office, that I don't know whether we make that public somehow or it's already in state law. People may not be, if there's that part.
The frog's concerned about this.
I know, that people may not realize that they have to be for 1 year prior to, I think it's prior to candidacy, which means filing for office.
Does King County Records and Elections check that? Stephanie is nodding yes.
Yeah, King County Elections handles all of that, everything for eligibility and filing for office, notification, they have a packet for people who are filing for office. So that's not handled at all at the city level.
Okay. All right. And then one other, we ran into this when we were talking in Olympia a couple of days ago, which was some cities have actually put this in their rules of procedure that if you're going to hold office, whether it's elected in Olympia or elected locally or elected for a fire, that you cannot hold two offices at one time. I don't know if we want to have a discussion on that at some point, but that has happened here in the past, has happened in other cities. And I think that we should, you just can't be in two places at once.
State law actually controls that. So that is not something that a local municipality can dictate. The rule is if the two offices conflict, then you can't hold both of them.
But we've had, well, I don't know what conflict means, but we've had people in Olympia who've held city council offices in.
It's, unfortunately, the courts have the ones that have been deciding what conflict means. So basically, if you have two positions, you get sued, and it depends on how the court rules. So it's very fact-specific, so I can't speak in generalities on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Susan?
So I'm following up on what Linda said. The city of SeaTac had this issue happen a few years ago, and they actually have it as one of their council rules that you can only hold one elected position at a time. And so far, it's in their council rules, so their attorney has said that they can have it. They felt very strongly. And the city of Edmonds is now deciding if they're going to put that in their rules because they've had an issue.
Yeah.
So I realize that the courts would have the overall final authority, but at least two councils have it listed that
I understand. There's all kinds of stuff in council rules across the state. The reality is, I don't believe that a city council has the authority to dictate qualification for elected office. I think that that's handled at the state level.
Okay.
So that's my opinion. Council could absolutely pass a rule similar to that in SeaTac. Whether or not it's enforceable is a very different issue.
Okay. And then I wanted to bring up the word advisory. The senior commissioners brought this up last week, and I know the Arts Commission has brought it up. I think there's been a couple other commissions that have brought it up. And they realize that they are to advise the city council and mayor. But the senior commissioner was especially concerned about things that they do, such as the senior health fair and other things that they do that perhaps that's not being advisory, that's actually working on projects. And I said, well, we vote on your work plan, please continue doing what you're doing. And I'm wondering if there's another word we can look at to put in that into these commissions instead of advisory, that
or in addition to.
Or fine, yeah, whatever, but just something else that, because it is a concern of not one commission, but a few.
Sorry, I thought you were reading
Maybe advise the city council and assist the city.
Yeah, I'm open to a volunteer is what I would call it. I mean, they're volunteering their time for city service.
Because we don't want them to, the Arts Commission has a lot of projects that they do, and we wouldn't be doing those projects if the commission didn't come up with the idea and do a lot of the work. The senior commission, the same way, the diversity commission, the same way. And so, since this word has caused so much concern lately, I would like to consider changing it. And
do you have an option? Recommendation?
I had advocacy.
Why not just drop advisory?
Or just, dropping it. Anyway, I just wanted it as a discussion as to what we all thought.
I think the word goes to the very core of the function of the commissions, which is to provide input from the community on issues of concern and issues that you have. I mean, you formed these commissions not necessarily to have people work on projects, but to give you advice and input from the community.
And,
so they are by virtue of their creation advisory.
And as time has gone on, they've become, have all these wonderful projects that they bring to the city to make the city a better place to live.
Yeah.
So, just something to think about.
I think we added to the parks conversation then.
Yeah, parks, yeah. Yeah, but I do have a comment on that. Advisory, everybody's pretty clear what it is, but if you start to change the name to something other than that, then somebody could say, well, I was an employee because I did this. I mean, I've had that happen in business where somebody takes the line and switches over and says, well, I wasn't really a consultant. I was your employee. Where's my W-2 and how am I getting compensated? So it's, I mean, you got to be careful on that word if they're advisory. If we take it too far, then we've made them more than an advisory and a commission. So I'm not saying anybody was trying to do that, but that puts my
Yeah, in fact,
feelers
actually,
up.
to that point, when we were down at our table, I got approached, literally, I was standing at the table, either before or after lunch, and somebody came up and wanted to talk to several. I was talking with another mayor, and they were talking about whether we paid our commissioners. And, I mean, I think we do want it, if the expectation is they're going to be working, I do think that we are then on a trajectory toward compensation. We're asking people to work for free, and it's like, if they want to volunteer, that's one thing. They're obviously giving advice, and they are advising, but I think it is a slippery slope, and I strongly oppose paying commissioners. I don't think that's the direction we want to go in.
We give them meals every now and then.
I've been on some King County committees that, and they're all volunteers, unless you're an employee of King County and you're working. And if you want to be paid for attending those meetings, they will pay you. And I've always thought that to be interesting, but the reason that they do it is in case somebody needs to pay for childcare and they can't afford it unless they're compensated for attending the meeting. So it's a new thing that's come up recently.
Yeah, it is. It's an interesting conversation about the role of and we've had the past year or two, we've had a lot of conversations about the role of the commission. So let's, Brian, maybe the takeaway here is, and Ryan, let's have a wrap up about, let's make sure that the memorandum that we send to council as a follow up to this discussion, encapsulates this discussion. And perhaps maybe the legal conclusions by Ryan, but also the issue of the advisory, and whether we want to bring to council some language that we want to add to the definition. Because there have been requests as well, about how we train our commission members, that there should be, not just orientation, but some sort of training about what their roles and responsibilities are and what they're not. I mean, I think it's, we want to make sure that there's it's often said that good fences make great neighbors, and it's important that people understand what the role is and what it is not. So, anything on that, Paul?
Yeah. So a couple. Real quick, the comment about having to show that you live in the city of February, are we running into a problem with people who are volunteering for commissions who are not residents of the city?
Yes.
So we are?
Yes.
Are they sitting on any commissions at the moment?
Not yet.
Okay. So I thought it was an interesting conversation. The second one is the other conversation about elected officials. I brought up term limits. No one wanted to hear about it. Now we're talking about potentially limiting someone having two positions that they won. I'm not about that conversation, so I'll just be blunt on that. That's it.
Okay, good discussion. Well, hey, I just want to say, first of all, to the council, great discussion today. Great job. Council President and Council, I think you did a phenomenal job today in regard to a great discussion, ideas, collaboration. And what was great is that we're able to have these, and you can tell about the health of an organization and a group, that you can disagree without being disagreeable, and an exchange of ideas. So thank you so much. Staff, thank you so much for your expertise, giving up your Saturday, and really sharing your professional opinions and participation in this. The public, we had, I think we probably had up to 15 members of the public here at some point. Thank you so much for being here, for sharing your thoughts. A famous actor and director once said, 90% of life is just showing up. And many of the people that have been here certainly follow that. Actually, I want a special shout out to IT. These screens and their size and the clarity, and really next level. It really facilitated all the dynamics in regard to where we could all hear, and that was all good. So I'll turn it over to the council president, and then we'll go through the council real quick just to say a final word.
No, thank you. Thank you to all of you, and IT especially.
Okay, we started with number one. Let's start this way this time. Jack?
I don't have anything to add, but thank you, everybody, for participating.
Thank you. Jack?
Great discussion, I agree. It's great to work with a bunch of people that even when you have, don't agree on everything, you're still agreeable, and I appreciate that I can call all of you my friends. And as far as the screens and the clarity, I'm just waiting for when our monitors up on the dais or have that kind of
so we can see.
Yeah. Exactly.
No, that's happening soon.
Susan?
I would like to thank Thomas, Stephanie, and Amy, because I know that they're the ones who do a lot of background work on getting these retreats done. And Thomas has probably been here since yesterday or the day before, getting everything set up. And, Amy makes sure that we look good and are fed and have chocolate. And, Stephanie does her clerk stuff, and she does amazing. So I'd like to thank them. They're often not thanked enough for what they do. And the rest of the staff, thank you for being here on a Saturday. We appreciate you spending time with us and helping us understand things. And have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Paul?
Yeah, like everybody else, thanks everybody for showing up today. Always an interesting conversation, learn something new. I hope everybody has a blessed evening, and I'll see you guys at FedRec on Tuesday.
All right, thank you. Lydia?
Yeah, thank you. I say the same thing, and a lot of takeaways, but I think as we were discussing, I noticed the afternoon session was more about making Federal Way a destination city, and I think we should really focus on that and see what that would make. I mean, we have a beautiful city, and I think we're not taking advantage of what we have, and so I think we should really have more robust discussion about these, like the Inclusive Park, Festival Street, the Ice Rink, and adding like music festival and all these other festivals that we could really do and bring people to our city and cultural events. But I feel like this was a time well spent. Thank you all staff for all that you do, not just today, but for just making the council look good and for all the work that you put into helping us all the time. So just want to say thank you.
All right, and thank you for 2 great meals. I appreciate it. Everybody have a great day. Thank you.
There you go.